say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
If this is a little off the rails, I do want to. Sorry, I'm taking over. I know this is your show, Darius, but I have Tom Foolery in here, Melody Fox. They're going to bring the drama, but I do want to say also, maybe besides the Selena Gomez, you could react to the new Destiny stream today. He just went live for the first time after all this. Maybe react to that.
Wait, we all want to go. Okay, yeah, let's all go over the Destiny video. Prawn, do you wanna manage it? I could just go to your screen share because I gotta take a piss.
Oh my god!
I gotta take a piss. I have to take a piss. What am I gonna do?
All right. Well, okay. I think Tom Foolery wanted to get in here. That's very busy.
Tom Foolery, loving the hat.
Yo, before you take a piss, can you give my boy a chair? Can you get him a place to sit?
Yeah, let me give Tom Foolery a chair up in here.
Please get our boy Tom Foolery a chair. You know, I just feel like it's kind of rude.
It is
taking him a chair.
It's actually mad disrespectful. And Melanie as well. Nice to see you, Melanie. I don't think we've ever talked outside of maybe once. Let me get you a chair.
I had to resell it. One of the chatters said, "So much bisexual lighting happening right now," and I totally agree. I back it.
Yeah, there is a lot of
what?
I got straight lighting today.
They're the same thing, so.
So redundant.
The difference.
All right, there you go. Non-founded Prawn, you're gonna share a chair. I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back.
You can go take a piss.
Hey, start the stream. Wait, start your stream.
Panel show. I'm streaming right now.
Wait, no, start your on this.
You're saying share the screen share.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. So we can follow with you. I had to piss so bad. Oh, dude, I'm literally pinching my dick. Okay, so Melanie, nice to meet you.
Me too.
Melanie, nice to meet you. How are you doing, Melanie Cosmic Fox?
You as well. I was not expecting to come onto a panel talking about Destiny at the moment, and I'm currently scrambling to find out where I'm mentioned in his manifesto, because I totally got canceled by him and his fans over exactly the stuff that I'm now being vindicated
Oh,
for.
shit.
Maybe you're confused with Melina.
Wait, what did you...
Melanie, you by Destiny's manifesto?
Wait, what did you do to Destiny?
Didn't you go and like didn't you go and like defend like Keffels or some bullshit and like talk about the rape what was it? The
I gotta go pee. Hold up.
stealthing shit.
Wait, Prawn, please share the screen. So I can go pee.
It was
I
the
personally
stealthing stuff.
disagree with rape. I think that rape is just like not a good thing, and I don't know why you would like defend rape.
As brave take,
Oh, no,
brave
I didn't.
take. Let's fucking go.
Obviously not.
Dude. We got hot takes in here.
Someone asked me if I thought Destiny was a rapist. And
Your
I
audio,
was
your
like,
audio is really scuffed, Melanie. Oh, it's better now.
oh, sorry. And I was like, well, I don't really know the guy, and I haven't seen any evidence directly about him. He just reminds me of the people who have victimized me, and that makes me feel like he probably is. And I literally I gave a huge disclaimer before saying that, like, take all this with a grain of salt. I don't know the guy, et cetera, not an accusation. Guess what his fans did? They took it as an accusation.
Wait, but you're saying that it's not an accusation and you're being vindicated for it right now. You can't both say it's not an accusation and I'm totally vindicated for it now because now I think it's real.
So
Which one
mad.
is it?
Which one
is
They're so
it?
freaking mad at me for not even accusing him, and they still get mad at me for accusing him.
Okay,
I
so
think
you're
it's
not
hilarious
vindicated.
now that there were valid accusers, and the fact that I was canceled over that so many people stopped working with me over Destiny whining about it was just hilarious. It makes it even more hilarious to me now that there are so many people coming out about this.
Yeah, so you're not vindicated.
What if I told you Destiny is backstage, and we're gonna drag him in right now?
What would you say to him?
I said what I said, and I meant what I said.
Well, actually, I think this is a good segue to something I want to talk about. Some of the more recent things people have been looking back on is like the Lauren de Laguna controversy and some of the stuff. You know, Destiny was kind of painting her as a little crazy, and I do think in hindsight that looks a little different. I think I'm gonna quote, so not quote the same, but I'm gonna have the paraphrase. I think you're saying Lauren is being irresponsible and saying like, oh, you're implying. Lauren's implying that I'm recording sexual things, but it's not sexual stuff. It's just like conversations. But in hindsight, that might have been not the case. I don't know what Lauren knew at the time though, or knows now. But I think it paints that past interaction in a different light.
The one
with
which Lauren?
De Laguna.
You're talking about the recording situation.
Yeah, because I think she was the first one to kind of bring this up before any of this actually got leaked.
But hers wasn't like a sexual interaction. Like she was just mad that he recorded her without her permission. She like same thing with Denims, but like these things were inside of his house. Like it was inside of his own fucking house. Like it's weird. Like you can record people inside of your own house. You can have security cameras. You can have like, nanny cams and shit like that. It's very different when you're recording people inside of your house. As long as you're not recording them like in the bathroom, changing, like in any sort of like sexual interactions or anything like that. Like, yeah, record people in your own fucking house. Who cares? Especially if you think they're lying about you.
It's more when you distribute it to other people.
As long, I mean, I don't think that's a very disagreeable thing if you think someone is like lying about you. I think Destiny previously said like the things he recorded in his house were 2 conversations where they were fighting. I guess like I don't have a huge issue with that as long as it doesn't.
Yeah,
obviously any like sexual recordings would be bad. But
my understanding is that Lauren de Laguna never said that they were sexual until way later in the fact. Seems like there are arguments that they ended up having. Now, there's a video we could all watch right now that Ryle Kittenhouse made about Lauren de Laguna's previous statements. Maybe we can go ahead and take a gander at that.
I wouldn't trust anything that guy makes. I wouldn't trust that fucking thing.
Wait, why wouldn't you trust him?
Well, because most of the shit that he puts out, he's put out numerous videos on me, and each one of them, he'll like cut it off like right before I'm like, nah, just kidding, like I'm just fucking around, or like he'll cut like a thing of like me saying something over and over throughout a panel, and then cut out the like 10 times, 15 times that other people said the same exact thing as me, but just doesn't show it and just shows me saying it over and over to make it look like I'm being like weird about it or something. He like manipulates the content hardcore to try to make it seem like something else. So yeah, we can watch it, but I would assume it's out of context.
Interesting. I'm very eager to see that if I feel the same way. I've never felt Kyle Rittenhouse was like that, honestly, but maybe I've only seen the videos. Ryle Kittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse, the shooter, like, internet shooter. Who cares?
He's got way. Kyle Rittenhouse has way more integrity than Ryle Kittenhouse.
Really? That's a bold claim. It's a bold claim. I just thought his editing was pretty cool. I was gonna hire him as my editor, but if he's unfair, Tom is the guy who I know is fair. So I would like only to know who fair people are when I'm hiring them as my editor. So I'm gonna definitely look into this. But we could probably watch this video later. But for now, we can go over the statements. What did Melanie say earlier? I missed that while I was peeing. Because the only one we're gonna address what Melanie was saying, or are we gonna go past that?
Destiny canceled her somehow.
But what for?
So I was asked if I thought he was a rapist, and I said I've never met the guy, and none of this counts as evidence. But he reminds me of people who have victimized me, and his fans just like took that as like an accusation, even though I heavily caveated that it was not an accusation in any way.
When was this?
I think about like 2 years ago.
So 2 years ago, and you said this on a stream, and then they demonized you?
No, even better yet, on Twitter. It was just on Twitter.
It was just on Twitter. That makes sense. Because honestly, you could, especially when everyone there is so hostile. I mean, like, they probably were pretty mad, and they probably thought you were just calling him a rapist. But obviously, I don't think it seems like you didn't mean it that way, and you just explained yourself. If you could talk to Destiny's audience right now, what's something you would say about Steven? Do you think he is a rapist, especially with the recent information coming up?
I think his behavior shows that like he doesn't understand sexual boundaries well, and that is a red flag. I don't know. Like at the end of the day, I don't know the guy, so I can't say anything with certainty. But
you know what? That's a take.
So you do think he might be a rapist?
Oh, he's definitely higher on the list of people who could be than anyone who doesn't raise any red flags. That's for goddamn sure.
Wow. That's a bold statement. I honestly I agree with
what
you.
What are red flags for, right? Like
Yeah. No, I mean they are definitely red flags, but I mean we also still haven't been able to hear Destiny's full side. We could end up finding out in the next 3 years, 2 months, depends on however long this legal stuff takes, that Destiny actually has consent from every single person to do what he did. I mean,
not to be like mean or anything, but if we're going by that logic, then you also can give me kind of like the vibes that like you would rape someone. So I just kind of don't feel like safe being in this call like that.
I think we already have logs, unless you're gonna like suggest that I've definitely shared at least some nudes unconsensually.
By the way,
I've dated people that like have not respected my boundaries, and they're like pretty similar to like the way that you like behave.
By the way, I wasn't the one saying to cancel Destiny or to avoid Destiny. Someone just asked me my goddamn opinion.
I'm listen, there's no hostility here towards you. I was just curious. I thought that you were actually canceled, but it sounds like you just had a dispute. You were not canceled, though. It sounds like
plenty of people, plenty of like panel hosts.
Can I ask you this, Melanie? It sounds like you are also possibly name dropped in a manifesto at some point. Is that true?
That's what it sounds like. Fucking the Control F isn't working.
Yeah, I'm curious to see which
manifesto, because there's a couple.
I think it's End of All Things, but that might explain why.
The Keffels one, maybe?
Yeah, I was gonna say is the Keffels Vosh one. I'm pretty sure because it was over the Stelding thing, right?
No, had nothing to do with that.
Oh, I thought you said just a minute ago that it was. Okay.
No, someone else said that, and I was like, no, I don't think so. Oh, God damn it! I promise you.
I'm curious. I would like to sink my teeth into this, honestly, at some point. But we'll wait till you have more information. But for now. Legacy, you just entered the show.
Yeah, how's it going?
Vehement JSOK fighter. What's up with you? How's your day?
Oh, not much. I just got out of a riveting conversation with Lav.
Okay, cool.
Tell her to come here. Tell her to join this.
I literally did. I was trying to remove because I didn't want her in that call, but now she's in that call, so I'm here to not be there.
I think we're okay with Lav not being here. It doesn't seem like it'd be very productive to the conversation we're about to have. This is going to be very...
Agreed, and I have more expertise with these things, so...
Yes, I agree. So let's dig into our first thing. Destiny's comments today. Destiny said pretty much he can't say anything at all. Do you think that is cope? Or do you think that is him actually not being able to say stuff because of legal procedures? I personally trust that Steven's saying it because he has legal stuff that he can't say, and people are going to use it against him. I've seen people like JSTLK say he's not going to have Pixie say anything on his stream, even though she was trying to get on, because...
I didn't hear that. That's surprising.
That was the first day. She accidentally joined JSTLK's Discord, and JSTLK verbatim said, I actually would probably ban you from my server to keep you out of here from saying anything. That could hurt your case. But... so it seems like Destiny is relatively taking the same step where he is just kind of memeing and making slight jokes but not really saying anything too concrete on the internet to kind of hurt his case. Do we think that's what's going on, or do we think that Destiny is coping because he is obviously guilty and he's going to serve months in jail?
We don't really have to speculate. Like both Pixie and sorry, do you want to?
Oh, you can go first.
I was gonna say we don't really have to speculate. Like Pixie and Cherry have both said that they're both like filing lawsuits or have filed police reports, and so it's we do know that there are legal issues and that it's obviously a dumb thing to do to talk about it. I think he's already said too much and kind of hurt himself in some of these cases, but yeah, obviously there are cases and it's not smart to talk about it.
100% agree. I saw some people in some people's chat rooms earlier saying things along the lines of like Destiny's just trying to pivot, or he's trying to just go back to business as usual. And honestly, just seems like there's no possible way to engage in this sort of stuff when there's litigation around, because anything you could say could hold yourself up in court. I'll be completely honest with all of you here. When I got to that fight with E-Rob, every single stream he was watching, I had someone watching to clip every single thing he was saying, so that way I would sue that nigga. And I know the opposite was happening as well to me, because I was going to sue him for the fighting situation. And of course, I didn't end up suing him.
What happened with
that? Pretty much, I ended up not suing him because Darius is fair. I'm on the principle of yes. I'm on the principle.
You
of,
got lazy.
No. If you want to punch me, if you want to punch me, you verbally.
You are retarded.
No, I've now accepted the standard of if you hit me or if you do anything physical to me, I have full permission to physically kill you. So now I'm going to wait for it to happen again, and then next time here's the thing: if I sue him, I'm never gonna see the guy again in my life, right? But now I could possibly see him again, and then if he touches me, I will just kill him on the spot.
I want to engage with your comment because I do think it's a little bit convenient and like, oh, I can't say anything. I had to do the lawyer thing. That being said, I do get it.
I mean, I was gonna say 100%. It wouldn't be smart to talk about it, but 100%, it's also really convenient for him that he can't say anything on it.
And I want to also back him a little bit. We've never seen anyone do an apology video that was like good for them. That's almost never the best. It's never a good thing to really do unless like you just want to like save face. But usually someone makes an apology video, which I feel is like the only other option besides being quiet. That never really ends up working out. So I can see why he didn't do that.
Okay, not fun.
I mean, I don't know. I think we've seen some apologies go well. Like Pyrocynical had his whole whatever like grooming scandal, and he was able to like refute that pretty well, even though he did admit that he did fuck up in some places. I think it might have been possible for Destiny to do the same thing.
Wait, was Pyrocynical getting sued?
No, Pyrocynical wasn't getting sued though, so he was actually able to make an apology video.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying I can see even apology. Like, that's my thing too. When I'm watching a lot of these other content creators, and I'm watching them be very critical about his behavior and stuff like that. But when there's litigation around, he can't even like speak about it. He can't say like I did this badly, because it's like you're putting yourself at so much risk, and it's like, okay, maybe he does like maybe there's like an argument there that you deserve to just lose the case. But it's like, like, come on, dude. That's not how the law works, and that's how the courts work. We don't need to we don't need to shove knives up our ass in order to prove a point that we're sorry about something. We could just say we're sorry and then not have to like literally start bleeding out the fucking anus over it. Melanie, your thoughts? Is that Danny?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to find the thing again. I did find it, and Tom, you did slightly remember it better than I did. I forgot that they had that was completely different than the outrage I had experienced that actually got me canceled. And it was something to do with like, because Sonsol had asked me, do I think Keffels is lying? I didn't know enough about what claim Keffels actually made. So I said, no, I don't have an opinion on that, which they took as to mean it is true, because after that I stuck with my if the shoe fits kind of narrative of, you know, I'm just going to go with the idea that it's more likely to be true than not, as far as I'm concerned.
But you didn't also, you didn't keep like doubling down on that on Twitter and like kind of calling him out for going after Keffels, saying that he has like a pattern of going after trans people, that he seems to like talk about trans people in a transphobic way. Like these, I could be misremembering those things as well, but that's.
Well, if you look at like what I said, it's his pattern of lashing out at accusers that seems suspicious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you're lashing out at accusers and your accusers are attacking you, is that and it's like a pattern of behavior? Is that like bad? I mean, like,
No,
you
that's
can see
I've
me
had the
lashing out
same
at my.
thing. I've had
You
literally
see,
people say the same
say
thing
like
about me.
my ex. Yeah, my ex fiance. If you ever look up Darius IRL anywhere, you see me, all you see is me lashing out at almost all my exes. And I mean, like, are you gonna say like I'm like I'm showing? I mean, you can say I'm showing a behavior of abuser, and that makes sense. But when it's on the internet and there's like so much reputation and there's so much like weird things that go on the line, I think it's reasonable. Like even Tom Foolery said he's having this stuff happen. Like obviously, if I'm a real human being. I'm not gonna be doing like I'm not gonna be lashing out at people online with my friends and doing all this fucking weird shit. But when there's like internet reputation and all these things at stake, it kind of makes sense that you're like, okay, this is frustrating. I have like 20 people a day just kind of down my throats about this one person that gave me a bad experience or is trying to assassinate my character. So do you think it's like reasonable, or do you think it's like?
I'm not saying it's unreasonable to lash out in other circumstances.
So you think it's okay to
from the perspective of somebody who just feels like since I have nothing to hide, if I was in that scenario, I would defend myself, but I wouldn't lash out. But also seeing people who I tried to call out, who I knew that to be the case, just because, and I'm not going to bring up names in this case because it has nothing to do with online, and how they'll lash out at you for being right. That just kind of reminded me of that. And yeah, typically speaking, I think it's a bad look if you're trying to like deny the allegations to particularly lash out at the person making the accusations, right? We're not talking about like all the other people.
The problem is though is
like
that
we're talking about like the person themselves.
You're obviously right that like people play team sports in these ways, and it's kind of weird and obnoxious. But on top of that, if somebody is making like an accusation and you know that they know they're lying, they're not just confused, they're not just like possibly missing something, that they know they're lying, they are being malicious. Yeah, no, there's no reason to not like completely go after them, show everybody how like horrible of a person they are, show that they have a pattern of behavior where they continue to do these same sorts of things, like, and show that they continue to double down on lies after they've been disproven. But that is
that's when we're difference I already pointed out between evidence and lashing out, right? Like if you have evidence of these things, then by all means put it out there. If you're lashing out at them, if you're trying to attack them, basically ad homing them,
that's the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
Add credibility to the accusations.
But that's what I'm saying is that if you're doing both, if you are coming out with evidence and then proving that they're lying, and then after you've proven that they've lied over and over, now you're talking about them like a piece of shit, like scum human who just can't stop lying about everybody and can't stop making up shit about people just to tear them down and, character assassinate them, then yeah, of course, like you should do that. That's like if they're going to be malicious and come after you about lies, you should be honest and go after them with the truth. Why not?
Cool. So long as we agree that you have to have the evidence first. You can't
of course
be like, oh, someone's accused me, now I lash out. And I think what we're also kind of seeing with Destiny are like these waves of accusations, kind of like, I'm not saying he's at their level, but like what we saw with like Harvey Weinstein and that other asshole who I can't think of his name right now, but just as bad, Jeffrey Epstein. There was always like these waves of accusations. People would pay attention for 10 seconds and then, something else would distract us. I think we've kind of seen that with Destiny where there's repeated patterns of even just different things that he's done coming up and being like, whoa, okay, that's a little bit weird. But then people seem to forget it.
And I just want to interrupt for 1 second because I do have Destiny's latest statement here from his last stream. I don't know if we want to react to that. I do want to also invite Ghosty because I feel like it was leaning a little bit Destiny defending side. I feel like Ghosty's going to come in here and give the other side a little bit. Unless I'm wrong, Ghosty, where are you coming into this?
I'm mostly against Destiny. I don't really have a defense for what he did. I do think I don't know. Honestly, like out of the leaks, I think honestly the most embarrassing ones are his leaks, what was leaked about him, his DMs, the videos and everything. But I do think Pixie is the biggest victim here, and he only has himself to blame for this. I don't consider him like a rapist for this. I think he could probably maybe not. I'm not talking about his career, but on a personal level, maybe recover from this in the future. I just think he's been probably irresponsible, might have some kind of like sex problem. But I think the people he engages with are, I don't know, I can't judge them, but his lifestyle and the people he engages with are probably, I feel like streamers are kind of a different breed of people, a little bit.
Streamers are definitely a different breed of people. Definitely having celebrity status and having a lot of people that are just willing to throw themselves at you probably doesn't help the situation. If you need to maybe work on who you're interacting with sexually, especially when there's so many types of people and people interacting with you. I mean, like, yeah, for sure. Like, Pixie's obviously the victim here. There's no explanation for Destiny's behavior that's like reasonable if it just comes down to sharing things consensually. But I think the motives and arguing for all this stuff coming out is a little bit questionable. And there's conversation to be had about why it decided to come out when it seemed like, from the logs I saw, seemed like they were relatively trying to resolve something. Seemed like there was some sort of agreement they were maybe talking about. It was kind of hard for them to even discuss it because of the whole situation going on. But it seemed like a lot of Pixie's a lot of like the whole situation just seemed kind of like rough. I mean, like, they were like friends. I mean, like, you could not, you have to excuse someone's behavior when they're bad, but to the point to where they're like suing them and seeking criminal charges for laws where you don't even know if like this is a crime that is committed seems a little off.
I think that would be civil, right?
Well, it's good. The one for Pixie is civil.
civilly.
The one for Cherry is criminal. But I don't think like if you think it's criminal and you're going to like try to have charges filed, or you think it's something that you can sue them for, which I do think that is the best direction. I don't think that like Destiny and Pixie could have come to a reasonable amount of money with the two of them negotiating. That's something that like lawyers should do. That's something that should be done with some sort of like, with third parties negotiating these sorts of things, not the two of them negotiating with each other. But if you think there is like something that you should, if you think there's something criminal, you should file charges. If you think that you should have some sort of reward, or like Pixie said, she thinks that like the best way for him to learn from his mistakes is to have a financial penalty, then like that is something that you should do. I don't think there's anything wrong with her doing it. I just think that like a lot of people are making it more about like if you continue watching him, like you've done something wrong. If you continue engaging with him, you've done something wrong. Which is weird because most of us like we debate fucking like neo-Nazis, we debate pedophiles, we debate like all sorts of horrible people all the time, and somehow Destiny is like the one that's too far off. I can understand if you're friends with them and you have like somebody who like sticks up for their character, like if it's like Kyla or people like Pisco, if they're people who are really close to them, I understand that they're in like a bit of a different circumstance, but I don't think that this is something that like most people are going to stop watching him over.
I've already personally had multiple people talk about behind the scenes about my takes on. So just from me like spurging out, like I'm not even like a political commentator or like any sort of like really commentator in general until like recently.
Well, what was your
like,
take?
I have had people. My take was that I think like Pixie obviously is a victim. It's pretty disappointing to hear that Steven was doing that without her consent. But I thought the route she was going about it was incredibly like. Especially given what she was saying, I thought it was kind of like dumb, and it was like going to have no, like it's not going to, kind of fix things in the way she wants. If anything, it seems like she is going to, end up going to court, and if she can't get any money out of this, she's going to end up spending a bunch of money on lawyers, in hopes of possibly getting whatever sum of money she's hoping to get.
I don't think it's just about the money, though. I mean, I think Destiny has a problem. Like,
I mean, but the messages that she was sending was literally about how she wanted him to pay monetarily.
Well,
she said he could give it to a charity too. She said he could give it to a charity.
Him having a consequence.
Didn't Destiny offer the money first? I just don't know the timeline.
I don't
Not-
think the amount of
not
money that
for
she's looking
this.
for in
I
court
think
was
he, I
awesome.
thought he
No.
offered to like pay her
No,
bills
no,
first.
no. Yes. These are totally separate things. Like saying
That's
I'm
what
going to
that's
give you
what
money
yeah,
to
yeah.
where you
That
don't
was
want
the
to
first
sue
thing.
me anymore versus I want to give you money to help you with your bills while you're like going through your
rough time.
psychological problems. Yeah. So yeah, very different things.
I mean, that could just be seen as
sure.
trying to form a codependent relationship. I wanted to just touch on the idea.
I
that,
don't-
You know,
How
Disagree
is it?
with that.
Wait, how is it forming a codependent relationship? He's just saying.
I think he wants
yeah.
to cut ties completely, essentially, in any way that he can. The easiest route.
so if you're
For
paying
him.
bills and stuff like that, that makes someone dependent on you. But
What
Well,
are-
Sure,
somebody,
but that's
somebody
it.
Okay, what you're saying-
offered. Somebody
not- I-
suggested to him to suggest to her
Her
to
friend.
offer to her to pay her.
Her
Yeah,
friend.
because she needed help. She needed help with money. She was like suicidal. She was psychologically obviously in a really bad place. And I think the DM showed that he was like, isn't that kind of weird? I don't want this to come off like I'm trying to silence her.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
it from the DMs it was suggested by somebody else.
Yeah, it was.
So I
It
wanted
was
to touch on
told.
the idea that,
Straighter
like,
Aid was the one who
it's-
suggested it.
Tom, you kind of framed it as like evil that people are like, don't work with Destiny and stuff like that. I think it's reasonable at this point to like, if for people who are concerned about the future of their careers to be like, do I want, like, let's say something comes out that's even worse in the future. We're already seeing red flags that there might be. Do I want to be associated with that more than I already am? And this is kind of in a low key way what I meant about feeling very vindicated about this whole thing is like it used to be like the big thing to work with Destiny, you know, to get on the same panel with him or so everybody was getting their dicks hard so that way they could just get next to him. And it was like, holy crap, like he's probably not that great of a guy at the end of the day. And that's what's turning out is like there's so many better people out there
people
who we can
literally just-
platform.
But
It sounds like you're salty because you got blacklisted.
I'm gonna be honest. Like,
Oh no,
people,
I'm always
Milo
salty.
Yiannopoulos goes on a ton of like podcasts too. People get excited over that. I mean, like, there's a lot of really bad people that our people are excited for. Go ahead.
No, so Destiny's
Also,
unique where he's
JC
not
okay?
But people aren't
Bro,
trying to get
JC
next
okay
to
is like
Milo
not hanging out with
Yiannopoulos.
Destiny anymore, but he's hanging out with Mr. Girl and he's hanging out with Lav. Didn't Mr. Girl like do something to his wife like live on stream? Like this, like way worse than like what Destiny's doing. In my
Wait,
opinion.
I have
hold
no
on.
idea
Wait,
who
no,
you're
no, no.
talking
Wait,
about.
no, he didn't.
I disagree with that.
This
Yeah,
is the
no,
thing
no,
I brought up the other night.
They're bad people, but I don't think anything happened with Shaylin that was like.
Yeah,
awful.
I don't think
And I
Mr.
talked to
Girl was
Shaylin, and Shaylin
vindicated.
is not someone who's like, I'm in a bad situation, like help, or like seems like there's any issues between her and her.
He's admitted to hitting ex-girlfriends. I think that's the worst I've heard him admit to, but
Yeah, and
just
some of the
pretty
stuff that
bad.
he
So
was
has it.
doing was fairly like abusive in like the ways that he would interact with her in a way, but like it's kind of like in this like gray area where it's not very clear. Obviously, what Destiny did not, or what you know allegedly did is not in a gray area really. But the thing that I think happens with like Mr. Girl and Lav that like is a problem when we're talking about JSTLK pulling these people on all of a sudden is that they are running around saying that like they're vindicated. See, I told you. See, I was right the whole time. You didn't listen to me. And none of this changed anything that they came up with before. Like whether or not, you know, Destiny was trying to put Lav in the orbiter circle for feet pics. That didn't change because of this. That didn't change because of this. That's still the same. Like none of their claims changed at all. So I don't understand people kind of like, you know, bringing that stuff back up. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. We didn't listen to them. We were so wrong the whole time. But
Yeah.
No, that didn't change.
Even with the Lord de Laguna or Bob 7 situation, like Bob 7's the whole issue Steven had with Bob 7 is that he was prematurely messaging girls to warn them about Destiny before he like interacted with them. Girls that he was hearing that Destiny was interacting with through Melina. And it's like, who cares? Let's say he had a good reason because he heard that he was a bad husband to Melina. Like, it's not like Bob 7 was reaching out to them because I heard Destiny was like raping and pillaging women. It's that he just heard that he was a bad guy and he was like, oh, I'm going to message girls to talk about Destiny and like get them away from Destiny because I hear that he's a bad boyfriend and he's hurting Melina and I want to protect her because of whatever. Like, how does that make him right? How does that make him validated or vindicated in any of
I
this?
mean,
This
if the
isn't what's going on.
justification, well, if the justification is that he's going to record them and then send out,
But that's
their
not. But that's not what it.
news,
That's not. First off, that's never what it was. It's again.
But
I don't
you
know.
can't say he
this.
didn't
This.
know
This.
that.
But this. No, you can say he didn't know that because if that was ever a thing, this would have got brought up ages ago. This was brought up in the last 30 days. And if Lord de Laguna, I need to watch this video. I'm pretty sure I watched a lot of the Lord de Laguna stuff. I don't remember her once saying explicitly, Destiny has recorded women sexually inside of his room without their
She
consent.
never said that.
I've heard.
Watched the video. She
I'm
never said
almost
explicitly-
positive she said. I'm
Even
almost
Destiny
positive
said
she
that's
said it
being
wasn't
implied.
sexual. I could have sworn. I'm almost positive she came on my show and said it wasn't. I could be misremembering this as well, so I'll have to go back and check. But that's what I feel like I remember when I was going over it. But you said that you were going to pull up a video showing that she seemingly changed her story on this. So where's that?
Yeah, the Raul Kittenhouse one. I know she is now saying that it was sexual or whatever, blah 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 blah. And I was like, I don't remember at any time. I watched her talk to Xena in a car about it. I watched her and like when she was just randomly ranting about it.
Does she have new statements? Because actually, I've not heard make a new statement. But the Raul Kittenhouse is just old clips, kind of like now kind of resurfaced or putting together in a compilation related to that topic. But I don't think there's new statements coming from. Okay, I could be wrong.
From what I understand is that I don't think she said anything particularly, but I'm just going by her silence when so just we're clear. She can definitely make a comment because she spent her time to message me to tell me that I was on like pretty much the wrong side of history, and she's obviously seeing that people are saying that Lauren De Laguna was right. Destiny does record people sexually. She can make a statement and say, "Hey, I was only talking about X, Y, or Z. I wasn't talking about this. I didn't know about this until recently, and this is sad to hear." But instead, she's looking into random people. What the fuck is Dina texting right now? What do you mean? She's.
Wait, let me jump in here. I remember now. Lauren's at least one allegation. One allegation she said very clearly is she was getting audio clips of Farha that were taken out of context that Destiny was giving her. Destiny was recording Farha, clipping it and sending it to.
It was Farha.
I
thought it was Farha.
Yeah.
I thought it was Farha, and it somehow included Jasmine Jafar as well. I don't know if she's the one who told Lauren or if Jasmine was part of it, but I do remember Destiny even talked about it on stream, just saying that they were all like in a room talking about things. I believe they might have even been like close to his computer, and so he just left the computer recording when he walked away, and that they were all just sitting there talking about things, and he felt like that like vindicated his thought process on what happened, was that he was able to get a recording and hear what they were saying when he wasn't there. But
so just to be clear, we're not saying that because Lauren De Laguna is now saying it's sexual that necessarily invalidates it, right? Because I think that there's a couple reasons that someone could make.
Again, I would like to see that because I haven't. This is the first I'm hearing of it, and again, also on top of that, the fact that it's I think it is very hard to make that pivot. If you very much believe. So here's the thing: recording someone sexually without their consent and sharing it is incredibly that's crazy. Like, you would have mentioned this, especially if you're Lauren De Laguna, and you would have talked about maybe who it was, or just said, I know there's girls in his orbit that are doing this. You would make these statements, but she didn't do that.
So,
especially
when you might not mention it publicly.
She was on Heal. Why would you not mention that publicly, but then you're going to make also the same accusation that he's recording people secretly? Like,
because it's embarrassing. You're admitting, first of all, you're admitting that you had a sexual relationship with somebody, and then there's like a recording of it. It's like, I don't know.
She's already admitted that she had a sexual relationship with it. It's already embarrassing that you're talking about the guy still at other people. Yeah,
okay, I didn't know that.
So that stuff was already.
The other side is like you'd be telling people that your nudes are out there, and people might go looking for.
Well,
them
no, this isn't hers. This is other. She's saying other girls. She could just say other girls. She doesn't have to even say the names. She could just say, I know other girls that Destiny hangs out with were sexually recorded because he would send me them. I never once heard her say that at all in the last year when she was having these arguments. I saw her on 3 different streams: Heal Mike's stream, fucking Ben and Grace's stream, Xena's stream, and I think either a home stream, some wicked random stream, talking about this, and not once do I remember her saying it was a sexual thing that Destiny was recording other women and then sharing it with her.
I'm trying to check my video on this because I'm almost positive
guy.
I'm almost positive she explicitly said that it wasn't, and so I gotta try to find it real quick because I think it was either on my show or it was in a tweet, but I'm fairly positive she explicitly said it wasn't. And I know for a fact that Destiny explicitly said it wasn't and described the entire scenario of what happened. But every time she said it, she said he recorded people without their permission and said that it was a crime. So it was, I thought again, I think like if we're going to say that this is the idea that she's changing her tone on this is that it's in a video somewhere. I thought we were going to pull up the video because I would like to see what we're even talking about.
Darius, do you want me to share it? Do you want to share it on your end? I have all the video links in the chat.
Yeah. Xena might have an argument here she wants to do real quick, and then after that I'm down to just watch the video because I'm very curious.
Because part of it, was her talking to Xena about it in the car.
Zena, did you want to beef
Yeah,
or something?
she's clipped there.
You said woman logic or something, and you wanted to fight with someone. You could just talk and see what you have to say. Otherwise, we can watch this video. The Scuffed talk show became into a real talk show because it is a real talk show. That is, this is the new meta. We're only going to get better at this. This is the first show ever, and we always have a goated cast here. Non-Fawn, my favorite cast member so far. And we're just growing. We're growing. What theme song? What are you talking about? Are you going to join or not?
And maybe soon, maybe in the next couple episodes, I'll do some voices from around the world.
Yeah, give us one. Give us one.
Well,
different accents from around the world.
I could do my serious voice. If we're gonna get into an argument, I may have to bust
Asian
out this voice. No, well, I won't do the. I don't do an Asian voice, and I never have.
Yeah, don't do that, please.
Okay, well, they liked it. They liked it, and you know what? You know who liked that one? The Gistical people. Okay, you want me to go back over there? You want me to go back over to the Gistical people?
Cena, if you want a theme song, come in and go on camera.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I am curious for Tom. I watched some of your stuff, but I haven't seen you talk about the Destiny drama. Are you changing the way you interact with Destiny at all?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. I guess I've thought about it, and I don't know that I've heard anything that would make it to where I would change the way that I would engage with him as of right now. But to be clear, like, Destiny would never like consider me like a friend. I wouldn't consider him a friend, but we have always been friendly. We have met in person numerous times. He's been very helpful to me. Like, we've coordinated on tons of things. I would say it's mostly like a friendly
Maybe some sex
business
pest allegations?
relationship. But yeah, as of right now, like even on top of that, I would think lots of times when we talk about business relationships and the way that you engage with people, it's rare that there is a time where somebody does something where you break off those business relationships. It's normally, again, it is when you are like using their character as something that you're promoting. You are somebody who is defending their character, promoting their character, and I think that lots of times, like if you work at Taco Bell and you find out that your boss at Taco Bell raped somebody, you're not going to quit your job and be like, I'm not working. I'm going to lose my income and no longer have money because my boss is a dirtbag.
If you rape someone?
Yes, if your boss did it. Yes. You're saying you're going to punish yourself because your boss did something bad. That doesn't make sense. And so, yeah, we're talking about the fact that, like, in professional areas where lots of times your engagement with these people is a professional. If you're a woman and they continue to employ your boss, you're not going to feel safe there. No, that makes sense. That's a different issue though. Like if you have like a fear of them actually like doing something to you and you're afraid for your own safety, that's a very different scenario than what we're talking about where I'm sitting in a Discord call with people. We're also in a gig economy. Well,
it's a gig economy. Because we have. I think it's a good analogy. I don't think it's a good analogy because we have individual brands here.
Let me explain because I think that's why like Erudite and Pisco and are like a unique scenario because like they are partners. They have businesses co-owned with Destiny. Where if you're doing a panel with someone, I think it's different. Like I wouldn't say that person's my boss. Like
I think it's valid.
Level of separation when you're doing a panel with someone. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's valid for Pisco. Somebody like Pisco who's a political streamer who's like trying to represent the Democratic Party and needs to hold like high moral standards and stuff like that. I think that's fine for him to disassociate with Destiny, at least for now. Someone like Not So Erudite, if she's friends with him, like close friends with him, I think that's also appropriate for her to not disassociate because it's like a different type of relationship.
Or I think what she's doing now is good, where she's sort of disassociating professionally, but I think personally it seems like they're probably...
Yeah, and so that's what I was saying, is that if you're promoting their character, that makes sense. But when we think of the viewers as well, when we're talking about people saying that you shouldn't even be watching him anymore, like, we're talking about now the consumers of his product. Like, to go back to Taco Bell, if I'm going to Taco Bell and the guy who makes my fucking burrito at Taco Bell turns out to be like a horrible person and has crimes there or something, I don't care. I want him to make my fucking burrito. That's what I'm coming to him for. For Destiny, this is somebody who talks about politics. This is somebody who debates. This is somebody who's really good rhetorically. This is what people go to him for. They're not going to him for like, and they do get advice from him. And so far still, when we go and look back on the way that he talks about consent, the way that he talks about relationships, he's still still correct in all these things. He's just really bad at practicing what he preaches. But I think when it comes to like what people are going to him for, they're still getting that. Just as when I go to Taco Bell, the motherfucker who makes my burrito, I don't care about his character. I don't care how moral he is. I just want him to make my fucking burrito. That's it.
So my problem with this is like if you've spent any time in the
He just wants
manosphere,
his fries in the bag.
Oh,
If you-
welcome,
Real-
Xena. Wait, real quick. Xena just joined in. Can Xena introduce yourself?
Oh.
Obviously new to the show. You want to do like a little intro, get on camera or something? Interesting.
Long time
Maybe-
listener, first time
or maybe-
caller. Welcome.
Maybe twerk or something.
No, I'm not gonna twerk.
All right.
Let me get
Do you
my
have-
paperwork.
Wow, Xena perspective. Let's get this.
Your audio is a little quiet.
So yeah. Anyway. So yeah.
by the way,
yeah,
I
he's not
adore
fine.
everything about your aesthetic. There's just I kind of see like a black and purple vibe, and I really love it.
Wait, who's aesthetic?
Y'all flirting.
That's
now?
like
Xena.
that's
Yeah,
like
well-
half
Xena.
You got.
Oh, me?
you gotta
Oh, thank you
blush
very much. I really appreciate that. I've worked
Yes.
so hard to kind of set up my lights in my room.
Really get
okay,
the
so
blanket
Israel
just
flag-
perfectly the amount of messy on
The
the edge of the
perfect
bed,
spot.
and yeah.
Ben Thorpe made fun of it, but I think it's good. I think it looks good.
So
But yeah,
you're
with
losing
that
points
that
for
said
guys
as
who
well,
are
I
too
also
much nicety,
I
too much
I
nicety.
I think that Dan also, I kind of admire the way that he's dealt with this as well. I have friends that have like been to prison. I have friends that have fucking robbed me. I have friends that have done horrible shit to me and committed horrible crimes. But them and I have been through everything together, and we will continue to be friends for the rest of our lives. If he murdered somebody, I'd probably help that motherfucker go bury the body afterwards. I'd give him a lot of shit for putting me through it.
Okay.
I'd give him a lot of shit for killing somebody and making me help bury the fucking body and putting me in this position, but I'd go help him bury the fucking body afterwards, and I know Dan would help Destiny bury a body as well.
But it wasn't even like that with Dan, because
criticizing
Dan
him.
made it very clear
Argument.
that, like, even there was one or two instances on the Anything Else stream the other night where Dan said he was talking to Destiny, and he's like, "Listen, if I get kicked off of this stream right now, I'm ready to burn the bridge, but I'm gonna say this to him." And I think he did that once or twice, which, like, so he is like having his friends back. But I think he's also pushing back where I feel like Destiny,
That's what I'm saying. He's
most
still
likely
friends
in the
with him,
DMs, is
but
trying
he
to make a
calls him
joke
out.
of it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But you
I
just
think that's
pointed out a
good.
critical
Yeah.
distinction is that you would actually criticize your friend for having done that instead of just standing by and being like, "Oh well, I guess it was okay because you're my friend or something, or because I make money off of you."
That's what
Like,
Dan did.
clearly, it's important to be able to call someone out.
Yeah, that is what Dan did, and I'm using Dan as like the person that I'm analogizing here, and I'm saying that yes, Dan stood by his friend, but also said, yeah, this is fucked up. He shouldn't have done this, and I'm not going to excuse this shit.
Yeah, I guess sometimes when I hear like platforming people, like I assume like because of how a lot of professional relationships go, you don't bring up like personal drama when you're doing a show about politics, right? So it sounds to me like a carte blanche kind of thing.
I do think Dan's in a really unique position where a lot of the other orbiters, in some way, they're like financially tied to Destiny. Where Dan, from my understanding, he's like pretty independently wealthy. He's like a CEO. He's had previously sold businesses. So I think it's a little unique there. I feel like he has like less to lose in a way by staying with Destiny. Does that make sense?
And see,
Yeah,
this
but
whole thing where
like if he
people-
thinks Destiny really did something awful, his reputation professionally in his personal life is going to be affected if anybody can look up his name and see that he's connected to this.
Yeah,
list of
Dan
good awful
doesn't need
stuff.
Destiny
Which-
to make money. This guy's got it made
Yeah.
already. His whole life is set up.
And
for it.
even
He does
sticking
not
with
need
Destiny, if
He's so
he
rich
thinks
that he
Destiny
can
could
stay
have
by
done
Destiny,
something.
he'll be fine.
But Francis,
he
this
really
whole thing
thinks-
that you talked
Sorry,
about, where people don't feel like they can speak up because they're not Dan,
Can you
is
hear
what
me?
bothers me about this situation.
Sure.
Yes.
But I don't think anybody's like actually going after people who are speaking up. I don't think anybody's trashing people who are saying, hey, this happened to me. Even with Cherry, somebody who everybody very much hates and is just a very hateable type of person, nobody's going after her for coming out with her story and saying that she was also
Well, in
victimized.
fact, I think it's
Knowing
the opposite.
DGG, I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to say nobody. I'm saying
I've
that this
met-
isn't like a big enough thing to where I think that people are I don't think it's a big enough thing to where people people are less likely to come out. And I think even Destiny coming out and saying, hey, don't try to defend me on this stupid bullshit. Don't try to come out and say that like this stuff's okay. Don't start acting like murder is a good thing. Like, you know, that's not cool. Like, I think that it's going to be a very, very small amount of like probably red pill fucks who are doing that shit.
Yeah, and plenty of DDGers are now donating to like Pixie's legal fund.
Yes,
even.
I think a lot. I think that like the widespread consensus is like, okay, if we're gonna keep watching Destiny, because we enjoy his takes, we think he's funny, blah blah blah, we can't just like turn against these other people. You contribute to them, you side with them, you agree with them, but you say like at the end of the day, he did some really fucked up shit, but he didn't rape somebody, he didn't like kill somebody, he didn't do something that's like completely irredeemable. We just have to see how he handles things going forward, and hope that the people involved, the victims, get some sort of like restitution for what happened.
Like that's a good idea for like restorative justice. I think systemically we're ignoring the idea that like if there's not justice for these things, and sure there's court and stuff like that, but I kind of mean in a social sense, then the space is just going to continue to look the other way with these sort of things. Like, we donate to Pixie, that makes everything okay. Okay.
I mean, I don't think he could get away if something else like this came out again. Like, that might be.
Think that
sure,
sorry.
And we can talk about that down the road. But what I was trying to get at mostly is that, so long as people like him have the majority of viewers and stuff like that, and the people who sympathize with him will sort of maybe reflect these tendencies as well, possibly, that makes the whole space more hostile towards women. And I'm just saying, like, I've seen a lot of spaces that become hostile towards women, and they're not good places to be around. They become very, very just overall like the sort of cyberbullying culture that you tend to see. I know that sounds like I'm not really trying to make a slippery slope argument so much as a cultural argument. Like, what kind of community are we culturing here?
But the thing is, I don't think we're culturing like a community that thinks this is okay. I think almost, I would say the vast majority of people that are fans of Destiny, the vast, like there's like single digit percentage of people that are like, I don't care about this. Who cares? I think everybody does care. But it's just like, we have to see how things are going forward. We have to, this is the first time something came up like this where the people involved were like really attached to the idea of like getting justice and going to court, whether it be Cherry filing criminally, or filing a report, and Pixie filing civilly. Like I think that like we're gonna really see Destiny's character after this, because if anything else comes up, everybody's gonna turn their backs on him.
I mean, Destiny had 60,000 viewers today on YouTube.
It was his first stream back. He's gonna have big.
He's had like 10K plus.
Wait, let me jump in. We're off topic. Let me. 1 second, Mel.
Can I just have my last
yeah, go ahead.
response? All I'm going to say is that I hope Ghosty's right that he can't get away with again what I see as a culture where it's way too easy to redeem yourself for something that definitely hurt a lot more people than what his actions to redeem himself have actually healed.
Well, it's more like, what do you mean he can't get away with it again? Like, if he does it again, what, like, when you're someone as big as Destiny, what happens? Like,
it's part of his brand now, is the point.
To not do this in the first place. Shouldn't he have known to not do this in the first place? It's kind of weird that he'd be called out by more than one person for him to be like, oh, let me change my actions. I feel like he probably should have known that.
Well, so again, the last time he did this was in like 2023. It seems like even like towards the middle of 2023. And so a lot of this stuff is like fairly old.
The last time he did this happened before?
We're saying the last, like, one of the logs that came out, the last, like, all of the accusations are from things that happened in 2023 or before. And so we're saying that, like, everything since then, when people are talking about, like, him changing, rehabilitating, like, those sorts of things, we're well over a year out from all of these things happening. And the fact that, like,
that's how you should account for it. You should just account about the fact that it's a minuscule thing versus, because you could use that same argument now, just being the devil's advocate, you could use that same argument for an actual little rapist. Be like, whoa, that was years, like they do with Nicki Minaj's husband. Oh, well, he was 18. That was years ago.
Those are different things. We're talking about whether or not he's changed his behavior versus whether or not it's good. I'm not saying it's a good thing, and I'm not saying it's excusable. And I'm saying
the behavior, but the behavior that we're talking about him changing is not as bad as. So that's what's more important. That's what I'm saying. Because guess what? a robber, actual sexual offender can change their behavior over the years. So changing the behavior is not the problem.
Wait, what do you
that should
mean?
be the subject. How much
I'm
time has
so
passed
lost.
to be like, oh, what do you mean you're lost?
I'm lost. What do you? I'm saying that if we're talking about whether or not he has changed his behavior and whether or not he's still doing it today, that
Whether
like
or not he
condemning him.
changed his behavior from what he did in let's just make a fake hypothetical here. Let's say his name is John and he assaulted 16 women in 2018. Oh, well, he's changed his behavior and he's been rehabilitated since. You know, you can see he hasn't done this since then. I'm saying you can use that same argument for that. He didn't have a necessary reason to change because what he was doing was not looked at as necessarily as bad. His action is not that bad. It's some weirdo, creepy gooner thing that it takes two parties to fucking do. They agree to make videos with that man. So they're just as, like, what are you saying? So it's like describing it as if he's like that is crazy.
I'm so sorry. Destiny sending the videos to other people without the consent of the parties in the videos.
It's bad, but
so that's what I'm talking about. Is that right?
Like,
no, of course not. Of course, yes, it's not the same as raping somebody, and it's definitely not even the same as like revenge porn, which is what people keep using to characterize it. It's not revenge porn.
You can't say
but
that it's about rehabilitation. It should be the focus.
No, I'm not. I'm not
I
saying
think
that
changing his
rehabilitation should be the
behavior
focus. I'm
is
saying
important.
I'm saying that yes, people are talking about this as though he needs to be condemned more because the main thing is that he won't change his behavior if nobody condemns him and everybody continues watching him. And I'm saying, well, it sounds like he already changed his behavior. These things all happened a long time ago, and unless we have anything that's more recent that comes out, it sounds like he already changed that behavior, and so he doesn't need to stop.
Just said it. Thank you. Kitty Slayer literally just said it.
Who?
Can you read Kitty Slayer's comment? Because I can't
in
see
the
that.
chat. Yeah, she said she's trying to say that his crimes are not irredeemable. If he was convicted of SA, it would be different because that's irredeemable and there is no rehab for that.
Right.
It's how people are.
I would somewhat disagree with that. Like,
some
if
people are sitting there acting like he's a sexual offender that needs to be registered from SA.
Yeah, I'm not doing that though. But I'm definitely not doing that.
Just because it's not SA doesn't mean he doesn't have some like behavior.
No, it was sexual
patterns to
misconduct
change.
for sure, absolutely.
He deeply betrayed somebody's trust, and he has like a higher responsibility as a famous streamer. Like it's not rape. It's not like sexual assault, but it is it is a violation of consent, and it's a big deal. Like I don't know. Yeah. There's still like.
It is a big deal.
Room for rehabilitation, recovery, like changing your behavior.
I think it's hard because, like, you don't know the sentiment of everybody in the community who's like reacting to this. But I'm getting the feeling that we're in a situation where we're sort of holding Destiny over the ledge by his legs, mafia style. Okay, we're on the fire escape, the whatever in New York. Okay, we're holding him over, we're shaking him down. We're like, you do this again, and we're dropping you. I think that's sort of where we're at with Destiny right now.
Even how he handles this, yeah.
But he can't handle it in any other way than he has handled it because right now he's in the middle of a court case. He has, from what he said, 2 legal teams. I'm sure they're both telling him to not say a single word about it. And I think we even got more today on his stream than any of his lawyers would have advised him to say publicly.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying I feel like people were waiting to see how he handled this. Like if he started like victim blaming Pixie or something, I feel like people would have immediately been like, okay, that's too far. And, I'm not going to stick around with you. But because he's kind of like, we've seen the DMs and stuff, and he seems remorseful and shit like that, I feel like people are willing to give him a chance.
I want to say, I don't hold that position.
Like that.
I was going to say, I don't know if I hold that position because after JCL came out with the DMs showing that he let Destiny know like way before Pixie or any of the other girls found out about these things, JSTLK supposedly went and told Destiny that this was happening and that it was going to get out and he needed to go let these women know. And supposedly, like from what I've been told and from what other people have now verified for me is that, yeah, he did not tell any of these people. And it was maybe a month or two before the women found out that they were the ones in the videos and that it got bigger. And so the idea is that, yes, he just didn't even tell any of these people that this was going to that their naked bodies and sexual actions were going to be public, and that that would be a big part of like remorse and crap like that. So
Okay,
I'm not sure what
I
happened
didn't know
there.
that. That's
I like to ask this
kind of
question.
weird.
I think I agree in restorative justice. Do you think content creators, social personalities, like people like influence, should they have a higher standard? Because I can see an argument for that. Or like, should we treat them like an average person?
Yeah.
I do feel like there might be a different standard based on,
especially because like the
them being a public figure.
parasociality. Sorry, but especially because the
I was gonna wrap it. Go
parasociality that they develop with their audience, on top of like, well, as you get more and more audience, you can just tell that audience, you're an influencer, right? So you can tell the audience, this person's wrong, this person's evil. Give them a huge PowerPoint presentation that's more convincing than anything that person could say, because that person is parasocially tied to you. And so that I think that that's
so
dangerous.
hungry.
And the fact that these people could even be role models for kids.
Danny, what did you eat today?
In and out.
I don't think Destiny ever should have been a role model.
I was going to say, I don't
kids
think we're not,
before
we're not
this.
talking about role models for kids. Like, Destiny doesn't have like a large group of kids watching him. Even my audience, I have 0% under the age of 25. Like, kids aren't watching like very like in-depth conversations about philosophy and politics and crap like that. Like, we don't have like 10 or 15-year-olds like really interested in like, you know, what H-1B visas are.
But you
I'm
know,
pretty
he
sure,
brought
he's,
people
like-
into debate through League of Legends, which kids play, by the way.
Sure, but he was over. He was like 24 at the time.
He hasn't done that in years.
Well,
Yeah.
He's
I'm
been
not
pretty
saying they're
transparent like,
kids
about his YouTube
still.
stats, and YouTube is like a youth oriented platform, and I don't think Destiny is actually getting that audience. If you look at his stats, I bet it's like mostly 20 and 30-year-olds.
No, he's shown it before.
So
It's not. He does not have kids in his
it's
audience.
public. It's public.
There's
If
probably
Destiny is within the
17
statutory
YouTube,
limits
Sumo.
of the crime, then what would be wrong with holding him responsible for the crimes at the time that they're convicted?
no. I think he
Who's
should
saying
be.
that he
Because I
shouldn't be
think
held responsible? Who said?
Because I think you said because you don't have any evidence that he's been acting or doing these sorts of things in the last like 2024, 2025, that you don't
Mhm.
think he's worthy of a same degree of condemnation, say if this happened last month, right? But if we're
No, I
looking at
was saying that
statutory
if-
limits for a crime, why would it not make sense that then he's obviously being held for, you know, within the statutory limitations of the law? Obviously, it would make sense that he faces a degree of consequences, right? Like the time passed isn't considered in the law there. So why would you grant that to him?
So, because the law is not a rehabilitation thing. Like our legal system is a justice system, so it is not made for rehabilitation. Whereas other people, if they're making the argument that he has to be condemned more in order to be willing to change, I'm saying, well, that argument doesn't seem to fit, because based on what we can see, it looks like he's already changed. And he's put a lot of that on like his, taking 5-ants and really changing even the type of content he does, the way he interacts with people, whether or not he's willing to get involved in drama, and that this has like drastically changed his patterns of behavior already. So that's, I'm saying,
I mean,
if that's your
we don't know
argument,
that.
this is my argument against it. That's all I'm saying.
We don't know that. He could be like still in his private life, acting like this.
Sure,
but
I'm
that's
saying
why
what we have evidence of.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
yeah.
We don't have any evidence.
No, we don't. And it's definitely like he seems like he's cleaned up, at least like not doing drama content and sharing his like personal life and stuff. We don't know what he has been like very busy, like doing a lot of things with working and stuff. So maybe, he has changed. It's, like, we don't have any evidence for that, but I don't know.
We just have to look at that going forward. I mean, at this point, it seems like most people are willing to.
Well, that's what I'm
forgive.
saying. I think
Yeah.
he should be held I think he should be held liable for what he did still, even though it was like 2 years ago. I'm talking about from the viewer's standpoint. Like, is it wrong to still continue? Like, should people feel bad continue like watching his channel and shit?
I don't think so, but I will say, if anything else like this comes out that he's doing like past December of last year, if anything else like this comes out, I think that he's going to lose a big portion of his audience. I think at this point it's like he made some pretty fucked up mistakes, and we should condemn him for it. We should hold him accountable. If I were him, I would settle with Pixie out of court, but I would pay her the entire the maximum limit or whatever of the civil court thing. I think it's like $250K, something like that. I would pay that. I'd say I fucked up.
I mean, he's making
and
it
I'd
sound
move
like
on
she's not going to get
because
anything
he has the
now.
resources for it.
Yeah, he's making it sound like she's not going to get anything now. But is there anybody here who thinks that like we should condemn people who are continuing to watch him? Is there anybody here who has an issue with folks continuing to like engage in his content? You know, promote him as somebody who's a good debater or good at like, you know, analyzing politics or something. Is there anybody with that position?
Well, I wasn't going to say this for viewers, but for like content creators who platform him without criticizing him of this, yeah, that kind of bothers me.
Yeah, I think everybody's been. I don't know of anybody who's said
I would agree
that
as far as orbiters, yes, but I would never accept like I would never assume that people that aren't orbiters, like people that he interviews or goes to events and talks to, I mean, they're not going to bring it up because they probably most likely won't know. Or won't find it relevant. But yeah, anybody that interacts with him and is like an orbiter or a frequent guest, yeah, they should acknowledge it. If like not even necessarily on his stream at all, but you know, they're saying, "Oh, I'm going to go talk to Destiny. I know this, and this has happened, and I condemn those actions, but I'm still going to talk to this person because I think they're doing a positive as far as you know, the liberal cause or whatever he's working on at the moment."
Wait, Tom, what did you mean when you said, because I haven't kept up, like I haven't caught up with this stuff for like maybe 2 or 3 days. What did you mean by it seems like she's not going to get anything now?
I said that's what Destiny said, is that he was making it sound like she's not going to get anything by going through the courts.
Like he's not
doing it.
He's not willing to pay her.
It's yeah. It sounds like he thinks that he's going to be able to just win the suit outright, and that's
See, like I don't like that. I feel like I don't like him fighting against us.
When did he say that? When did he say that?
In logs, I can probably find them real quick, but I believe it was DGG logs that came out. Yeah, I believe it was DGG chat that came out like the day after.
I don't know why you would say that.
But yeah, I'll try to find it real quick and then let you know exactly what
I'd say most likely he loses this civilly. But even beyond that, I don't know why he would say something like that. That's
I don't know why he would even try to
say.
I think he essentially opened his wallet with those Snapchat or those not Snapchats, those screenshots of the messages of him talking about being willing to reach some sort of financial conclusion. I think it only became when the amount became like $1 million that you know, the talks of extortion or you know, this back channeling to try and whatever drain his wallet sort of became a talking point. But prior to that, I think in a civil conversation, it seems like he, you know, if they're able to get those messages admitted as evidence in the court proceedings, then from my side of things, he's demonstrated a willingness to pay the victim. So I don't see how he wins civilly at all. But
I just don't know why he would try to fight it. Like how he handles this is going to determine if I would support him like in the future. So if he's like gonna start fighting against Pixie now and shit, like that would probably be problematic for me. Like,
you don't understand why he would fight against a civil suit?
Yeah, I mean, he betrayed her trust. Like, I mean, like if it's like,
I mean, yeah, but if you don't think you're civilly liable for something, then I don't know why you wouldn't want to fight it. And also, like, you know, if he comes back from this, if he wins this case in a year, he can be vindicated. He can make a whole
hasn't he admitted it?
Pixie manifesto. Well, I don't know. I mean,
like
he said that he didn't think he broke any laws. He admitted that
the civil lawsuit isn't just the action. The civil lawsuit includes the emotional damage. She's suing him for a malicious intent to distribute revenge porn. That's the civil thing that he's fighting back. Did he send pictures?
Well, no, wait, not a
malicious.
Not malicious.
No, it says malicious on the thing.
It's not.
Okay, but that's not what he did. He did it maliciously.
Just but no. Hold on.
No. Tom is right.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Yes, Zena's right that she's saying that, but the law that she quotes. Yes, but the law that she quotes is not something that requires malice, and it's not even clear whether or not it fits what it is that she's describing. And she did imply a couple of times that she thinks he might have even leaked it himself, and that she said it was just as likely that he was the one who leaked it himself. She did say that he was the reason she became the victim of revenge porn.
Sound like revenge porn.
Yeah.
The only way she could be a victim of revenge porn is if he distributed it himself on the internet.
I mean, he
Mhm.
did send it without her consent. I don't know if that. So you're
Oh,
saying
by
that
the
doesn't
way,
count
I
as
mean,
revenge
that's sort of
porn?
up in the air, but I
that
do
usually
believe that
never
he
flies in
distributed it.
cases like when your ex-boyfriend sends a
It
sex
doesn't.
video of you to his homeboy. That doesn't usually apply in most cases. It's really hard to take
Yeah,
that civilly.
it
As
Yeah,
it's
revenge
once
porn.
it's made public,
Like,
and it's making something public for the reason of like embarrassing the person and trying to like humiliate them. Like that's what revenge porn is. And so if you didn't make it public and you weren't sending it to people even behind the scenes just to like make that person look bad, it just doesn't qualify as revenge porn. So the person who leaked it publicly
Yeah.
100% engaged in revenge porn. But as of right now, I see absolutely no way to believe that like he was the one who was behind that or had any part in it.
I don't know why he would. I feel like the his own leaks were really bad. So I don't know why he would leak those himself.
I also thought it might have been President Sunday who made this allegation, or it might have been someone else that when Destiny was like beefing with Melina and like threatening to release logs, people argue like that's an implicit threat of revenge porn because those logs included nudes. I think there was someone who levied that accusation.
I don't know if he ever mentioned releasing nudes of Melina, but I think okay. So I think this is a good question
actually,
for the
he did
group, just
mention-
very
he did
very
mention that
quickly.
a long time ago.
Okay, all right. But like I think that a good question is like, does anybody in here think that like if Destiny went to civil court and he won and he had to pay nothing, do you guys feel like that would be okay, or do you guys get a really icky feeling about that? And that like despite him like winning or losing the case, I personally feel like some restitution to like Pixie or Cherry is deserved in some way.
Yeah, I think I need to see an acknowledgement, some form of remorse, and then some sort of gesture, and that gesture could be financial, maybe not. I think that would be.
I'd say it would
really
almost need to be financial
important
for me.
Yeah, that would be
personally.
really important. And then second to, it would really depend on where Pixie is, I guess, with the circumstance.
And I'm not even saying like something. I'm not saying like something financial that would like hurt Destiny really badly, but I would just say something that would help the victims like immeasurably, like a lot.
I think she
Like
wants it to hurt
really
him.
significant amount of money. I know she does. I know she
we
does.
have a lot of
but
people
like
in
that's
this
best
call,
case scenario.
So do some finishing statements, and then we're gonna move on to we're gonna do an elimination round. We're gonna do an elimination thing because we got like 1,000 people in this call right now. Turn to move. Raul Kittenhouse, 44 Dynamic, and my boy Process is gonna have a question for the people that aren't like
Raul
well
Kittenhouse
known.
actually wanted to confront Tom Foolery, so I want to get onto that in a minute. Maybe if you want to do some closing statements on this situation. Who just moved? Are you retarded?
You said bring in 44.
Hey, retard! Let's just close what's going on right here, and then move to people. Why are you so antsy? Why are you on crack?
I told you. He seems like he's always on cocaine.
For like 7 times.
He always seems like he's on cocaine.
Dude, like seriously, like give it a second.
Did you want me to bring?
Damn,
Do you want to bring me in here or not? Like, I mean, I can go if you want me to go, dude.
No, we
Just
love you.
wait.
We love
He
you.
said
44, I
you
love
should
you.
have to wait.
Just shut up a second. Just shut up a second, okay? Just
Me?
shut up. Yes, you nigga.
Alright.
Okay, so
So what we're gonna do
I'll
is
shut my mouth.
so what we're gonna do to kind of like cut down the amount of people that are in this call.
Yeah.
Process is gonna do a question to like the 6 like I guess like less known people. So it's probably gonna be like non-fawn, Nev,
Well, just
Melanie.
I'm gonna be more known than all of you guys
Shut
pretty
up,
soon
40,
here.
shut up, 44, shut up.
Sorry.
Thanks,
you, Tom
Haas.
Foolery.
we're just moving off of the Destiny stuff, and we're moving on to a separate drama that I want to do with Tom and Kyle, and also have the questions for 44. So go from there. Okay.
Just to be clear,
Alright, we can do
I'm
that
not
one.
spending the rest of the night getting into that shit, especially not with Kyle, dude. Like, this
Why?
is one of the. I've gone over this like 20, 30 times with him. I'm not going to
Wait,
prove
hold
he's
on.
a fucking
Foolery?
lying piece of
That-
shit for the 100th time. I can't, like, I'm not going to do this. Every time I mention his
agree.
name, he pops up to try to relitigate
Really?
the same exact drama over and over and over. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do it.
I've been trying to find his Discord for like a month now, and I just now found him just off of this. So this is interesting. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Danny, go.
Wait, so
Hi,
are we gonna
Danny.
move people or are we gonna do the competition thing? Like the
Eliminate,
question?
let's say I'm taking doing an elimination question. I'm gonna ask the question. Danny, you decide who answers the question, because I'm seeing a lot of moral conflicts. I'm curious. Some of us have done debate content. Some of us have literally debated like white supremacists. Some people are pretty controversial on the internet. So I'm like, what is the line for you guys? What would someone have to do for you to not work with them, to not do a panel with them. I guess like Destiny's pretty big, so maybe that's an argument. But I'm wondering, what is like a line that you would draw where like, I would no longer work with that person or do a panel with them?
All right.
44, you get to go first. Or Dave,
Me?
you want to go?
The people that
go
are
first.
are like battling
Alrighty.
to like stay in the call. Should we move them to like a separate room and we do this whole thing in like a separate room, or?
Well, then nobody's
How
gonna
should we go
see
about
it.
this?
Put them on the top row. Can we do that?
Oh yeah, Darius, can you put them like in the middle?
I don't. Can you move
You guys
people
gotta-
around on Discord?
You guys
I
gotta
don't
think there's a way to do that.
I'm just gonna
Oh, okay.
leave. I'm just gonna leave. But do you?
Why?
Answer the question before you leave. That's okay.
Would you like to answer the question?
I don't remember what it was. But have a good rest of your night, you guys.
Wow, the
Bitch.
first round of eliminations, everyone.
He did
bad.
not make
Same.
the cut. Did not make the cut.
What's
All right,
funny
I
is
wanna
I
realize-
told Frances, like, I vote myself off.
Yeah,
and,
go ahead,
and
go ahead.
I'm just not a pussy, so I let him pull me in.
Well, Melanie, why don't you answer that question? Yeah. What would a content creator have to do for you to not work with them? Where would you draw that line?
Probably the things that actually affect content creators at the end of the day, just for me personally, because I'm not like big shit or anything.
Well, do you have like examples?
Yeah, doxing,
Mhm.
you know, particularly malicious leaking of DMs, not just as like evidence and stuff. You know, like all the things that we tend to use to target each other online. Swatting is a huge one that I'm against, of course.
I've never.
I have an
experienced it.
answer.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Go ahead.
Ghosty.
Anything that has to do with preying on minors, anything malicious or sexual towards
Oh, yeah,
minors
no.
immediately.
Sorry, I hadn't considered.
I mean,
that,
I
but
think if
that's
there's
an
any
obvious
evidence
shit.
of you like abusing your platform to, you know, solicit nudes from either minors or even just even fans that are of age, if you're consistently doing it in an unethical way, like I wouldn't want to collaborate with you. It'd be very hard for someone to do something where I wouldn't like be on a panel with them. I've been on panels with neo-Nazi J6ers, right?
Yeah.
But if you're like consistently abusing your audience or consistently abusing people in your audience, I wouldn't want to like collaborate with you because I feel like I would be helping you like make content and reach that goal. That's what it would feel like, at least. But
Does anyone else want to jump and give their hot take on that? I will say, based on what I just heard, those seem different from what Destiny's done so far. Maybe like on a definitely different side of the scale. So it seems like you guys would be willing to go on a panel with Destiny if that came up.
Oh yeah, because it
Just 'cause
Me
doesn't.
and him are like
the
a
lines-
little similar.
So if I was Destiny, I would have a much broader like lines. Like for
I'm
example,
early. Okay.
within the
Relax.
professional
I'm early.
sphere, it's generally not cool to platform someone who's impersonating someone else while you know that they're doing that. There's a whole lot more rules once you're actually in the professional sphere and you're trying to do professional stuff. So if I was a bigger platformer, like yeah, like all sorts of things, like I probably wouldn't tolerate people who do cyberbullying or engage in hate speech and stuff like that. But since I'm smaller and have such little impact, I'm really just here to debate, and I need opposition, so I have incredibly low standards.
I want to see Xena's any ad because I feel like you were rolling your eyes a second ago if I was seeing that correctly.
Well, no, the only people that are debating right now are the people that are like at stake of like getting kicked out of the call, and then we're gonna vote to keep one person. So it's 44
Am I at
dynamic,
stake? Am I at
Ghosty,
stake?
Melanie, Non-Fawn. Do you want to join this battle? Do you want to be at stake?
Well, Don Vaughn gave us.
You know what?
Legacy. You want to get
Hey, flip it. I'll join the battle.
Okay, so Legacy's also joining the battle. So it's
Fuck
44
those.
dynamic, Ghosty, Melanie, Non-Fawn, and Legacy.
Wait,
and you
so
guys
I'm
have
in
to
the
give your
battle?
44 is
take.
not giving. 44 is
Yep.
has to give his take, but Legacy, and then we'll go 44.
I'm probably gonna win, but whatever.
Okay,
Give
so
your take to the question.
Famous last.
I have a
words.
cute cat, so there's that.
You guys can all just kind of like battle royale. Like you guys can all just like if someone's saying something stupid, call them out. You're just
Yeah,
trying to
Legacy,
entertain
I
the
was
You're
gonna
audience
say-
all
because they're gonna vote.
fucking brain
Legacy, I was gonna
dead.
say I love your
That's
new,
come on
new
now, you don't mean
California
that.
Republic flag, but that Israel flag makes you lose major points. So
no, it's good. But look in the corner. There's a little Twitch. I have a little Twitch sign in the corner.
oh, I hate
You,
Twitch.
also, you
Incredible.
also have something else
I'm
back there.
banned from
Because
Twitch.
what
Twitch
flag
loves
is that?
I fucking
Israel.
hate it.
Twitch loves
Oh my
Israel.
gosh. Fuck.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so
It's a
is this
political
Legacy's?
statement.
Is this
I
Legacy's
see.
response?
Okay, all right, no. Okay, so my response is okay. Essentially, if I'm gonna stop like talking, or like not engage with a content creator, my lines would be like any sort of like I would say any sort of like physical sexual misconduct is incredibly bad.
Yeah.
and I think you essentially need to cut ties with people in that case. Which is one of the like I understand that Destiny did sexual misconduct, but he wasn't with the person. I feel like it's at a different level. It sounds bad when you say it, but if you think about the situations, like if you get your sex tape leaked to somebody versus actually being physically assaulted, like if you put yourself in that space, like I would take somebody sharing videos of me having sex with them without consent 10 times out of 10 over being like assaulted.
Well, I do.
I mean,
That's
I feel
right.
like when it comes to like making content with someone, though, I care a lot more whether or not like they're abused.
Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Trib. Appreciate it, homie. Thank you very much. If you guys want to send donos, the best way to do it is through tips. There's a link in the description for tips. For super chats and stuff like that, YouTube takes 30% out. But if you want to send donos, it'll still read your TTS if you use tips instead. And I get the money immediately, whereas with super chats, I got to wait 2 months. But everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate y'all coming to join.
Second case when it comes to making content with them.
I don't know.
beyond insane.
Both are pretty bad.
Also, we're gonna do a 10-minute timer, and once that timer runs out, then the chat is gonna vote on.
I have yeah, okay, so I have
So we're starting
probably
that
less than
now.
a minute left. Yeah, I probably have less than
I
a minute
just
left here
wanna-
on my thing.
No,
It's
you have
just
a
like-
10. We have 10
Okay.
minutes. You guys can all. It's a like a battle royale. Everyone give your take, and everyone say when
Actually,
you
no,
disagree.
Legacy.
Say
You
when you
still
agree.
only have 1 minute.
I just wanted to comment on what Legacy said too. I hear a couple people, I think it was Mr. Girl and somebody else, conflating being recorded without consent as rape, and I find that problematic. I think if we start conflating
That ain't true
these...
though. That's not.
Yeah, no, I don't
Sorry.
agree with that. I don't
I've heard
want
it conflated with
to.
revenge porn, but not rape.
I've heard
Mm.
a couple people
consent-
conflate
is
it as
consent's
rape
in common,
because
but, yeah.
because
There
it's a
have been.
violation. It's a sexual
Okay.
consent violation. They're calling it rape, and I think that's hugely problematic. to Start
They're
conflating those two.
Exaggeration.
Yes,
They're
definition.
exaggerating.
and I
It's
would
important to
agree.
like nail down definitions with things. Yes, yep, I agree 100%.
So regarding whether or not someone has like a criminal history outside of like their streaming thing, I think we have a good question to ask is like, how many rapists do we want in the streamer space?
No, none. We don't want any. We want
Well, yeah,
zero
that's
rapists
my
in the
argument,
streamer
is-
space.
It's like if
Okay.
you well, that's my argument though. Is like if you find out
Zero.
someone's has done that, then you don't want to
But-
associate with them based on that logic.
But hold on.
Right.
Even if like you zero, but everyone's always accused of some kind of shit. Like even if it's not true, it's slander. You know what I mean?
Always accused.
Everyone's accused of that.
I don't think that's what we're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I also don't even know. I don't even know when it comes to like again. I think it matters more. If they use their position as a content creator to do that, that's what matters. If I'm gonna decide whether to like help them in their content creation journey by creating content with them, and B, it would matter if they've changed their behavior since then as well. Like I guess like I wouldn't. I think we're all for rehabilitation here, right? Like
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily hold the fact that like someone raped someone when they were 18 against them forever when it comes to like, can I interact with them? Can I be on a panel with them?
Well,
I don't
first
know
of
if
all,
I would care about
I
that
don't think we're
forever.
qualified to determine when someone's rehabilitated, and like they could just become better at hiding it, and we wouldn't know because we're not particularly like clued into every
be right
aspect
back.
of their life.
Well, how would you ever falsify that?
At the same time, I think that this is the problem that we're kind of getting into is like, yeah, you have your own personal motivations, but I think we should also have our collective motivation for, we probably don't want rapists in this scene just as a general rule, right? So that's probably good not to interact with them. There are other people who can provide the same value without being a rapist, and those people are inherently better, in my opinion.
So to
I
play
feel like
devil's...
it's very dependent on the sorry, just 1 second. I feel like
Yeah.
it's very dependent on the situation, but I feel like as a general rule, if somebody like is like legitimately raping people, they should probably be gone. And
Well, first they
I
should be
mean-
stopped from raping people. Sorry.
no, yes, thank you, thank you. Yes,
As a
they should be.
devil's
They should first be
advocate,
stopped.
So I've been watching recently these like extreme Muslim debaters arguing like the age of consent laws and stuff. Which I feel like if you're advocating for grown men to be able to marry prepubescent girls, that's like kind of rapey. I would probably still debate those people. That's probably the one exception.
Well, I don't think you're always
What do
bringing
you
people
guys think is
into-
worse? Being a pedophile or rape? What would you guys say is worse?
I mean, being a non-offending pedophile obviously is better than raping someone.
Okay, well, shit. Well, now
Like,
you
if you're
now
just a
got nuance, you
non-offending
motherfucker.
pedophile,
Like, if you're just sitting in your
Like-
room, like, man, I really like Stranger Things season 1, versus a guy who's going out and like getting in women's restrooms and fucking raping them. Yeah, sure. Obviously,
yeah, I'd say the second person there is causing actual harm. The first person there is.
I agree.
I mean,
this is
there's
why
a potential for
people hate
harm, but
nuance because I had such an easy answer and now I have to give 2 answers. You've
I
literally
want to give it
doubled my
to
work.
Devil at one point. I'll wait till you go, Mel.
Give
Oh
3.
no, well, obviously it's what they said. Like, if you're not offending, that's better than being like someone who has raped somebody. But like,
Well, but you're just you asked the question in like a weird way. You could have just said, "Hey, is like raping a child worse than raping an adult?" Could have
Well,
just
yeah.
said that.
If you're an offending pedophile, then not only are you raping, but you're also raping a minor. So it's kind of, you know.
I just want to
It's-
point out
it's two
Xena's
crimes in one,
eating
two crimes
while
in one.
listening to this conversation. I don't know how squeamish she is, but I couldn't. I couldn't.
I want to go back to the politics for a little bit because I do think we should scrutinize people's behavior. But I will say one thing the right does really well is when someone fucks up, they all sweep for him. And I think it's in a way it's like really effective for the party where like someone does something really bad in their right wing, everyone will ignore that completely and they'll put that guy up.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
it
that's
could
not
maybe
why
be
we're
good for
not
the left,
them.
pragmatically.
That's why we're not
Yeah.
them. Like, that's why we choose our side and not theirs.
think
Because we don't do that shit.
yeah, I mean, I think
It
it's
does hurt us. But...
probably better for us if
Well-
we like say. I mean, maybe they're more connected, but like, I don't feel like the streamer space is having a big impact on like actual politics. Like, I
Yeah.
think it's fair to say like it could kind of be weird if Destiny was still interviewing people in the DNC. That might not necessarily be a great thing. I just don't know. I just really don't think Destiny and Hassan and all these even big streamers have that big of effect on like actual politics. So I don't know if it matters that much if Destiny sent these
You say
news
that, but
a year ago.
Aiden Ross was called out in a Trump inauguration speech. So I don't
Also,
know.
what a
Maybe
lot
they
of
could make it
people
But he's not a
do.
political streamer. Like,
Yeah,
it's-
he's not.
it's-
He's not.
he's a
But
streamer.
he
It
did do
doesn't
a
matter.
stream with
Well,
Donald
I mean-
Trump. He did do a stream with
Yeah.
Trump. So I think that's important to note.
Non-political streamers have bigger impact than political streamers.
But it's also
Couldn't you-
worth
couldn't you,
pointing
like,
out that
not
like
pronounce
a lot of
fascism or
people
something?
go to like the right wing, right? When they have these accusations and they're no like persona non grata with like liberals and the left. That's who their new bread and butter becomes. And so I think that in that sense we have an argument of like, do we really want Destiny going to the left? I'd personally just rather minimize his impact, but if we can't avoid that, then maybe there is something to be worried about there.
I would agree with you if we were just talking about like streams and him interviewing people and debating people, because like we can't quantify how much that actually does politically for the left. But unfortunately, he did stuff like Georgia, and he did some other ones, but I was like out of the space at the time. He did a bunch of canvassing stuff, and they broke records as far as like how many people they could get on the streets canvassing. I wouldn't discount that at all, especially the Georgia one.
And I think on the
That is
left
true, I
right
guess.
now, we have a lack of like entertainers in the political space, which I think Destiny is good at, being entertaining and like politically aware too. And the right has a lot of that right now, and the left is kind of lacking that.
We definitely need
44.
more
I haven't
DI.
heard anything from you. Would you like to give your opinion on the original question and maybe on do you think pedophilia is
Would you-
worse or do you think rape is worse?
I would say that
Wait, who made that question, Danny? You?
Danny made the question.
Yeah.
It's the
That's
question.
not
It's the
extreme.
question for the
You know
panel.
what I mean?
It's
No, I mean that's an
Question for the
extreme.
panel.
But if I were to pick, like, if I were to actually have to pick one, I would say that rape is worse because pedophilia. Hold on, before everyone goes ahead and riots on me
Hot
and
take, hot take.
pitchforks. Hold on. So with pedophilia, I mean, you can be a pedophile, but don't you're not raping anybody. You can feel like you like children or whatever. But
What
like
if it's like a
rape,
little
like,
3-year-old and you're like finger blasting like a 3-year-old with your like
Holy
hand?
Okay,
shit,
Danny,
dude.
first of all, let's not make
Chill out,
hypotheticals
chill
like
out.
that.
No,
No, that's pretty
Chill.
fucked. That's like
Chill.
pretty
You can't
fucked.
even say that. No.
Yeah, Jesus.
But see
No.
what I mean? But I mean,
That's
It's
why
so
fucked
rape.
up.
Let's not
That's what I'm
imagine that.
saying.
Let's
That's
not do
like,
that.
Yeah, you see, I like
Wow,
you already.
okay.
People do that, dude. It's a fucked up world.
Why would
So
you even
look,
think about
because-
that
Danny,
sentence?
This
I'm
is a-
thinking
this
worst
is a
case
Danny,
scenario.
we're on
Oh
That's
Twitch.
my
like
We are
worst case
streaming.
scenario.
Can I answer?
That's
Can I
like
answer?
worst case scenario.
So okay,
And
so
then,
pretty much what I'm saying
like,
here
worst case
is
scenario for
that
rape. Think about like
if
the
you-
two worst case scenarios.
okay, being a pedophile is a little bit better than rape because I mean a pedophile. Hold on, a pedophile may have these thoughts, but a rapist will rape, which is gonna pretty much traumatize somebody.
What if the pedophile? What if the pedophile is like not raping kids, but they're sharing explicit content of kids?
It depends with who, though. It depends at the end of the day with who.
No, it doesn't depend. It's fucking
Yeah, it does
disgusting.
not- yeah.
Like I
Oh, I know,
yeah.
but I know. Oh,
That's
hold
what
on.
I'm
Whoever
saying.
said that's
Legally, if you share
hold
with
on,
one
hold
person,
on.
I think
that's-
Whoever
pedophile is
said
way
that's
worse.
It's still,
disgusting.
yeah.
Hold on.
Here's the
Well,
thing.
this is a-
Here's how you got fucked with this
Oh my
question.
God.
I mean-
You should never be the
No, it's
devil's
not.
advocate when it goes when it's rape versus pedophilia. Never be the
No,
devil's
no,
advocate.
hold
and
on,
argue
hold
with
on.
your
That's what I'm
Is that-
saying.
Hold on.
Pedophile is like the
You
worst.
sound
Relax, chill out.
fucking
Can I
insane.
answer? Can I answer? Chill out.
You
Can I
coming
answer?
up with what ifs of maybe this
No,
wouldn't be so bad. No, it's all
can I
fucking
answer? Can I
disgusting. There
answer?
shouldn't even be a discussion. Your brain shouldn't even be wrapping around the idea of children
We all
in any
know
way,
it's
shape, or
disgusting.
form.
We're
Hold
on a
on.
fucking
Go-
kick panel
answer,
talking about
answer.
We're not
pedophilia. You don't have to like
justifying.
virtue
Yeah, and
signal
getting
I
taken
didn't
out
make
of context
questions.
with shit that literally people will put
Yeah,
on
look,
Twitter and get people
look,
banned.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I'm
sure
on
all
this
our
bitch
careers
too.
will be ended
And I don't want to
tomorrow.
get
It'll be
clipped out of no fucking context.
Well, you
We
are.
can change
Okay.
topics. We can change
Look.
topics.
Look, I can't call you an old man because you're not a man. But look, relax, chill
44.
out.
How do you
You
want
can
to
just
conclude
call
this
her
topic? We
abuela.
have 50 seconds left.
Yeah,
You said the
abuela,
least. How do you
grandma.
want to conclude this segment?
What?
44. Wrap us up.
Keep
with
dating
I'm
this
just
her
gonna
conclusion.
say, like, who asked the question? I mean, it's not my fault. I'm just saying, like, if
The
you're if they're
fucking
sharing that
finger
shit with,
blast guy.
oh my gosh,
not-
Don't
man,
even bring
relax.
it back up.
His legacy.
You
Yeah,
guys
what's
are
up?
weird.
Alright,
All
I'm
of you guys are weird.
shaming him. I have to shame him. That was disturbing.
Yeah, for shame.
All of you guys are fucking
For
weird
shame.
as fuck. All of you guys. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Am I not able to answer?
What's wrong with
Let me-
all
let
of
me-
you?
I like my evil lighting. You guys like
I
that?
think,
when
I
I
think
pointed
Danny,
out that
should, I
Xena
think
was
Danny might be
eating
up for
and we should
elimination.
Matches
after that.
the Israel flag, right? Yeah.
Like, literally, what the fuck am I supposed? Like, what am I supposed to answer? It's all like, don't ask that question
Pedophile's
if
the
you don't
worst
want to answer.
one.
This is my Israeli flag. Basically the same thing.
Listen, I'm fucking Jewish.
Jeez.
Look, I support my people. I'm not gonna litigate hating
Time's up, guys.
Israel,
Time's
loving
up.
Palestine.
Oh, yeah,
I think
voting.
everybody
Oh
needs
my
to get
gosh,
along.
man.
Everybody should. We should have a one state. Everybody integrates.
You know what this
It's
is?
gonna be
The
all
dark
good.
side of the dark
You know
side
what?
of
Israelis
Discord
should,
is what this is. You know what it is? You know what I mean? The
What are-
dark guys.
Israelis
I just
already
looked at
have
your
the
camera. What are you in a
Wait,
gay
wait,
bar? What's
quiet,
going on?
Everyone quiet. Everyone
me?
quiet. 1 second. Hey, shut up. Time is
No!
up. Someone
Chill
will be
out.
eliminated from this panel.
Chill out.
How do you want to do the voting, Danny? Because this is your idea. Do you want there's chat to vote?
Yeah, do like a kick poll, and then we're gonna vote to keep. I guess.
Let's vote, guys. Let's
Whoever
vote.
gave the best take.
I have
out
a
of all
lot.
these
I have a
people.
lot of juicy stuff planned for the conversation after this. So let's
Kick
get
or
this
keep?
on the
Kick or
road.
keep?
No,
I
Well,
can't
obviously,
imagine
kind
what
of-
kind of
So you've
depravity
already-
it would
Me.
take for someone to vote me.
We should
Yeah.
kick Foolery.
Yes, let's get the. How do you do a poll?
Tomfoolery is cool because
I got
I'm pretty
it,
sure
I
he
got
plays
it, I got it.
Minecraft, so he goes
Really?
hard.
Okay.
I don't know.
Um,
We'll make a poll.
So you guys are voting to
Thank
keep
Danny
with
for
like
that
whatever.
weirdo shit.
Melanie goes hard. I'd vote off like
Danny.
Xena or Princess or Danny probably if I
Alright,
had to
guys.
give my personal opinion.
I'm not
Yeah, we
on
need
there.
write-in
I'm not on
options.
there.
People need to be
You guys
able
are
to write
voting.
Oh
to
no!
keep- you guys are
Oh
voting-
really?
I made
Oh
the
no
poll.
shit!
It's
Oh,
the people
really?
we don't know. It's the people that aren't as well known.
Just so we're
It's
clear. So
not
That's
official.
so fun.
Not official cast.
Who's not
members.
well known here? Francis? Sorry.
Me.
I take that back. Sorry.
just so we're
sorry.
clear, we're voting
I
for
have
keeping.
perms to kick you. I'm part of the show.
Vote
Oh,
for
sorry.
keep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Vote
he's the
keep,
co-host.
keep,
Don't
not
disrespect
kick.
him.
Vote keep.
I'm
not
sorry. I
kick.
know.
So
Yeah,
in
well,
the
I'm here
meantime,
because of
today,
Princess. I'm here because of Princess.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
doing
Shut.
monkey.
All right,
I
guys,
was
shut
doing
up.
a
One at a
meatball
time.
and
One at a
monkey.
time.
Okay.
And some random guy recognized me, and he was streaming on Kick too.
God, you look so pretty right now, Xena.
Stop.
So what are we doing? We're posting who was getting keep.
I wish
Keeping
I
the
could have
people-
some of that pizza. I
Does
wish
chat
you,
know
me,
what
and
we're doing?
Darius could kind of.
Does chat know what's happening right now? Have we explained this
I
correctly?
don't know.
The
No,
people
yes,
that
yes,
gross
we're
me out.
voting. Voting in Darius's chat.
Chat.
Kick chat.
Vote.
Keep,
Chat, you're
Vote.
not
voting to kick
kick.
me off.
No.
Keep,
Are they even?
not kick.
I don't know
Chat,
why.
is on
chat,
there,
you're
vote
voting to
keep.
kick me off. Chat, vote to kick me off.
No,
Right-
keep.
oh,
I
right.
actually like Melody. Keep Melody.
Right now, 44 is in last place.
Vote Melanie.
I'm in last
Looks
place.
like Monfon's
Yeah,
like
keep
totally
this. Get
crushing
this.
everyone.
I honestly, I don't know if they might have
44
been
dynamic.
trying
more
to vote to
44
kick me.
static.
I don't know.
Oh my god. Why are they gonna vote to vote What to kick me off? I'm almost gonna pass
44.
tomfoolery. I probably already get more views than tomfoolery.
I just
What
want
the
to point this out.
Just
I
some
just want to point
advice.
this out.
There's no way you
Just
get
some
more.
neutral advice, 44. I
What?
often worry that I ramble incoherently, but then I listen to you and I know I'll never run that risk.
And your mic is
Based.
so loud.
So based.
Sorry.
Or it was at
That's
one
how
point.
he
I think it's
wins.
okay now.
I'm
Yours
I'm
is
the
so
one
loud.
who's
Forty-
voted
forty-
for
forty-
it.
forty-
microphone. You win any argument.
Say as
think
far
44
as- Can I say
One
something
at a
real
time,
quick?
guys. One at a time.
Bro, you got hella crazy lights, dude. It looks like the LGBT police be outside your window right now.
Stop. I'm just gonna say, like, as far as the second.
44, I just want to play this out real quick. Before you say anything, I just want to point out we now have about 712 viewers, and you have 2 votes.
Of course, your viewers don't.
You know what? I respect the
I think
sympathy.
for
I respect the sympathy votes.
Oh my gosh, man.
No, dude, you barely had any opinions. You barely spoke. You didn't say anything. And when you did say something, you said almost nothing of substance.
Tom is
Wait,
right, but 44 is not one of those people that we're okay.
Blow your nose.
Of course, like I mean, look. To be fair though, Francis and tomfoolery, my audience is probably a lot different than your guys's, but I do pull more, if not, similar viewers than tomfoolery. If not, I'm gonna pass tomfoolery very soon here. In viewership.
Oh, nice. Awesome. That was sick. I'm
I'm
happy you
checking
said
right
that.
now.
I mean, like, why? Like,
Dude,
I mean,
44 's
to be fair though,
44 's
like
goated.
your viewership, like you, obviously they're gonna vote me off though because they don't know me. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
so what we're gonna do?
Bro, they don't know me,
They
but
don't
I have
know
way
you.
less views than both of you.
Oh my gosh.
He sounds like the
Okay,
Mexican
search
I
up-
did
Yeah, I
fraud
clicked on his
Sarah Johnson
profile.
is
He doesn't
racist.
even have any
Instagram
links. He has
account.
no links. I don't know who you are, where you come from.
You
Where do
sound
you
like the
stream?
Mexican doing fraud with Ben and
Okay,
Instagram account.
hold
You
on.
sound just
Can I
like
speak?
him.
Can I speak?
Dude, I'm looking at
Search
view
up-
stats right now. 44 Dynamic has 7K views in the last 28 days. Tomfoolery has 184,000. What are you on about, bro?
You're not looking at the right
That is
channel.
so
I have more
multiple.
views than you in the last 28 days, man.
That is some multiple.
Okay,
of
hold on.
100
How many do you have in the last 28 days?
In the last 28 days, let me check. I think it's around 9,000.
Oh, dude, wait, non-fun's
No,
the
hold on,
goat.
then,
Wait,
hold on,
he's pulling
hold
up the receipts.
Local
Yes.
Kings. Local Kings. I'm local
I have
Kings. Alright, search it up.
10,000, over 10,000 in the last 28 days.
Yeah, I had 2 months in a row with over 1 million views
Local
within
Kings.
the last 3
Local
months.
Kings.
He
Okay.
has the professional
guys,
lighting.
The votes are in. The votes are in, guys. It seems like
Well, hold on.
won.
Tomfoolery. Like I said again,
Wait, shut the fuck
tomfoolery.
up. Shut the fuck up. Mute. I'm gonna mute you. All right, guys. So the votes are in. What we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna move the people that lost into the waiting room, and when we run out of content, we're gonna move you back in to do another round. Just in order to win, usually what's best for these things is to just literally not take it seriously and just be entertaining. But yeah, we're gonna move you guys out to the waiting room. If you guys want to stick around in case we do another one, you guys are totally welcome to do so. So thank you 44 Dynamic, thank you Melanie, thank you 6 Hosty, thank you Non-Fon.
Ghosty.
Thank you Legacy. Oh,
Wait, this is not how vote keep works, by the way.
Toasty.
You eliminate
This
one
is-
person. Are you
this
saying you're
isn't
gonna move
Kicker
all of
Keep.
us?
Yeah, bro.
No, you vote.
Too many
No,
people.
wait.
We're keeping
No,
non-fawn?
you don't know how
We're
this
keeping
works.
everyone but non-fawn.
Listen.
Okay.
I just want to review this video
We do
that
the
Destiny did
rule!
today. Let's just review Destiny's VOD for today and call it a day. Can we just do that, please? I've been waiting for that.
I
I'm
had
gonna
the
come
link-
to
I had the-
Danny's room
I had
and
the
I'm gonna
link
tickle
with the
Danny.
timestamp in chat. I've got the link with the timestamp in chat.
All right. Do we
Okay.
want to? Do you want me to screen share?
I can do it, whatever you want.
We'll screen share.
All right, we're gonna move you guys to waiting room.
Let me know when
Okay,
you're ready.
bye.
Give me 1 second. Can I pull it up again?
All right. So what's this timestamp of?
Legacy, like,
This is his latest stream, the beginning of the stream, where he made a new statement today.
Well, again, we got rid of
All
Melanie,
right.
who was like the one dissenting opinion here, right? Like,
Yeah, I also like the
Well-
keep not kick is like you vote the least voted person gets
with
kicked.
like 10
You
people.
don't kick
We just had, like, 10
everybody that
people.
doesn't get voted the most.
I'll
Like,
sacrifice
that's how-
myself for Melanie. I'll
I don't know, I'm
sacrifice
happy with
myself.
this.
No,
outcome.
you don't have to. It's fine. We'll try to, I'll be quiet.
It's okay. Let's do Melanie for
You be a
Danny.
little quiet. We can just try
No.
to
Ghosty was
Be chill.
Ghosty was
I
also being
sacrificed.
contrarian.
Sacrifice for Melanie. Melanie, they really wanted you to stay. I'll be sacrificing my spot for you.
All right.
Thank you.
Long
No,
live
no.
Melanie.
Damn, let's watch the statement. Let's
well, then bring Ghosty back.
Who cares?
Too,
I'm not acknowledging. Listen, who cares? He'll come back whenever he's ready. This is autistic. Okay, so we're gonna watch it, see what Destiny's opinion is. Obviously, Stephen Kenneth Bonnell's first comments might change some of your perspectives, Melanie, on how you're feeling about how Destiny's handling this, or maybe it'll keep it the same. We're gonna find out right now. Let's go ahead. Let's dig in. Are you guys ready? Is everyone watching?
Yep.
Yep.
All right,
let's go.
A lot of you. It's going to be a really disappointing stream, and I'm glad. I'm glad it's going to be disappointing. I wanted to disappoint you.
I'd put it like 1.2.
Can we? Yeah, I was gonna say 1.25. Dude,
Or
Prawn,
1.5, yeah.
genius. What a god. What a god. Princess, I love you, brother.
If you have something to add, just tell us when to pause.
Okay.
Fuck, I should have written stuff down actually. For the juicy stuff, this is what I will say. I'm glad that I've inspired so many people to go the litigation route. However, unfortunately, that severely restricts what would be wise for me or what I am capable of saying publicly about anything. I do look forward to the continuation of and ideally the resolution of that process, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think my two legal teams now are probably going to hate me for saying anything at all. So I can't really say much insofar as that goes, unfortunately. Fuck, I should have written down what I wanted to say. Here are a couple of things that I'll say that have been kind of like bouncing around in my brain. The first thing is, the first thing I will say, well, I'll say the most important thing, okay? Regardless of what you've heard online, or regardless of your desire to simp for me, or shit on me, or simp for anybody else or whatever, obviously, taking any things or sharing any things non-consensually is never good. Don't ever do that. Don't defend that. Don't be that guy. I only say that because I saw some people were typing shit over the past week who were like, oh, like, this doesn't matter. Who cares? Even if this did happen or whatever. That's not cool, okay? So, number one, don't be that guy, okay? Number one, who's defending anything like that, okay? Don't do that. Number one. Number two, there are a lot of communities that are preying on my downfall, okay? Because all of this is now super public, but because it's also coupled with litigation or threats of litigation, it kind of restricts the public movements that I can make.
Okay, so something I heard a lot of other people talking about, and again, he's talking about litigation and the moves he can make. I saw people also commenting on this video as it was going live in other Discords and other communities about how he wasn't making any statements or he wasn't like showing any apologizing for any of his behaviors. Again, this is all because of, again, litigation, right? Because of the law, he can't like apologize and say, hey, I did this, and I apologize for it or whatever, because he is getting sued, correct? Or am I fucking retarded?
No, you're actually correct.
You're right, yeah.
You're already correct. No, technically, no. There's telling your fans and like being a good like he's a role model. Like he's telling them obviously wrong is wrong. Don't defend wrong just because you're a fan of me.
Yeah.
He can't say, oh, I'm really sorry. The moment he says sorry, they could clip that and be like he's showing remorse, meaning he's showing guilt, as in he's admitting he did this, that, and the third. They use that literally anything and everything you do can and will be used against you. So he cannot even apologize until after.
Yeah.
You're not
whatever
wrong in
conviction.
like a lot of cases, but you can also look at like corporations and how they apologize even when they're under legal scrutiny, and they just choose their words very, very carefully. And I'll agree. Like, first of all, I wouldn't be satisfied if Destiny did that. Also, it's a bit much of it to ask for him, but it almost seems like in that case maybe you shouldn't say anything. Just you shouldn't do the stream if like you're actually that.
I mean,
worried,
but he has to come back. He has to like.
Yeah, he still has a
continue his
fucking
career.
job.
He has to work.
Everyone would be yelling at him to address it, and even saying the thing he can say, which is "Don't defend this." By the way, it's probably a good thing, telling his audience to not.
Yeah, the problem is that he did already like kind of admit. So an apology is going to be seen as some sort of admission to guilt, and he said in the DMs with Pixie, he said in DGG chat, he said like in a number of places, I know I fucked up. I know I screwed up. I'm really sorry I put
Yeah, and after
put you
that,
in
he
this
can't say
situation.
anymore.
Yeah, so now like he's already kind of fucked with those public statements, and he's got to just keep it as quiet as possible. And for anybody who's upset that he's not apologizing, they like those things should be what they're looking at to say, oh, he is apologizing to the people that matter, not a bunch of fucking dumb fuck, chatters. He's apologizing to the people that were actually hurt by this.
Yeah, I was thinking the counter argument that I'm going to see is that he did kind of admit to doing it unconsensually already previously, and I think I don't remember if his Reddit statement say that he did send out things unconsensually.
It just said that
to
he
other people?
apologized for it.
That he apologized for it. So does that mean he can't do it on stream?
I'm saying that he's probably not going to want to keep repeating the apology. Like it's probably bad enough that the apology is out there, so he doesn't want to keep repeating it.
Gotcha. How would that even, if you've already said it once, does it really matter legally if you say it?
I mean, different people like he.
I mean, it's not better,
like
but
with Melina. I'm saying it has been a recurring theme of that's been discussed.
Video evidence would be more admissible than like a text-based thing, and so I'll give that much credit. I will point out though, like another example is like rock stars who say who apologize to their fans about letting them down for these sort of things. They don't always make an admission of guilt, but they just say, I'm sorry if I've let you down.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, Darius, you admitted to. What did I admit to, nigga? What are you talking about? Why does Destiny look like Nathan? Yeah, he looks fucking. What is up with his filter thing here? Is this like a filter? Like his face is smoothed out. It must be like a camera thing. Or like
his lighting is different. His aperture is messed up on the video right now.
It's just like
so
brighter than normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a new room?
But I'm not saying it is a new room. I'm not saying that he shouldn't apologize to the fans and that there's no value in an apology whatsoever. I'm not saying there's no value in an apology to the community whatsoever. I'm saying that when there is litigation in the future, that obviously the court cases are going to be the more important thing, and that he has to prioritize those. And so, yeah, there's no reason for people to expect that from him while that's what's happening.
I think this is what Ghosty was going back to saying. Those if you did it and you are remorseful, then why fight it? He's putting himself in a position to fight it. I'm a little I'm a foot in both lanes on that. I kind of get why you also kind of want to protect your ass, because then people can actually lie about you if more easily by doing that and stuff like that. So there is also a reason not to just just because you did it, just open up the floodgates. But there's definitely a difference in how I think people should approach things if they're innocent versus remorseful because they're guilty.
Does it matter if he admits on video that he's sorry? Low IQ monkey says pushing P. It does. I think it does matter. And it does matter, again, for what Tom Foolery was saying, it just sounds like it matters if he's repeating it a bunch and just consistently doing it. Makes it harder for him to engage legally with it.
Okay,
apology is kind of an admission of guilt in a way. Go ahead.
Just real quick, Carrier is in the waiting room. They're gonna probably say the most retarded shit you've ever heard in your entire life, but
I'm down for Carrier. I'm down for Carrier, but let's continue the video. Are you ready?
Okay.
That was my third.
Okay, this is just gonna be Destiny for 5 minutes, doing shit with the cat and asking the cat if they want to open the door to the bathroom. It's just this for another.
With the cat here because he freaks.
Maybe skip a minute or two ahead.
Are you saying that that's not valuable content?
I love a kitty cat, but it's probably
that
not
could heavily sway my opinion about him.
Yeah.
That
says a lot about you.
Weird things.
Perhaps.
I know.
Why? I don't know why. But
While we're finding time, I have a question because I didn't watch this entire stream. Is it true that he sold erudite bridges? I thought I read that somewhere.
He makes a comment. He makes a comment about it going. We'll get into it in a minute.
Crazy. Some people have been waiting with a knife behind their back, waiting to strike. Well, all I'll say is that fuck me. I should have written down a speech or something. I fucked myself. There's a lot of weird. There's a lot of weird people talking together and doing really weird things. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I kind of know why, but I really am looking forward to the litigation process, depending on how far it goes or whatever. I'm really looking forward to that being finished so that I can speak a little bit more about this, although I won't as much. I will say that hold on, I can't mention any particular thing. I can't mention anything with any specificity. Yeah, fuck. I think I just have to wait for things. Yeah, that's all I can say. One thing I will say, one thing that sucks, I don't know if this should be considered signal to noise, but when I'm speaking to my community or my fan base, there's like a lot of other people that are out there and who are not looking for anything good whatsoever. Don't mind fuck yourself paying attention to the haters that we're always going to hate no matter what. There are people out there who are like fucking frothing at the mouth to bring on highly questionable people who've said stupid shit in the past and who continue to say stupid shit, who think that like now all of a sudden these people have like keen insight, and they absolutely do not. I will say that over the past year, like 2024, I've kind of like distanced myself from like a lot of these communities, and now 2025, obviously we've had the master distancing for a ton of people. So hopefully we continue to move in that direction. Or not actually, no, we don't move in that direction anymore. That's done. Now we're like hardcore fucking separated. Can you blacklist some of these people? Yeah, there's a lot of these people I'm probably just never talking to ever again. I did say, I want to write up a list of all the people, actually, hold on. Because there were some people that messaged me to like figure out like what was actually going on.
I mean, do you think it's reasonable for him to not want to interact with like, I personally think it's reasonable for him not want to interact with like people like JSTLK anymore. But it's like people for him not to say anything and him also not to say much about like what's going on. It makes kind of sense why people are like, I'm just going to take the other person's side because he's not really talking. Also, how are you supposed to reach out to someone? Because I think right after this, he says like, I'm going to show you how many people reach out to me about like this spreading around. Like, how are you supposed to reach out to someone about something like that? Like, if one of your home girls comes to you and it says like, hey, Jamar raped me, how are you supposed to like go to Jamar and be like, hey, did you rape that girl? Like, I don't know how you're supposed to engage in that conversation. Like, what? Like,
I mean, you ask them what happened, and you take whatever they say and interpret it as you feel is like right.
I mean, to me, if I'm saying, hey, there's a lot, because I've been through this as well, where I've said to people like, oh, you guys, I said over and over, there was more context to this, but I didn't want to leak everything. If people came to me behind the scenes, I would like give them information, but I didn't want to put things out in the public. Or I've said, people started to jump to conclusions about things, and instead of asking me about it, they just went live and stated their conclusions that they, the ones that they jumped to as though they were facts. And so for all of these people, yes, if they had reached out to me, I might have felt a little bit different. But now that you've just gone and made up a bunch of shit about me, or, used your conspiracy theories, or refused to actually look at, you were convinced and refused to look at any of the evidence that would prove you wrong, that like, yeah, I'm just going to cut you people off if you're not actually like willing to even reach out to me and talk to me about this shit, especially when it comes to friends, not with like random people that I don't know.
Do you think that includes people like Turkey Tom?
I would assume so, because they've hung out in person.
That'd be insane.
Like when you say friends, that raises the question for me, like if from a professional business relationship, that actually kind of makes sense. They're just antagonistic towards you now. So how are you going to work together? But from like a parasocial sense, like, I don't know how parasocial we should be with each other because of these things. It seems like that kind of like draws, like kind of fuels this drama culture.
I mean, where
we are so offended when somebody we do like does something wrong, or that we don't like does something wrong. And we have these kind of like predetermined biases.
Well, if you're willing, why does everyone have to make a statement? Because IRL, like you could just not talk about the stuff and that's proceed normally. But I think when you're a content creator and you're public facing, it's kind of like if you don't say anything, you don't make a statement, it's almost seen as like an endorsement. Like,
yeah, it sounds like you're standing by it for sure.
Yeah.
This is what I said
it's
earlier.
Also, your audience is always going to berate you about it to say something. So,
well, also, I mean, like a lot of these people like went on to Jizzy's stream and were like talking about stuff, and he was a little bit like, hey, this person needs to make a statement. He was kind of like bothering people about it. And being pretty strong. Like, well, I don't know if you guys watched him talk to Wes about it, but he was very much trying to like push him in a certain way to like talk about it or condemn Destiny. Same thing for Vegan Gains when I saw him talk to him as well. It seems pretty hard to exist in these spaces or exist in places around him and not like say something about it. But I mean, like someone like Turkey Tom, I'm very shocked that Turkey Tom didn't engage with him because like that guy that met him in real life, I thought they were relatively close friends. Like for him not to message him, if that is true, seems. I saw him on stream say that he was talking to Destiny about it. So I don't know if like he just didn't talk about the cherry stuff or whatever Steven's talking about, but maybe he's exaggerating. Maybe he's talking about. I doubt Tom didn't message him. That's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, Tom had to. I remember on our stream saying something about talking to him about it.
I thought he did.
So I just want to add real quick. I feel like also commentators are in this also other weird niche where like what I just said earlier, commentators have like even more of a pressure to talk or make a statement on things, and also they had to like kind of remain biased. Where I can see why Turkey Tom probably felt like he had to cut him off, regardless of like whether he agreed with what he did was bad or not, just because he has to kind of seem more neutral as a commentary YouTuber.
I mean, but there's also there's a bunch of other things as well that would like, if things are happening, obviously people expect Turkey Tom to talk about it. And if he doesn't talk about it, yes, now he's going to look bad. But if Destiny did reach out to him and say like, hey, I would appreciate you just not talking about this and not hyping it up. Like I've had a ton of scenarios where people who I wasn't even super close with, that I was just kind of friendly with, who were willing to just reach out to me and say, hey, could you just not talk about this thing? And most of the time I just wouldn't, because like if that relationship or that bridge was more important to me than covering some drama and getting some views off of it, I can't think of a single time that I ever covered something anyways. I think every time somebody asked me not to, I didn't. So there's some part of this that would be incumbent upon Destiny as well to just reach out to somebody and say, hey, I don't really like you talking about this.
Doesn't that depend on what the drama is? Doesn't like, because like if it's like, oh, somebody leaked DMs, but it was really inconsequential because it was nothing important leaked, then like, oh well. But like if it, and it wasn't malicious as well, then who cares, right? But if it's like when it's these sort of things and someone asks you to cover it up, like I feel like you're kind of it's more important to get that message out there like, hey, this person has a red flag about this. You know, we should all be kind of aware of that.
Well, it depends. I'm pretty sure Turkey Tom said that he was like breaking things off with Destiny anyway. So I don't know that part matters. I'm more so just talking about like the ethics of covering something and kind of the thought processes that I go through, because when I do cover something that I know the people involved and I've had interactions with them almost every time, the whole time I'm covering it, I am thinking about what it would feel like from their perspective to watch me cover that thing. But in the case of
regardless of what they did, like even if they were a PDF, you'd be like, yeah, I'm going to let you cover this up.
No, again, hold on. As I said, like it's about like your relationship with that person. If you're somebody who doesn't want a relationship with that person anymore, you're not going to give a fuck if they want you to not talk about it. Like that doesn't mean anything to you.
But how are you talking about ethics where like the morality of the act does not come into question at all? It's just your relationship with them.
Because the morality of the act is what's going to likely dictate whether or not you keep that relationship with them.
So just to be clear, like someone could someone have theoretically a strong enough relationship with you that you would cover them up being a PDF?
Being a pedophile? No, probably not.
Up?
No.
No.
It's covering up. It's covering up.
She's calling not covering it a cover up. Yeah.
I just sounded like at first like you were saying like absolutely. If a friend came, if they were good enough friends and they asked me to cover something up, I'd always do it because that bridge is more important to keep. And it's like, how is it more important to keep it with something like a PDF? So thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, no, but yeah, just to clarify as well, that was just an example.
Though.
It is, but I just to like also add this in, I was just giving like an example of like kind of the thought processes that people go through when they're going to cover these things. There's no reason to believe that Destiny ever asked anybody not to cover this stuff, nor did he ever have a problem with anybody covering it. He just wanted, I guess, if people were jumping to conclusions or if they were just ending relationships with him without ever talking to him first, without ever like, you know, checking with him and saying, hey, what of this is true, what's not true. Like, I believe that's what he's talking about, where he's saying that he's not happy that people didn't reach out to him. Because obviously we know Erudite did reach out to him. We know, I believe Turkey Tom reached out to him. We know a number of people like did reach out to him and talk to him about these things. So when he says 0, he's obviously talking about like a very specific group of people, because we know a lot of people did reach out to him. JSTLK reached out to him. So yeah.
I just thought of another way that like people might feel pressured out of this. I don't know how relevant it is, but like
he said 0 people reached out to him.
Yeah, he said nobody reached out to him, regarding if it's true or not.
He said, I appreciate all of the people who reached out to me, and that list is absolutely nobody. So.
But just to be clear, like, this isn't the only thing that gets in the way of like talking about these things. Destiny has a huge fan base that gets really upset whether or not something's true if you talk about Destiny in a negative light.
Yeah, it's very cultish.
Actually, I want to ask this earlier, and I think this. Do we all agree, whether or not the statements are true, do we not agree Destiny has a really unique power? He has a lot of power to control the narrative. One, just because he's a bigger audience. Yeah, his followers are very passionate. They'll almost like take his message and run with it. Do we all agree he like has like a unique power when it comes to like having a narrative and spreading it, whether it be true or false?
Yeah. Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think what he says here will be really important.
Let's continue then.
Before they kind of decided to do all this like crazy public stuff about it, I just want to read off a list of those people. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was a little bit shocking as well, but okay. What do you want? But yeah, that's basically that's truly a lot of.
Did you message him, Xena?
Yeah, we spoke
about if it's true or not.
No, we talked about other stuff.
Like what?
Like
sexual?
Just talking. No.
Well, I mean, obviously, he's talking about whether or not people reached out to him about this specific scenario, not just in general. Like almost all of us have reached out to him at some point about things.
Let me go see, because I'm not gonna say what we. It was like just brief, like just normal stuff, like
When he's talking about people that made public statements.
His reply, like I talked to him, I sent him a paragraph. I did send him a big ass paragraph. And then he was like, "Oh, thank you, matey." And then he was like, "Regardless of everything, I appreciate you." That's it. Like it wasn't.
Wait, why did he respond? I messaged him too. He didn't respond to me.
He did say that he appreciated the people who sent him messages of support and crap like that. He said he did say that, yep. Yeah, he does say this later. So again, when he's talking about the fact that like people didn't reach out to him, it's obvious that he's talking about a very specific group of people
He's talking about people who covered. He's talking about people who covered his thing and have been making streams about whether or not he did it and are condemning him. People who he was friendly with, people he collabed with, people he was putting on, friends and such alike. None of those people before starting a stream being like, "Oh, did Destiny do this?" Not any of them did they reach out to him, is what he's saying.
But I also know, I mean, that
before
is
giving
also...
their opinion to condemn him.
So I think that's the part, is like condemning him over it or something like that, because I know it is like again, it's based on the relationship, because it's hard when you're somebody who has like just a business relationship with somebody, or you're just friendly with each other, and then they're going through something that everybody is covering. There's obviously a lot going on at that time, and then you're gonna cover it like somebody like me. Like I'm thinking, he doesn't give a fuck.
Saying,
if I reach out to him, like, I'm not going to
ever.
Yeah, I'm not going to go ask him about this. But
I wrote my message to him, and that was that. And then I didn't cover it because, like, his situation, like, maybe I'm retarded, but I consider Destiny a real friend since I knew him for so long and, like, in history, whatever. So, like, I'm like, this situation's got to get handled. I'm not like interested in covering it for my own stream. Like
it just sounds like a paradox to me, though.
Yeah,
because like on one hand you have this agreement, and I agree that the professional kind of business relationship thing does kind of rely on the assumption that you're not going to screw the other person over. But on the other hand, like
I don't do content with him. Like we're not coworker friends. He's said that before. Like we're
no, I wasn't talking about using
food.
I was trying to talk back to like the general thing that he was saying. Was just like if you expect your coworkers to also be your friends, and then thus like you're in this competitive market where this might be really good content to make, like we're being pitted against each other by like the financial incentivization while also trying to maintain these social ties. like what I've noticed is like this creates an atmosphere where it's mostly just people who sound like they're opposed to him, but not a lot of voices of people who might actually like be seen trying to see things from his perspective and stuff like that, while also, you know, maybe having a more critical voice on it because that's the kind of content they make. I think it's better if just because of like if you understand journalism, this is also how it kind of works when things aren't corrupt. Is like you have a duty to report first, so long as you're you know, evidence based and stuff like that, and then maybe your professional ties kind of matter. But like the key thing is like we are here to bring information to our viewers, and that probably should come first.
It depends. Again, it totally depends. I've like I said,
I didn't
like,
hear a single thing that was just said.
There's lots of
Oh, my
times where
apologies.
I
I'm
would
so
like
sorry.
most of my friends I will cover their drama.
Is it,
Like
is
if
it
they're
my
going
audio?
through some shit.
Sorry, Tom.
No,
No,
your
your
audio
audio
is
is
fine.
fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, your
No,
audio
it's
is
me.
fine. But yeah, I most of my friends, if they're going through some sort of drama and there's something happening worth covering, most of the time I'll cover it. And most of the time, but yeah, most of the time I'm not going to reach out to them ahead of time either. But as I said, there's been tons of people who, even though they knew that I was like more defensive
Wait,
of them
why
and more
wouldn't
likely.
you? Like, why wouldn't you? Like, not to cut you off, but why wouldn't you? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're your friend, before having an opinion or saying something, you don't speak to them first at all.
Yeah,
You
because
just
lots
have
of
your
times.
opinion and you would condemn or not condemn. You'd either be like, oh, they're innocent, or oh, damn, what they did was fucked up, without having and that's your friend, and you don't have their version of the story, you just have the version from other people.
No, yeah. So most of the time I would want to, especially if I know that they're getting a lot of heat over something, most of the time I would want to cover it on stream, kind of go over it, see what perspective everybody has, and then have like questions that I would have based on this, and then go and ask them those questions. But if I go and get their version of things first, and I'm already like kind of like twisted on what it is that I'm going into this believing, then yeah, that's kind of gonna like change my perspective. So I want to see the information.
Dude, that's
first,
why you're
and I
friends
want
with
to
the
cover
same
it
dude
fairly.
that robbed you. Like, you're not thinking logically, dude. That's
Well,
why
no,
you're
I
friends
am.
with dudes
No,
that
that
robbed
is
you.
logical. That's what I'm
not
saying.
right.
Is
No,
no,
that
it
is
is.
not
That's what I'm saying.
logical.
I want to go in and I want to like cover it fairly and know that like what I know is true, what I don't know is true, and then based on what I don't know is true, now I know what it is that I would want to go ask them and talk to them about. But that's
What
like,
doesn't make sense.
that's
to me
how
is
I
that
would
you said
expect
you're
people to
gonna
cover my
stream
shit
this
as well.
first. What doesn't make sense to me is that you said you're going to.
What do you mean? You're
this
literally
review
going,
first.
not even to cut you off, but if you're already going over the story, where did the story come from? One side, there's always there's three sides to the story. His, the other person, and the truth. So already if there's a story, guess what? That means you're already reacting to a side. What's wrong with getting his side and then fully analyzing the full picture? And that's how you come to find the truth. Why do you
Also,
think you get arrested, but you don't get convicted of fucking guilty until there's your side and the other side, and then
Sure.
the jury and everybody goes from that. Like, what are you
Sure,
saying?
but the way it works most of the time, I'm sorry, but the problem is that
Especially
the
if
way
it's
it
your
works,
friend, you
the
don't
way it
want the
works,
decency to
that's
ask them if they're okay
that's
with it.
not how it is most of the time, though. Most of the time, like what it is that people put out that a lot of people are getting heat for is bullshit, and you're able to
Most of
just
the
go
time,
over.
their friends aren't the ones doing it.
I'm just allow me to get through a fucking sentence. I understand. Before you keep straw manning,
When
let
you
me get through a
finally come
sentence.
up with a sentence that makes sense, yes.
If
I'll
you,
stop
I
cutting
haven't
you
gotten
off.
through a sentence, so you wouldn't
I
know.
need a coherent statement from you.
You wouldn't know. So yeah, okay, so yeah, so I'm saying that most of the time when people are coming out with shit and they're just attacking people, most of the time, if you go over that, it's pretty clear that they do not have the evidence that they're claiming they have. If they do have the evidence, you don't even need to ask your friend because it's already proven there. If they don't have the evidence, yet they're claiming they have proof, then you're able to sit here and say, yeah, they're acting like this is proof. This isn't proof of shit. Then, yes, now you know where the holes are, and your friend is allowed to fill in the gaps, maybe give you the evidence that, like, tells the rest of the story, and you're able to come out with that and vindicate them on those points. But most of the time, whatever it is that they're attacking them with is complete bullshit from the beginning.
Dude, rest in peace, your friends for real, man. Oh my god.
What did you say?
I want to come in here because why is go ahead. You want to respond to that?
I don't know what she's. I didn't even understand it. She's cutting in and out.
No. This might be a dumbass question, but I'm thinking, why do you have this weird expectation for commentary YouTubers like to make comments about their friends? I think the close analogy is like a reporter, like for a newspaper. I would assume like if you're close friends with someone, you would not be the person writing that story. That'd be like you have a weird level of bias where like, yeah, you probably should not do that. We should probably have someone else not involved cover this scenario.
Well, we're
So I don't know why
not
it's weird.
really journalists. I brought up the journalism
I know it's
thing
not
to say,
exactly the same.
like they're like as media people and public figures, we might want to just alter our standards a bit than like whatever's most personal. What I'm trying to say is that like Tom does have a bias, but I think that actually it's like if we want to have a complete narrative about Destiny, we don't just want the people who hate Destiny the most to be the ones reviewing this. And Tom, like if you actually are being diligent about this, you should be able to check your own biases by first of all doing your research off stream. Also,
Well, I
doing
don't
these
watch any
interviews
of
or
this shit off
talking with these
stream.
people.
I'm very
So you
clear
don't do
about
any-
the fact
you don't do any homework before a stream.
No, yes, I'm very clear about the fact that anything that I watch, anything that I go over, it's the first time I see it
Okay,
when
so
they watch
then
me
that's
see
why
it.
we
So
can't do
yes.
this profession. Then that's why you can't do it professionally, because the professional way to do this would be to review this stuff off stream.
That's
then
not
come
true.
to your come to your conclusion.
That's
and
not
then
true.
Give like a very because what you do in journalism, by the way, is you give facts analysis.
I'm not a journalist.
Facts analysis and then commentary. Where
Yeah,
you
I'm
start
not a
with the
journalist.
facts and then you analyze them and then you do commentary. But no, that's what I'm saying though. Like the professional way to handle this, if you have bias, is to stick to that format.
Right, and I'm sticking to my
mention your
format
bias,
where they
too.
know I'm watching it, I'm going over it, I'm giving my thoughts on it. But if they have proof, they have proof. If they don't have proof, they
Sorry,
don't have proof,
I'll stop
and that's
directing
what
this
you
at
go
then.
over.
You're getting really defensive. I'll stop directing
I'm
this
not.
at you.
I'm
If
not getting
anybody in
defensive.
general
I'm saying
has a
you're wrong.
bias. If anyone in general has a bias because they love Destiny as much as Tom, and they really want to still talk about this, then that would be the way to do it, is to have an objective analysis of this.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Like, yes, if you're going and reaching out to people ahead of time and getting their side because they're your friend, that is not an objective analysis.
No,
I did bring this up.
Very much.
I actually
can
don't
be,
think
like-
that's. I do think that's how it's for. That's especially for journalists. But I do think commentary YouTubers, you're going for their opinion. When you go to watch Turkey Tom, you want to get Turkey Tom's internalized opinion. You want
Sure,
his
no, but
take
I'm
on
not
the
saying
situation.
I'm not
Because
saying
you
you
actually
have to
do
format.
want his bias. Yeah, because I did
Yeah.
I asked that question and I do see analogy there. But I do think we're looking for different things in a commentary YouTuber versus a journalist.
For sure. No, what I'm saying is like if you want to handle it more professionally, that's how you would do it. If you realize that like
Depends on
people
what
are
the
here for my
profession is.
biases. Sure, yeah, but if you're acknowledging like what Pronsa said, that if people are here to acknowledge my biases, then the only thing I think that's important to do is that you acknowledge first of all I have these biases. Now let's go on and talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, yes, if you're going to analyze it objectively, you're going to go and look at what it is that everybody else is seeing and have that information. And most of the time, you can come to some sort of
That's not
conclusion based on
objective.
that. You are going to come
That's
to a
just hearsay
conclusion
evidence.
You are going to come to a conclusion based on what is out there and what is shown to you. There can be proof that's already out there that it doesn't, like, going and reaching out to the person will not change fucking shit because there's already fucking proof. There's a phone call. There's like all the DMs. There's there's a video. Like you don't always need another side on things. Sometimes there is just fucking proof and there's not much
But
that
you
they
won't
can
know
do.
if you need the other side or not until you get the other side.
Wait, no, you don't. No. You don't know you need the other side until you go over it and you know what questions you have, what holes there are, and what it is that you would want to get from the other person. So you first need to know what it is that I'm going to ask the other person and what it is that I think I need from them. Not just like, oh, let me go get your side and then I'll go analyze this information.
Sure, if you want to
It's
talk
an extreme
about order,
analogy, but
that
do you need
Okay,
to get Harvey
so-
Weinstein's side on like that? Like, I don't-
Because he's
yeah, I
talking
don't think
about
he's-
going in with proof, but then you don't. Without that other side, you don't necessarily know what proof is to defer it because there's AI images out there, right? So let's say I went and I said someone raped me, an artist, like some fucking rapper, right? And now I have text messages and DMs from this rapper, and I'm posting it, and it's going viral all over Twitter, and you're friends with this rapper, right? You're just gonna react based off what everybody's seeing, like you said. So you're reacting off the viral tweets and the twit longer I made, right? You don't ask your homie while there's a whole smear campaign going on. You don't be like, yo, did you see this shit? But now, mind you react all that stuff. You do ask your homie and they're like, oh, I don't even know who that person is. You see that we never, ever interacted a day in our lives. And it was just a clout chase.
Right,
and you could
but
have
again,
possibly
that's based
clear
on
that up with your friend to stop that from spiraling out of
No,
control.
that's
Now
what
your
I'm
friend done lost
saying.
sponsors, deals, all of that. So yeah, you could. It is a decency thing if you're friends with someone. That's about your character as a friend.
If it's all hearsay, are you not able to tell that by going over the evidence that it's all hearsay? Do you not know that from looking at it?
If you're looking at what you just said was facts, how do you know it's facts? It could be all fake messages.
Okay, yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that like, yes, once you go over it and you know what is there, like now.
So you're still reacting, and you are still responding to a side of a story.
Correct.
Any way you look at it, it is a side.
Yeah, of course.
And then you're deciding off rip whether or not that side is true or false without hearing the other side.
No, you're deciding on the value of the evidence. And then most of the time, yes, you do want to go get the other side. So like there were times with you, I reached out to you when you had shit and you talked to me. There were also times with you where you said, hey, I just would rather you not cover this. And I didn't. There's a number of times where, yes, like based on what it is that's going on with people, if they want, like based on that relationship, maybe I'm able to reach out to them and ask some questions and they're able to tell me, but I'm asking the questions based on what it is that I'm looking at.
But you
and the
just
questions that I
contradicted
have
yourself
about
because
it.
you just proved to everyone that you do reach out to your friends.
No, I didn't say, no, I said I don't reach out to them before I even watch it or have a clue what it is that I'm covering. I'm saying that, yes, I'm covering it and then I get questions based on what I'm covering. So as I'm covering it and I'm watching it on stream, I'm DMing you saying, hey, this thing seems weird. This didn't make sense, right? And you're like, yeah, no, that was bullshit. Here's this, here's that. And I'm like, oh, okay, can I share this? You're like, yeah, sure. And then I pull up the DMs and show everybody. Like, and yes, I'm able to disprove it live there while I'm going over it. I do reach out to people and ask them questions. Who do we just lose?
Do you think Destiny will mention in this clip if he was actually, in fact, reached out by anybody? Because I think when he said he wasn't reached out by anybody, he was talking more like what
he's talking about streamers that have actually done cover pieces on his current situation. That's why
I don't think he was intending to like.
He wasn't saying, "Oh, not a single person I interact with reached out to me." That's not what he
I
was
am
saying
willing
at
to
all.
give him that much credit there. By the way,
Is it even 100% accurate? Like, didn't him and Nicholas DiOrio talk a little bit before like his video? I don't know. That's what I thought.
Well, maybe he's lying. Maybe we need to have Nicholas DiOrio's side on this.
But yeah, even I was gonna say, even just based on the people here, even Darius as well. With Darius as well, I went and talked to somebody who was accusing him of things and talked to them about it. Was able to very quickly call out their bullshit, tell them that they were lying, tell them that I knew that they were lying because they did the evidence that they were showing was obvious that they were trying to fabricate some shit. And then after we got rid of them, Darius was able to come on and say, yes, I know that they're making up all this shit about me. I know they're fabricating all this stuff about me, and it's kind of obnoxious. So yeah, like I'm not saying that, yes, I would never get sides from people because the people who are here literally know that I do these things.
Well, you know what? The only way we'll get more answers here is if we dig into this video. So let's go ahead.
Culture streams tonight. A lot of cloud hungry people that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying what I am saying. I do think it is kind of funny how crazy the conspiracies spin around me, but yeah, I think that's about all I can say. Yeah. Give us an ETA on when this is all done. I don't really think I can do that. I don't know if that's even possible. But I mean, if stuff starts getting filed, obviously. What's the name of that one guy who did the what's the name of that one guy? Henry Resilient? Maybe he'll go on and he'll start reviewing everything. Has anyone covered it fairly, or should they not cover it at all? I mean, I can't.
Sorry, this video. Has Destiny denied, like, we're talking about whether or not, like, or is it Destiny complaining that he didn't give his side? Has he, like, and I guess he can't legally, but it sounds like he's admitted to a lot of this stuff. I think that the fairy stuff is the only thing that's not been confirmed, but it seems at least the Pixie stuff he confirmed he did accidentally send that to
mean, he did say he doesn't believe that he broke any laws. He said that in his Reddit post. So
I've seen like his apology being used like, oh, it's proof. Like he definitely did this for Pixie. Like he sent some apology. Like, sorry, Pixie, I messed up. This leak happened.
Darius,
That to
how
me,
do
it
you
just
make
seemed
the
like
names bounce?
a substance of guilt.
How about you? What?
How do you make
How about-
the names bounce on your layover?
So I got overlap when the things will bounce when they talk.
I want to do that.
You're gonna do Discord calls?
No, but I still want it.
Okay, sure. All right, we're going to
Stream James.
All right, Darius, you want to keep running your panel for you, or you want to add this?
Wait, I did what? I don't know what you said. What you were saying? I was watching this video. I'm also doing my impulse control classes before I go to jail tomorrow. If I don't finish these impulse control classes, I'm going to jail. I know, and it's already 12 a.m. So I have to do it, or before I fall asleep, or I'm gonna go to jail. I got knocked back 3 different times because the conversation was going, and I was like, "Fuck." I
Bro,
can't.
why are you on stream if you have to finish that? Do you have court tomorrow? Like, why are you even on stream, dude? Go do that shit.
Yeah, I don't know whether to be I
can do both. I can do both.
Sitting in impulse control class right now.
They're gonna send a bench warrant out for my arrest.
You getting deported?
Tonight, they're gonna send a bench warrant out. No, I'm not Mexican.
You're getting deported.
Or other.
I got it.
Other country in. No,
I don't think they care as much.
They said they're gonna give me a bench warrant, whatever that fucking means.
It's a warrant to hold you, like arrest you to make you appear in court, and then they'll judge whether or not, like, because of that, like if you took anything serious, and then decide if you need to go on probation and do all this dumb shit. So yeah, finish that.
I'm trying.
What is this? Is this related to the E-Rob thing or something else?
The E-Rob.
Yeah, it sounds like the classes aren't working very well.
You think I would go to jail for the E-Rob thing, or I would take an impulse control class for the E-Rob thing? Why would that ever be anything negative on me? You should be taking the classes for that. All right.
Yeah, it sounds like there was an impulse to stream, and the classes are not working very well.
No. Yeah, the impulse is my bank account. Okay, let's continue.
Also, to be fair, and I'll defend Darius.
Reasons.
Darius is a. Yeah, actually, let's watch the Destiny, and then I'll do it after.
Wait,
yeah, bro, Prawn, shut the fuck up sometimes.
I was gonna defend Darius.
For real.
And stream and do it. I'm doing it right now. We're making an open panel, and then tomorrow there's going to be a lot more clear because I'm going to be able to workshop this with Prawn in the morning. So you know what?
Tomorrow.
This was literally, we did this in 2 hours, and you know what? It's been successful. We've been holding 700 viewers this whole time, and you know what? That's pretty awesome. We're killing it in DDG. We have plenty of people in the chat. I hated it. You hated what? It's fun. We're literally peaking right now. This is peak content. All right, going to continue. It only gets up from here. This is the first time workshop. It only goes up from here.
Arius, if you go to jail, make sure if someone puts a honey bun on your bed, you don't take the honey bun.
True.
Why?
Or Snickers.
Yep. That sounds delicious.
No, you don't take the honey bun.
It's a free food.
You're gonna need the calories. You're gonna need the calories.
Can you explain why he doesn't take the honey bun?
Yeah, if it's 2 honey buns, now it's definitely worth it. Take 2 honey buns, never just 1. That's always the rule. Never, always hold out for 2.
Just leave it for future Darius to deal with the implications.
It's a good negotiation tactics.
I'm on a cut. I'm not gonna worry about that stuff.
I feel like we should explain it because people in chat do not know why. I've never been in jail, but I've heard this. Some people leave a snack, a little present on your bed, and if you take it, you're in debt to someone. Because that's not.
No, it means you're there. No, Prawn, you're a retard. It means you're their bitch. Like that's them trying to.
What do you think? What do you think the debt is? What do you think the debt?
You're not in debt to them. No. It's when they say, "Oh, I got you," and they try to help you, like with a phone call or anything like that. Then you're in debt to them. If you take their honey bun, that's like a proposal. You're basically married to them.
Tom, can you confirm or deny?
That is the same thing. Is that he's saying that like because you take the honey bun now you owe them because they're taking care of you. They're taking care of you. So, you're in debt to them now, and now they gave you a honey bun, so you give them your honey bun.
How do you even know who gave you the honey bun to be able to?
They'll be there.
Oh,
They'll
you'll
be
know.
there.
You
They
will
know.
find out.
They know. They know.
Next time you go to take a shower, you'll know.
You'll know.
I know it wasn't a guard that took the honey bun or something else. Like it seems weird.
We need to take back, or we need to bring back
They'll
traditional
know.
marriage proposals.
Also, if
in
you
jail.
don't take the honey bun, how are you supposed to give it back to him?
You
Or
give it to
them?
the guard.
And they give it back to the guy?
Somebody
No,
lost
you
the
just give
honey
it to the
bun.
guard. You just
What?
think someone dropped
You
it.
think the guard?
That's still taking it.
You think
You're
the
not
guard
screwed no
wants
matter
to
what.
become that guy's honey bun?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guard's gonna do
No,
it.
you just pass it because it just means you're not getting involved. You just pass it off like, this was in my
I'm
room.
just
I don't
fucking at
want
this
this.
point. Yeah, I'm just fucking around.
Regardless, anyway, I'm not going to jail, so it doesn't matter because I'm gonna finish this tonight. I'm at 40%, 46% of my impulse control classes.
Don't you have to do 8 hours in a video conference?
He's halfway done though. I looked
No.
at his stream. He's 45% done somehow.
Yeah,
47
with this written, I mean, with this test thing, but like, you have to do an actual 8 hours course like in the video calls.
There's no fucking video call, idiot.
That's literally what it says.
Where?
Here's the question: okay, maybe do
Wait,
you
where?
think Destiny deserves any consequences for his action?
Okay.
Should he have to take a class, maybe like how to have consent better? Like,
Are you
what do think
fucking
he should be?
trolling?
There should be a little bit, but I feel like it should. I feel like it should not be completely no consequences. He fucked up. He fucked
Well,
up
he's getting
some way.
social consequences, and those social consequences
Well,
will.
that is true.
If you're
Well, I'm
behaving,
asking,
and
do you
he's
think that's
obviously
fitting?
taking monetarily. He'll have monetarily consequences. He's going to lose on collaborations because it'll cause him to lose money. He's going to take consequences in his own friendships, which he doesn't have many of. But it seems like the ones he was close to are kind of like, nope, we don't want to interact with you anymore. He lost Bridges, which is the one podcast he did with Dr. K, which is I thought was really good. He's going to lose stuff like that in the future to do podcasts in general with people like that. So I mean, that's a big monetary hit to him, and it's a big social hit as well. His credibility is pretty fucked now with a lot of people. We have people going right now at this moment saying people like Crazytron are right about Destiny. It's like, okay, like it's a pretty big hit. I don't know what fucking classes you're gonna take on this to like fix it. Relly and JSTOK are saying things like he should be on a sex offender registry. That requires things to actually be.
Yeah,
I wonder,
that
what
was
do you
weird
think
that
the
Relly
consequences should
said
be?
that.
'Cause-
I couldn't believe Relly said that because that was a little surprising. Like sex offender registries are normally for like actual like rapists or like pedophiles, like flashers, like things that are very different than something like this. And that's the problem with people saying this is that I don't think you can name somebody who had an incident like this that got put on the sex offender registry, yet they all somehow think he's the one person who should be on the sex offender registry.
I mean, Relly's not really making a statement that ever has been done. He's making a statement that it ought to be. So it could just be expanded.
Was I guess ought to be for everybody, I
registry
suppose.
should be expanded to people who raise enough red flags that they might as well be on the list.
Wait, Nathan has an e-girlfriend? You guys see this? Oh, wait.
Let's not talk about Nathan.
You mean Maddie?
Who?
I think. Are you talking about Nathan Destiny's son?
Yeah, he has an e-girlfriend? He's like 13?
Yeah.
Following in his father's footsteps.
That's fucking. That's
going after Discord kittens.
I mean, I had online girlfriends around that age. It's not.
I'm joking.
Yeah, it was like.
I don't even know if they're.
That sounds scary as
actually,
fuck.
like,
When you're interacting with like groypers and shit, now you have like a public e-girlfriend in your Discord. That's terrifying. That's actually terrifying. There's like so many people just sending weird shit, and you're only online and you're gonna do it. It's like, that's just scary.
I didn't know about the Groypers thing. I was just saying, in general, not a big deal in my opinion.
It's not a big deal in general, but I think with him having such a provocative father, and him also kind of engaging in his father's work, kind of terrifying for a child. But maybe he's a big boy. I don't know.
It would be weird to watch your dad talk about whether or not you, you sexted this woman, whether or not you shared this woman's nudes, whether or not you recorded this woman unconsensually. Like it would feel odd to watch my dad do that stuff.
Or watch your dad have an incest debate.
Yeah, and then watch a bunch of people attack them for it. Yeah.
Will Destiny redeem his fatherly ways in this response clip? Let's find out.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Can you talk about the media projects? Are they canceled essentially? I think I'm shutting down Bridges, but I think I'm not shutting it down, but selling it basically. Fuck, I don't want to. I'm not trying to sound mean or anything. A lot of stuff is working really well with that, but now basically I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So what happens to the studio? I mean,
If he's selling Bridges, does that mean they both use it? And that means your dad would still be friends with him then, as well.
Does he
Well,
mean
no.
he had
That's
a
like
studio,
way to cut
right?
ties also. Because
Yeah.
it's kind of like when you have a business and so your co-founder fucks up and they get canceled. So they might have to like leave the business or sell it to the other guy.
So did he sell
Kind of absolve
Bridges?
themselves.
Well,
That's what he's saying.
he said he
He
just
might.
said
What
He
he
said he might.
said.
he's like fucking said it fast as fuck, but he said he's in the process of selling it. He said it's going well. And if he's selling it to Eurodite, does it? I guess that just means they're not going to use that space anymore. I guess they could use a different space for it.
It's a little confusing. Like, I was about to say, how do you sell it without selling it to Erudite? Because you're selling like the brand, but then if you're only selling the brand, I would think that she would rather, instead of paying for it, just go start her own, which she already has her own channel. But then if you're getting more than that, and it makes sense that you're actually, because she moved here for all of this, right? She moved there for all of this shit, and now she's kind of fucked that his brand is attached to hers now. And so it would make sense if instead it was like, she was able to use the studio, she was able to use like the cameras, the mic and everything, and then she's able to like continue paying off like what it is that he put into it going into the future. And then she keeps using the channel where they've already gained like a bunch of subscribers and like possibly Patreon members and crap like that. That's the only way a sale would make sense to me.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to sell her the podcast when she's probably like she took like a financial like downturn to move to Miami, start this new business, kind of like a startup. Like it makes sense to invest. So it's kind of curious after doing all those previous investments, she also might spend more just to get the podcast back and just for her.
Well, the two of them were already spending money on the equipment, I believe, and I believe, and I think that Destiny went and spent a lot more money just because he wanted nicer things to be there. And so, but if he's going to keep using the studio for other things, like with Dan and to do his own shit, then it sounds a little odd to even sell the stuff to her after everything she had to go through to move there from Canada. Like that's, the selling word in there just makes it sound a little odd because I'm not sure what that entails.
Is it possible? Well, is it possible that this is a way for him to get out of the lease that he would be in for the studio himself?
Someone said
wants
that
to keep it, he said.
The studio was co-owned under Bridges, and Eurodite sold the Bridges to Destiny, and so Destiny has a studio for himself. And from what he said about having the studio downstairs, it sounds like that's more true.
People are saying he said settling, not selling. Can you play that again? Because I thought he said selling as well.
Maybe take out the time difference.
Just found a tweet. I don't know who the person is, but say via sexuals under the tweet.
I mean, I'll still be.
What about him?
I just sent it to you, and he's under the tweet, so I think it is another person. I don't know.
Now, basically, I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So, what happens to the studio?
Go back a little bit more. I guess back.
Yeah, I thought that this was after.
Can you talk about the media projects? Are they canceled essentially? I think I'm shutting down Bridges, but I think
Shutting down.
We're not shutting it down, but selling it basically. Fuck.
Wait, did that just lag from his? Did that lag from his share, or did it lag on Destiny's side? Because when he said settling, like it just kind of cut the one part where we're looking for T's. Did you hear it?
I think it's already Destiny's VOD.
It sounded like selling for me on my end.
Selling?
I heard
Okay.
selling. It was a little stuff, but I heard selling.
But it sounded like you're like swallowing midway where you're saying it. So
Okay.
it sounded like it's a song.
Yeah, to me, it would make more sense where because I do feel like Erudite did a big thing partnering with Destiny. I feel like in a way it would make more sense for Destiny to buy bridges and give Erudite some money, like to kind of like. But better for Erudite.
Again, it depends how much she's already put into it, because if he spent like 75% of the money on it already, then that may not make as much sense. Or if he already if he put money into like helping her move, or like there's a lot that would entail.
Yeah.
Continue.
Or anything. A lot of stuff is working really well with that, but now basically I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So what happens to the studio? I mean, I'll still be using it for stuff. I recorded an interview with Evil Mike, I think like 5 days ago. But
Illuma.
I think August is having to chew through those B-raw files, so. And apparently they're really difficult to work with, so. What about anything else? I think that's still going on. Do your lawyers think you will win or lose the case as a vibe check? I want to say like cutesy stuff, but I really can't say anything. I look forward to like all of that working itself out though, like a lot. That's all I'll say for that. Yeah.
I think he should pivot into his passion, gooning, and turn the studio into OF studio.
That'd be smart. He knows a lot of OF women. He mentioned something later on about him moving his room. I remembered the comment now. I saw people saying he was moving his room because of his own mistakes or something like that, or something along the lines of like him not wanting to show that people he's like continuing to do his same behavior. And I'm like, I remember literally there's a girl named Buffy who was messaging me because she wanted to fuck Irrelevant. And she got really mad at me because when she wanted to fuck Irrelevant, I pulled up her Instagram on stream because she wanted to do like an e-date on my stream. And she got really mad at me that I pulled up her Instagram on stream. And because I pulled up her Instagram on my stream, someone found out from the Instagram on my stream on that she was on Destiny's stream fucking him because she was in the background with like a big leg tattoo. And she was just walking past. And Kiwi Farms people were like obviously like investigating or whatever the fuck it was. And they found out through there. I don't know how anybody can like look at the actions he's made. Like I guess we'll go into it later. I don't know anyone. This is kind of I'm just frustrated with how people are perceiving this because this is the argument that I'm hearing in other communities. It's like it's like how is this? How is that not like reasonable to not want to have people that, especially when you have someone like Destiny who has like Kiwi Farms thread dedicated to people literally trying to find out who he's fucking, when he's fucking, and what he's doing, for him to like move his location. I don't. Is there like, do anyone here think that he's trying to avoid responsibility by moving his location?
I don't know what you mean.
No.
I wish I could find the comments, or I could find a clip. If someone might have the clips.
What you said about Kiwi Farms though just grosses me the fuck out. Like, who spends their day doing shit like that? Like, I need to know who my favorite parasocial daddy is having sex with. Like, okay, if you're listening right now and you do stuff like that, there is help available out there. Please find it.
There's literally like Discords dedicated to that. There's no way to I don't know how you would combat that or get rid of these people that do this, but it's like it's insane once you become like a little bit popular. People are like this invested. I mean, people do it for DSP, and he's not even that popular of a person. I mean, DSP is like popular in like I guess lolcow aspects of life, but like
Bro, people have obsessed over my fucking sex life and acted like I owed it to them to tell them everybody that I'd ever gotten like DMs from or had sex with or shit. Like, it's weird as fuck the way that people obsess over
facing
folks.
accusations
I was
of
not
being a sex pest, Tom. Let's be.
I was not
real,
though. I was not
realistic.
actually facing those accusations though. That's the thing, is that there wasn't like evidence to make people think that that was like a real credible thing. It was just a fucking like bullshit that people were saying, and then
so they were accusing you, and you were facing accusations.
Again, that's not. If I say right now that you raped me, are you facing accusations, or do I have to have something a little bit more than that before we go start digging through your fucking vagina and you know your all of your body parts to find out if I had some fucking cum in there? Or
if we're sticking to the hypothetical, and you are going, and I'm going to have to defend myself against you saying that, then yes.
I mean, all it takes for a case to be opened up is for two people to have the same story against one.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm saying, is that yes,
that
you would have to have
like.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you would have to have something that's like a little bit more legitimate than just like people memeing on shit.
Definitely more than one person. And anyways, I'm not even saying if they're credible or not. All I was saying is that you at least objectively faced allegations.
Yeah, but even that wouldn't justify that. That wouldn't even justify that, because all of a sudden now somebody else, if you thought they were being sex pested or something like that, and it was related somehow, that would make sense. But if instead it's that you think this person's in a relationship with somebody, which is what it was, that they wanted to know who I was talking to, who I had casual relationships with, who I was like engaging with, and crap like that. That's what it was. So it was not like even related in any way whatsoever.
Well, no, there was parts of it that were gross and people took it too far, but there were also some people who were talking about legitimate things. I think Resi was one.
But that's what I'm saying. You're making it about this. Like you're trying to include like what people trying to like get information about my sex life that has nothing to do with that. Like if that's an accusation, you get information on that. You don't go get information on totally unrelated shit.
It just seemed to me when I was in your Discord server that they were co-occurring.
When you say co-occurring, it had been everything for the last like 4 months leading up to that. It like had co-occurred with those things. Like that, it was just people just saying shit for months and months.
It's going to seem related to other people. Just bear in mind that it's going to seem related to other people who.
I don't care if it seems related. I care whether or not it actually is, and whether like people can always make some excuse of like, well, it feels this way to me. Okay, like I don't give a fuck about your feelings. In reality, it's just not
kind of
related
at this point.
We can all agree some people online will make false accusations for many reasons. That definitely happens. We can all agree that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I've seen it happen to you, Melanie. Yeah.
I don't
like it's weird. Earlier we're talking about
real
like
accusations.
Yeah, but it's like when we're talking about earlier, like what's a responsible way of going over information? What's a professional way of dealing with shit? But now we're just saying, oh well, I mean, people can feel that way, and now somehow that's like justifying them doing this stuff. Like it's weird as fuck. Like I
never justified anything. In fact, I said I'm not even going to talk about if they're credible, but you objectively face allegations to which you said you didn't, which is just false.
Okay, yes, I'm saying that there are not like real accusations, that is false. But there was not like a woman accusing me of those things. There was not a woman who ever made those allegations. It was men accusing me of those things for other people, and they even said that they were just speculating on those things. So those aren't real accusations, no.
I do recall a woman bringing it up, but I can't remember names, so I'll give you that much, and I'll just drop it for now.
Okay.
Anyways, now Destiny is facing allegations, folks. Let's hear what he has to say.
Why shut down bridges? I think people you invite there wouldn't even know about this drama if you resume it in a few months or so. It's more just like I'm basically like absorbing all that studio and all the assets. I'm absorbing it into my business proper. So if I want to have anybody down there to like invite for a show or whatever, I'll just like basically manage it for my business going forward.
Okay, so he's talking about taking direct ownership. Sorry.
Why didn't you stream through it like you advise other streamers who've had scandals like this?
We got it a bit wrong earlier.
I'm trying to think.
He did say so it is a bit confusing.
Well, he's taking ownership.
I think I said some stuff. I'll just reiterate what I've said in my chat before.
But does that mean like
streaming through it for like
he's talking about the space and the equipment?
Yeah, he's talking about wanting those assets in the space to be under his own company instead of that company that's shared. I keep forgetting the name. I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry, people.
Am I wrong? Because it's my perception. I kind of got the vibe. It's that seems to keep apartment the gear, and Erudite basically has the brand. That's kind of how I took it, but I could be wrong.
Well, that's what he just said implies to me, like him saying that he's like absorbing it all into his own business, kind of makes me think that Erudite isn't involved anymore, and he just like bought. He just bought all the stuff for himself.
Business with Dr. K that he's talking. I thought that. Sorry, I'm getting lost.
Well, that was the one with Dr. K. That's the podcast Bridges.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Bridges is the one he did with Dr. K. I think like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
He did.
Sorry,
he
can you
had
get
Dr.
clued in?
K
Where
on
does
as
Erudite
a.
come into this?
The Dr. K came on as a guest. Not so Erudite was his co-host. The two of them
Yeah.
co-hosted. The way he said it did make it sound like Dr. K was the co-host. No, it's they just Not so Erudite and Destiny had Dr. K on as a guest.
My perception is like almost. I think Erudite was slightly more involved. This is behind the scenes of that show.
Oh, yeah.
Compared to Destiny, that was almost like her baby.
That would make sense, actually, just knowing their working relationship and what that's like.
Yeah, I mean, she also had to sacrifice a lot more for it too, because again, her having to move all the way from Canada with her husband, and then on top of that, Destiny literally just stayed in his apartment, bought an apartment like right next door. He just has to walk out of his apartment into the other apartment in the same building. That she had like way more that she had on the line, and that she was sacrificing for that whole thing. And so it would be like insanely sad if that just disappeared after everything she had to do for that podcast.
I think Pisco was in a bachelor also, where he had that New York studio. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's now DOA. It's
he had to settle some stuff.
So
That's
no,
so
this
depressing.
recontextualizes things for me, because this might actually mean he's taking it from her. Since again, it sounds like he's bringing everything under the ownership of his own company rather than the company
True.
he shared with Erudite.
Because he said that he was going to continue using it. Yeah, that's probably true. We'll see. Because it is like a really rough position. I didn't even expect Kyla to drop out. That I wouldn't expect that of her. Not that I think that she like lacks the moral fortitude to do so, but more so that, as I said earlier, I think that when you have a lot of other things on the line, and that when you have like a money relationship, that this person did something fucked up, so now I have to lose like my revenue and my income because they did something, seems a little strange. And but that I think that even think of like what's the kid who's like the big liberal kid who's been blowing up lately. He started a podcast with another like conservative woman.
What's his name?
And there's another one.
Dean Withers, Parker, one of those people.
Neither one of them. It's Luke Beasley. Yeah, so Luke Beasley just started a podcast with like one of the biggest pieces of shit within the conservative movement, this woman. And it's obvious that like they are not like promoting each other as like, I like agree with them and their politics and who they are as a person or anything, but instead like they're there to just make content together and make an entertaining show and something that people would be willing to watch. And I think that it's sad that people put so much like moral weight on your engagement with somebody afterwards, to the fact that you have to lose out because they did something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Destiny was paying Erudite quite a bit. Like he paid like I think Rachel is her name, like the ex-wife, Nate, his son's mom. I think he bought like a house for her. I think he paid.
He bought a house.
He paid his parents. His parents were in a ton of debt. I think he paid some of it off because his mom has Alzheimer's. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's
really different though, because in the case of Kyla, he's not like he would be paying her off for what happened, whereas in the case of like his wife or his parents, like he's just taking care of people around him. So yeah, it's massively different. And I feel really bad for Kyla in this.
I feel like what you said about like working alongside somebody as if it's a morally neutral thing, like that's great on paper, but again, from the audience perspective, it looks like you're standing by that person and not criticizing them for that pass at all. And so that it almost looks like you're kind of whitewashing what they've done almost, especially if you are bothered by the other side's past. And so I think like it's great if that would work that way, but in reality, like you get way more mixed results from that sort of thing. And Probably just it really is just easier to distance yourself from somebody with that kind of past.
Well, can I ask? Have you all seen the Turkey Tom Erudite interview? Because I think she's getting a lot of shit for that, and I can see why.
I don't see why. I went over it and I did not understand.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet.
It made absolutely no
I haven't
sense
seen most
why
of it.
she was getting shit for it.
It's over tomorrow.
Well, I think it's optic wise, because I think I see like I see what she was saying, but definitely I can see how she came off negatively to certain audiences. I mean, even before that, like the meme was like, oh, she's like the Ghislaine Maxwell of the Destiny orbit.
How though? Like
but
I literally asked
Do you
everybody,
wanna
and I couldn't
do you
get
wanna
a single.
summarize what
I couldn't get a single
do you mind
explanation.
summarizing what Erudite was kind of saying? I can do it, but
Well, it
sounds like
depends.
might
They
be
went
more-
over like 100 different things, and so there's a bunch of different aspects that it depends on which one people think she did something wrong in. Like my best understanding, my best steel man, is that people thought that it was wrong of her to be the one who was negotiating between Pixie and Destiny because she had like a financial foundation with Destiny to where her relationship with Destiny was so much more important and had so much more like weighing on it that she would benefit greatly from Pixie just staying quiet about this and not coming out. And everybody thinks that now because everybody didn't say anything and Kyla was going around behind the scenes telling people like, hey, the victims don't want you talking about this. Please stop mentioning their names. Please stop. You can talk about the issue. Just stop mentioning their names. Stop saying who's there. And so then people saw that it's her doing this because Destiny would benefit from it. But the problem is that you have to consider, okay, let's say she didn't benefit from Destiny. What would we expect her to do in that case? And she still did exactly that. We would still expect her to go and protect the victims. It's not like Pixie is somebody that she doesn't know. These are people that worked very closely together through Progressive Victory. I've had the both of them on my panels and on my show numerous times together. I like the two of them have their own relationship, their own friendships, their own engagements, totally off stream and totally unrelated to what it is that everybody sees. And so where she wants to go and check in on Pixie, from what I saw, is the one who wanted her to play mediator between the two of them. And when you say, oh, well, it can't be Kyla because she's too close to Destiny. It has to be somebody close to Destiny. Pixie was trying to choose somebody who was close to Destiny because she wanted somebody that Destiny would listen to. So literally, there is nobody that she could choose except for somebody who was close to Destiny. So your reasoning for why Kyla shouldn't have done this is, kind of backwards as to what it is. Like, it's the whole reason that Pixie chose her to be the one to do it in the first place. You're kind of taking agency away from Pixie to make her own decisions on what it is that she wants done in this scenario.
I know not everyone has seen the full interview. Does anyone disagree or have any additions to that?
Yeah, I need to see
that.
Focus
on another part of the interview.
No, I saw the interview
It's a whole hour long. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I saw the interview and I agree with Tom here. It's just like I don't think Erudite had a position that she could win perceptually. I think a lot of people just inherently are going to be like she's going to always defend Destiny, even though it seems like from the actions that she's taken and the actions that have been linked to the public, the interview itself, there's just so much there that shows that she was trying to work as a mediator between these two people that she knew. So it just doesn't seem like there's any malicious intent on her end. And I think a lot of people are just trying to apply that because of the hate that's going towards Destiny at the moment. So it just doesn't seem consistent all around for like the way that her character is being like basically assassinated at the moment because she's just tangentially connected to the situation.
I mean, Princess, you're the one who said that you could totally understand why people would see it that way. And I was kind of like giving my best steelman of why people would see it that way, but then tearing down the steelman. So I would like to know, is that the best interpretation of it? And why is it that you see it that way?
Well, actually, I was just more so further down the timeline where I think I agree with what you're saying with all the stuff beforehand. The thing I can see where she's kind of perceived as being a flip-flopper is I think in the Turkey Tom she's like, yeah, I'm cool with sticking my Destiny currently because it seems like he's willing to be better, he's willing to work on himself, and then in that time since then something has changed. She's now distanced himself. I know there's been more revelations. I think the cherry thing happened after that. I think that's
the cherry thing did not happen after that.
Yeah, it was not that timeline.
No, the
What do you
cherry
think
thing did not
cause the difference then.
I can just say based on fuck, I don't know how much I can say, but I'll just say after watching the Turkey Tom interview, I did make a very big deal about the fact that it seemed like people were unaware of the fact that Destiny supposedly knew that this stuff was coming months ahead of time and knew that it was going to be a big thing, knew who the women were that were in it, and didn't like reach out to any of them, didn't tell any of them, didn't like, you know, warn them about it and say, hey, this is happening, this you were in it, this is why, blah blah blah. He just like they had to find out by themselves through the internet. And that when people are saying, oh well, he really seems like he has like remorse, he really seems like he cares and he's trying to like do the best he can after the fuck up, that was something that made it seem like he was not doing the best that he can. And so yeah, I with as much as I can possibly say, like that is my best guess.
Yeah, I guess we'll never know, but that's what I was focusing on in particular, where you don't have the whole picture, because last I saw, he was like, I'm gonna stick by Destiny based on what I currently know, and then suddenly I saw she's leaving the orbit, and yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what caused that change. Then also jump in. I know we have a lot of Destiny defenders. I can be the steelman of the other side if you want.
I just don't know much about that particular interview is all.
Well,
That was not that interesting.
Well, we're gonna review it tomorrow.
We'll do that. Well, because I was looking up the
Or we can do it
law.
tonight.
I do agree. Legally, you can record people in your house with consent. Do you think it's different when there's a sexual aspect? For some reason,
Yeah, of
that
course.
changes a little bit for me.
Yes, of course.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah, it's about expected privacy. So even within the law, it's about like expected privacy and what you would expect to be confidential. And so especially when we're talking about like a two-party consent state or an all-party consent state. So where I live, there have been times where I recorded people because I knew that they were like lying about shit. And then months later, when they publicly lied about shit, I was able to out these things. And then, yeah, they were very quickly like, oh, he's going to jail. He's getting sued. I live in Georgia. We're a fucking one-party consent state. As long as we're part of the interaction, we can record anything. It can be a phone call. It can be a Discord call. It can be, you know, an interview on the streets. As long as we are part of it, we can record it. And anybody who talks to us while we're recording is just, yeah, it's kind of on them. And so I think that it is about, especially, yes, when we're talking about two-party consent states, it's about like expected privacy, but they have a lot of exceptions for this when it comes to like California and Florida law, is that if you believe somebody is likely committing a crime or likely going to like lie about a crime or lying, like there's a lot of like exceptions on based on like what it is that you believe is happening. And so, yeah, if like when we're talking about the Laura de Laguna situation, if that's not a sexual scenario and he does believe that people are like accusing him of like something that's a possible crime or something that could possibly ruin his like his business, his reputation on the internet, which would hurt his business. Like there's a lot of scenarios where now, as long as he has like reasonable belief that this is happening, that now he can record this legally without any consequences.
Okay, but so I just wanted, if it is legally recorded, then wouldn't it be easier to say, because if the whole thing's legal, there's nothing sexual, and he is in the proper state for doing that sort of thing, then there really shouldn't be any damage to his case from showing us, hey, there was nothing sexual in this.
In the scenario with Cherry, I do believe that like the implication is that this is sexual, that this is a sexual scenario. And that's definitely what the implication is for sure. Okay. But we don't have like a whole lot of information on it. We haven't. Supposedly JSTLK came out. That's what I heard, was that he came out and said that he heard the recording and that he can verify that she was in the recording. Now it's possible that yes, Destiny can come out and say, no, like she did consent to this. She 100% consented to this. I remember, like blah blah blah. And so there's just not like a whole lot of information there, and I haven't even specifically seen JSTOK confirm this. So it's kind of a harder conversation to have around that one.
Yeah, because even if he did go and say like she did record it, I mean he's worried that if he says it he did record or whatever that's like legally liable of him or something, and then he has to deal with like the repercussions of that. So he can't talk about it. He can't speak on it. It's just unfortunately, it's like again, it's because of the legal stuff. It kind of
Well,
cuts any of the answers we need. What's up?
well, do we know if they're Cherry's pursuing legal charges? Because that like actual
She said she filed a police report, but again, that doesn't.
That will lead to charges.
Yeah,
usually
yeah,
why you
that's
would
what.
file that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's like for criminal charges, I could understand why he wouldn't want to come out in
Yeah,
the
I was
public
talking
and
about
be
the Laura
like,
de Laguna thing.
Yeah.
Mostly.
I honestly don't think he knows what it's gonna lead to, and I think just like giving it time to figure out. Because again, like I fucking did a police report for E-Rob, and that came out to nothing. I didn't get a call back from a detective. Nothing came out of it. I just waited some time, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess nothing's gonna come out of this. And then I started talking more about it, like after like 2-3 weeks. I was like, okay, I'm not getting. They said they were calling me in a week, didn't get anything out of it, and I was like, all right, I guess it doesn't matter at all. So I mean, I guess just like waiting to see what's going to happen with it and see if anything advances from it is all you can do.
Yeah,
The reason this
for
is
sure.
dubious for me is because like kind of what Tom brought up was like if it's sexual then it's a whole different thing, but if it's not, then it really shouldn't be a big deal. Where that doesn't satisfy it for me. It almost kind of excludes the possibility that such an ideal thing is even possible, because like I said, if there's no legal risk attached to this because it was like he is in the right state to do it and there's nothing sexual about it, then I really don't see why he would just avoid releasing the evidence. I have a feeling that there probably is something sexual about it.
Oh,
and
that would
right
make
now
it
people are just
so much
running with the
worse.
idea.
Just to be clear, in a two-party consent state, if you record something that's possibly illegal and you release it to the public, that makes it so much worse. So like, yeah, he cannot just release it, especially not until it's cleared as like a legal recording. So yeah.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that if,
especially
like, he
with
was
criminal
legally in the
charges being
green-
potential there.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is like if he was totally legally in the green in some of these hypotheticals, like, you know, he was totally the Laura de Laguna thing was not sexualized and all that stuff. I just then, you know, I would expect to see some evidence at that point. But and so that to me is why it seems like legally dubious. As far as I can tell, he's still avoiding any sort of risk because there is risk attached to these things.
Yeah, especially when there's like 14 other people also trying to do this stuff. It sounds like Curious Cactus today, and it confirmed that she is in the leaks and that she is also seeking legal counsel of this. So it seems like you don't know, even if you do comment on this person, and if it affects the case of 2 other people that are also seeking legal counsel. I don't know if there's other people around that are doing it as well. Seems like everyone really wants to take the legal route. So it's like if I were him, I just literally would not speak on anything. Just until I mean, if I was him, I'd probably speak on it because I'm retarded. But it makes sense why he's not saying much. But it's like again, watching people's reactions is for me personally is so infuriating because it's like there's like no. It seems like it is like it has to be a clout thing for a lot of these creators because like how are you like watching him react in this way? And then knowing that people are like there's like 4 people trying to sue him for this and be like, why isn't he commenting? Why is he taking this seriously? It's like, what are you supposed to do? Like, the only thing you can do really is either meme about it or just not say anything. And when you meme about it, just make it as like unrelated as possible. Or as like I said, the Dr. Disrespect stuff is like whatever. Just like nothing that's like, oh, making fun of the other people or making fun of like Cherry or Pixie or any of those people. Like just meme about it in ways that's like, oh yeah, I'm just retarded.
This is a question for a lawyer, but like, could memeing about it actually be bad? Like, make a question of like gooning memes. Could that like ruin your case or paint a bad picture? Like, could
you'd have to.
And with
you're not you're not taking it seriously. Just because
And with
Lily Dixon
that-
did that today. He made a joke about that.
Since that's a rhetorical question for a lawyer, why don't we play the video and find out if Destiny's going to meme or if he's going to make his claims sound more dubious, like I think they are.
So
Well, he
true.
made a goon meme on X or Twitter today.
Yeah.
Well, let's figure if he does it in his video. Let's go.
Because there's just been a lot of stuff working through the background. That's been a lot of but there's a lot of communities that are like moving in tandem with a bunch of things, which is like very weird and very annoying. But
bro, did anybody see like the denim, like Cherry retweeting denims? Like okay, again, like Cherry could have legitimate reasons to be upset or stuff like that, but like retweeting Denim's statement, knowing the situation that happened there, and being like, okay, this holds weight. Like,
yeah, that didn't make sense. The whole
like
Denims thing was obviously this like a similar scenario as to I believe it was the Lauren De Laguna scenario where it just was not a sexual scenario. It was something that was recorded because he believed she was lying about him, that she was like trying to slander him, and so this was again something that could possibly ruin his reputation on the internet and his business. And so it just it didn't seem related at all, and it was even weird for Denims to come out and talk about it right now.
Yeah,
so
and
first
it's
of all,
like
if you're worried about someone slandering you, why would you feel the need to record them in private? So that has yet to make sense to me. Secondly, again, like if these are vindicating things, like I recorded these people for my own personal protection, there's nothing sexual about them, then there's really no legal risk if he's in the state that condones that sort of thing. I don't know if can one of us confirm that? I will if nobody else will, but
Florida's a two-party consent state.
okay, so then
Am
is he in Florida? I don't know. But
I don't. I think these were recorded in California when he lived in California. What he's talking about Denim's situation for.
I'm talking about the Lauren thing. That would have been in Miami.
But if these things
possibly
give us like clarity that like there are at least some scenarios where they weren't sexual, then it really shouldn't be that like risky to put that out there.
Well, no, because when you're building a legal case, you're not putting your evidence out there just for everyone to see. You're basically keeping everything as close as possible. The only people that are going to be seeing that are going to be like defense attorneys and like prosecutors and stuff like that.
Destiny did
something that's a high ask.
Destiny did leak the logs.
I'm not
with
talking for a legal
Denims.
case. I'm talking.
Destiny did leak the
I'm
logs
not
with
talking-
Denims, so it contradicted what she was saying in her own like video as well.
Okay.
Zena?
So yeah, again, I'm not something I'm super familiar with.
Did you have to say something?
I just want to jump in here. The law take again. It's probably different per state, but both Florida and California are two-party consent states, and there are expectations about privacy in like a place like a bedroom, where that's even if you can record in other states, like the bedroom is like, oh yeah, there's an expectation of privacy there, or like a bathroom. I just want to jump in there.
So it sounds like he was at least admitting through like saying he was doing it to protect himself to some criminally dubious activity because he would have needed the consent of them. Their consent, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you talking about sexual videos or sexual recordings?
No, the non-sexual.
Based on
even so non-sexual like voice recording stuff that's state by state. Sexual is a federal thing.
So we've
both
figured out that
and Florida are two-party consent states.
Two-party consent
so
states,
he would need their consent
He
to
would
even
need
have
consent
recorded that in the first
regardless.
place.
Yeah. But when it comes to criminal matters, let's say if he did try to build a case against her, that just wouldn't make it to the case. That's the only thing that would happen there.
And that's my point though, is that if it's not really going to make it to the case, then you shouldn't be able to use it to vindicate yourself
No, I don't think so.
to your audience.
I don't know if perceptually that's the best idea to start leaking calls, and especially after like you're in a whole leaking scandal, that would be the way to do things. I think perceptually that can make things even worse to be like, oh, look how vindictive he's being and all these other things. Like, I just don't think that would be a reasonable take for him to do at the moment.
My thing is, aside from leaking personal info, which of course we always have a responsibility to protect that kind of info from being leaked, regardless of the situation. If it's receipts for something that you're being falsely accused of, you have every fucking right to leak it.
Yeah, for sure. I just don't think I think he's caught in a really bad time where it's just like, okay, anything that he releases at this point is going to be held to a high level of scrutiny, right? Like, I don't think anyone's going to give him.
That's optimistic. I just think I'm more pessimistic. Where to me, it signals that things are more dubious for him than he's letting on, or than we're hearing about.
Well, it's not optimistic. It's just logical. Like, right? Like, I think he obviously fucked up situation, and this could lead into fucked up circumstances.
Adding one more someone who's leaning anti-Destiny, because I know we have a lot of sweepers here.
No, he's just saying that so he can get on the panel. I know Grumple. He's a big simp for Destiny, big order.
True.
Me scusi?
What's your take, Grumple?
I actually don't know what his take on
If
Destiny
anybody
is.
believes what Melanie says out the gate, that's your own bad. It's entirely.
What's your problem,
I
Melanie?
think the word you were thinking of there was disqualifying.
No, you're disqualifying.
Yeah, I'm disqualifying you.
Wait, why? Why do
You
you?
guys must be on the same side. You guys are both the best
know.
anti-Destiny people here.
Why y'all
He
beefing?
supposed to say out the bag or disqualifying.
no, I
If he
don't
doesn't want
get
to use
this.
that word. He just said out the bag. He can say that too. Like, bro, why does it matter?
I'm just fucking with him. It's fine.
No, Melanie Cosmic Fox, aka Ninetails. Why are you trying to disqualify me right out the gate? Like, excuse me. Hello,
Your name
y'all.
is
I'm a
Grumple
Grumple.
Stillskin?
So
Yeah,
in
that's
this
why.
case, I'm gonna do what Melanie did to you, and I am gonna correct you. Only this time the right way, because what you just said is wrong, and you should have said you should not have said disqualified because there's no competition. Discredit. Discredit. The word you were looking for is discredit.
Oh, I never even considered that distinction. Nice.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Today I learned.
And back to the video.
And back to the.
Have you seen any of the
Thanks,
stock market
Melanie.
stuff? I saw somebody meme in chat, and then I looked up my Nvidia stock, and I think my Nvidia games I think have been completely wiped out. Canceled my membership to make moral arguments while living your personal life the way you do. I can't justify supporting you. Disappointing. Hey, listen. If you want to leave, or if you're upset about whatever you think has happened or whatever you've heard, you're always welcome to do what you wish. I just want to do politics here. That's how I felt for the past year, at least. Whatever happens in the background where all of this stuff is going through. But you know, hey, listen. That's all I can say right now. Sorry.
Can you pause for 1 second?
Did you get?
I'm probably reading to this too much, but like the way he smirks at the very end, like I can't say anything. It's like, oh, I don't know.
It does feel.
But it's very much like, I can't say anything. Oh no. That's
It's
how it
very
comes off
much.
to me a
It's
little
like,
bit.
it's like really, if he wanted to say anything, could he say anything though? It's like I get it. He could just say. I was thinking the whole time he was talking, I was like, can he just say like, "Yo, I didn't do this thing with Cherry," but then the fact that he didn't say it obviously leads me to believe something with Cherry probably did happen. And if it did happen, we don't know the specifics of it, and we'll find out the specifics in due time. So I do believe that there probably is some sort of recording of Cherry. I just don't know the specifics of it because it's like he's like doing this thing where I can't speak, but because what you were allowed to say though is I never did these actions made by this person.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
Not really. No, you're not. A really good attorney is going to tell you not to confirm or deny at all. You make absolutely nothing. What do you mean? When I was first going to trial before I decided to take a fucking plea, that's exactly what I was told. Yes, 100%.
Okay, but why?
Yeah. Also, Cherry's not going to talk about
because everything will be used against you. And if you say it out of context, something else could come up. Then it's like, oh, but you did do this and da 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 da. No, you cannot at all because if he's got good ass lawyers, all this shit's getting dropped. So he can't say anything. But if he starts speaking, those lawyers are going to have to fight for more things based off what he said. Then now more people are being like, oh, well, he did do this. And then more and more stuff is coming on the table. It's better and say absolutely nothing. Let the fucking professionals handle that shit. Let the money talk.
Did he not say at some point, I broke no laws? Didn't he say that?
The reason
his lawyer tells
He did in his Reddit thread.
Has anybody else ever talked to Cherry?
And ever since he got an attorney, he can't
way,
say any of that anymore.
The actual reason lawyers tell you not to do that is in case you might plead guilty at some point, because most of these are public defenders who are taking people in who first you go through a guilty
He does not
plea
have a
or
public
not.
defender.
This is not true.
He doesn't have a public defender. Jerry Cariglio, my lawyer, not a public defender. Robert Trackman, not a public defender. So no, we're not talking about public defenders.
The reason that you're
could he hypothetically, hey, yes or no, could he hypothetically still plead guilty? Yes, right? That's what they're protecting him from.
He could. Wait, no, hold on, stop. That's not true at all. The point is,
shut the fuck up. Have you ever even sat in a fucking court of law and been prosecuted? Have you?
Yes, that's what
Yes,
that's
multiple
what I'm
times.
trying to.
Then why are you saying this dumbass shit?
Yeah, there's no
It's
way
not
that you're
dumb. I'm
you're
telling you
totally
exactly
the
why I
point.
tell you that.
All lawyers will tell you that. Not
Comprehension
just a
is
fucking
dumb.
public
I guess.
defender.
I guess it's dumb
No.
to understand things.
Okay, okay, Melanie, it's the opposite. It's if you plead innocent and go to trial, it's the fact that anything that you say can be used against you. You don't know the law. You did not go to law school. You did not pass the bar. You don't know what you can or can't say, what will implicate you, what won't implicate you, what will get more people to come out the woodwork. It is best to just allow your lawyers to be your representatives, allow them to say everything because they know what it is that will and won't implicate you, what you can or can't say. And so they're the ones
See,
who
now
will say it
that's the
for you.
basic bitch understanding there. That's the
Oh
basic
my
picture. Like
goodness.
anything you say, like
Well, no, wait.
that's Miranda rights. That does not mean literally everything you say can hurt you. When you
I
get
mean,
to,
does.
when you
Yes, it can.
they will not.
Melanie,
Yes,
wait.
it literally
No, they will not
fucking
use
does.
everything you say against you. That is different than
Anything
anything.
that can be
Everything
used
is
against you,
different
they will
than
use.
anything.
Anything that can be used against you,
Yeah, that's
will
different
be
than
used, and
everything.
they
That's
do.
different than everything.
Dude, making a fucking claim on being innocent or
I
guilty
don't want to mute
is
you
something
guys.
that
I don't
will
want
be
to
used
mute. I
against
don't want to
you.
mute.
No,
It's gonna be
that's fine.
Grimple, Hornet,
Don't mute
and then it's
anybody.
open. Grimple, Hornet, and then whoever wants to respond.
Okay, so yes, 100%. Everything you say to any law enforcement or officer of the court or anybody ever is admissible for like forever. There's no like, maybe it was a little bit of
It's
something.
whether or not
there,
it'll be
this or
held
that.
against you.
No.
Yes, that
Furby,
was the
no,
argument.
You know better than this.
Then you're
Like,
moving the
you're not
goalpost. You're
dumb.
shifting the goalpost.
I'm not shifting any goalpost. I'm stating a fact.
We're not
of if
talking
you
about whether he's
state
talking to law
things-
enforcement.
Well,
when you're talking to law enforcement, it can always be used against you. Why do you think it cannot?
I think I can lay this out logically.
Let me get in here. I'll go to Hornet. He's a streamer. I bet what you say on a stream probably can be used in a case also.
It
Keep in mind,
absolutely
but
can
Hornet,
be.
want to go in there?
No, it's not always admissible.
Yeah.
There's a difference. The
Wait,
judge has to decide
That's-
it's admissible.
logically.
Oh my God.
Wait.
One at a time. One at a time.
Logically, you do not want to present your case out into the public because guess what? The other side is going to be viewing that, and they can build their arguments against that, right?
They can't
Obviously,
predict you're going to
don't-
say I didn't do it. Wow.
well, it's not I didn't do it. It's like, hey, you're asking for this extreme thing of like, hey, I didn't do this for this specific reason, blah 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 blah, right? And
but
if
that-
it's
yeah,
for those, wait, that's
But now you're
how they're
extending the
building the
logic.
case. Well,
But
no,
I wasn't going that
that's-
far. I was just simply saying I did not do it on its own should be fine.
No,
That's
it can't. No, it's not because
That's
if
not what
you
you
end up
said.
saying,
God,
even
bro,
hold on, just to be
nobody's
clear,
this
even
stupid.
if
They're
you
just
say that,
baiting. They're
even if you
baiting.
say
They're
that,
baiting.
okay, just
Even
to be clear,
motherfucking Young
just for
Thug's
people
rap
who are
lyrics
listening,
being used against
Yes.
him, buddy. Like,
Yes.
are you
Even
stupid?
for
They're
anybody who's
literally
listening,
using rap
the-
lyrics for rap
the fact that
cases.
okay, just
See,
the,
those
the,
rap
the like the
lyrics say,
problem
"I
is that
didn't do
okay,
it."
Melanie, the problem is that even if you say I didn't do it, and it turns out that you your lawyers decide, okay, there's too much evidence against you. We are going to say that you did it, but there's a reason that this is legal. But if they do that, and now they have like clips of you saying, well, I didn't do it, this never happened, this can hurt your credibility, this can hurt your case, this is going to be brought up by the prosecution or the opposite side to say that you're lying about this. Like, there's so many reasons why you don't want to say anything one way or the other. You just allow
you
your
don't want to
lawyers
say I
deal with
didn't do it if you actually did it, and there's enough evidence to prove that you actually did it.
Let me
Yeah,
try
good
to
point,
buy
Tom.
you.
Good
Yeah,
point,
like
Tom.
You did anything.
Yeah,
I did
it's
some
not
basic,
about
I did some
that.
research. It sounds
Are
like
we talking
most
about
lawyers
legal
will say,
strategy right now?
even if you're innocent, you should not make a statement either way. It'll only it doesn't really help your case, and mostly will hurt.
Yes,
your case.
because of
They say-
Hang
because
on,
of-
I got
because
in
of
here a
guilty
little bit
pleas.
late.
Yes.
Process is, are we talking about the legal strategy right now? Because that's one thing versus what's going on with I want to make sure I understand the conversation before I get too deep into anything.
The context
I
of this
think
came
we're
up
just-
because you're kind of
I think
implying
I missed a
Destiny
few
maybe should
things.
make a more Destiny should make a more clear statement that he didn't do anything wrong. If that's the case, is that what you're saying, Melanie?
Yeah, and I think for me, it's the context of what we're about to watch here, and I'm not trying to segue into it, so we can still have a discussion. But what we're about to watch here, if we're saying that he shouldn't say anything about it, then these are all L's that he's taking.
Yes.
Not quite yet, but
I
like
mean,
assuming
legally,
that's
yeah. If legally, if you say
please,
anything,
please,
it's an L.
Please, if he is like hypothetically, for the sake of argument, blah blah blah, if he is innocent, And if he only said the words, "I did not do it," I don't think that's enough to use against him in court. That's all I'm saying.
It just explained how it
So
could
yeah, he's
be,
going to
but
take
it's all
L's either
about the
way. Like,
possibility.
we're in agreement there.
Again, you're locking down your defense at that point. Like you're pretty much like locking out a whole area for yourself, like in a defensive area.
Yeah,
Because
the guilty
on
plea.
it,
Yeah, the guilty plea. You're
not
right.
not necessarily just the guilty plea, right? Because it doesn't necessarily be like you're guilty of this thing, right? It's just like, okay, I did this thing, but this thing covers that thing, and there's so many strategies that
That's
it,
part of a
to
guilty
think.
plea.
Wait,
and bargaining with
no,
the district attorney.
no, it's not. It's part of the whole.
Oh,
Like,
God.
do you think that a legal strategy just comes down to whether a person says they're innocent or guilty? Like that's not
Obviously,
how it works.
it
There's
comes down to a
multiple.
jury
There's
in a
more.
trial.
Well,
So-
there's going to be
Melanie, you're not a
multiple
district
layers
attorney either.
in setting up a defense and setting up an offense for this situation, right? So
And- but just
obviously,
like-
you don't want to cut yourself off from corners, and you also don't want to give the other person too much to work with.
This
There-
is
that's
literally
just
Trump's
logical,
defense
like-
throughout the fake elector scheme, is that they weren't going to say that he didn't do it. They're not going to say that he didn't do any of this shit. They're arguing there's some loopholes here that make this completely legal and that there's nothing wrong with it. Or they're going to argue, well, actually, the officer, went and did this thing or that thing when they arrested him, and they made it to where the evidence is contaminated. And so this is why this is bad. But yes, if the other side is able to use your statements
I don't
of
see
you,
why I care. We're
Ron, you're not
talking
doing
about
any
somebody,
favors with this argument.
I'm talking about somebody who could stand to gain a lot of respect from just saying, I didn't do it. If it's true, and this actually started with the
Actually, I'll
whole
back him up.
providing receipts
It is
of
unique
the
in
other
that
thing, but
this guy's a public figure. Okay, I can see like if he truly knows I'm innocent and I just something bad could happen. Maybe I could see a slight argument of like, okay, I'm confident I can make the statement. I think legally it's probably gonna hurt me though. But maybe
if you look at
sacrifice.
corporations,
like,
they do it all
I
the
have more value
time.
my integrity, my image publicly than my legal case. I can see that.
sorry for talking over you, but if you look at corporations, they'll do it over time, all the time. They'll be very careful with their language, and they'll have lawyers fucking like standing over their shoulder with every letter they write. Don't get me wrong, but they do it all the time.
yes,
Do
the
what all the
lawyers
time?
do.
Release
different.
statements while they're in the middle of a court case or something
Mm-hmm.
to tell the public.
Yes,
no,
the
we're actually-
lawyers
our brand is
do-
secure.
Yes, the lawyers do that. Correct. That's what we're saying.
do they
is
do
that
all
the
the time?
lawyers would double
and
check
I'm not,
and
but
approve
we
it.
can't assume that Destiny can't also ask his lawyers to help him write a statement. for
Sure,
this,
but he
right?
did say
Like,
that
that's
his lawyers are
feasible.
going to be mad at him for talking about this at all. He literally said that at the beginning. Is that my lawyers are going to be
that's his
pissed at me
day
for
job.
saying
Melanie-
anything about this at all. So that
Melanie,
go ahead.
sorry, Tom. Melanie, what do they do all the time? What are you talking about right now?
Corporations, they release statements while talking about what they perceived happened or what they think the public should know about what happened in the middle of a trial or even in the midst of allegations.
Wait, do you lawyers releasing what they think the public should know or what they want the public statement to be? What
Yeah, Destiny has
are
lawyers,
you
right?
sure?
Destiny has lawyers. He's a public
She's
figure.
saying that lawyers will release
Okay.
public statements on behalf of their clients. Yes, of course. That is like a very different scenario. That is the point of
Well, I mean,
representation.
for Destiny,
is
it's
they
not
are
out of reach
represent-
at all. But no, but what I'm saying is for Destiny, it's not out of reach at all. And this is a feasibility for him that if he is innocent, I think he should, explore.
Okay.
I think we're saying, but that would probably be against most lawyers' advice. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Not again.
It
I think
sounds like
things get
that
muddier
is
when you
his
become a
lawyer's
public
device.
Figure.
Again, it sounds like that is his lawyer's
Yeah.
device. He's already said his lawyers are going to be
Or it
pissed
just sounds
that
like he didn't
says
really talk to
anything
his
about
lawyers
this at all.
about doing
I'm saying
this.
I'm saying
It's
if he made
or it
if he-
just sounds like he
Melanie
didn't really
wants-
talk to his. Here, can I please respond? It sounds like
go ahead.
he didn't really talk to his lawyers about doing this particular broadcast.
He did note
Yeah.
many times in the beginning, like, fuck, I should have had notes. I should have had notes. So didn't come off prep, but I don't know if that was a meme or not.
Yeah, even if that's the case, that still just kind of goes to our point that, like, yes, you would want your lawyers to approve it ahead of time. That's
I think we nailed this in. I think we all agree. Most lawyers would be like, yeah, please don't say anything. The client can decide to make a public statement if he really wants to, but I don't think lawyers would recommend that.
Well, that's
I
why
think we should-
corporate lawyers are paid the
watching-
big bucks.
Sure. And they have all the money. We're brokies. But let's play more of the video because I think there's some more you want to react to it later, Melanie.
Oh yeah, let's keep
I'll
watching.
about that.
Yes. Why did you move rooms? Setting up in the last room meant that you had like a camera shot in my living room, which wasn't good for a variety of reasons, and it always covered the door going in and out of my apartment, which was
Because he was
annoying.
accidentally recording
Basically,
people
one of the
without
things
their
I've had to kind of like
permission.
come to grips.
Just kidding. Sorry.
That's a good one.
Sorry.
That's a good one.
My bad.
But low key though, like I said, with the thing I was talking about earlier with that chick, that goes on. Like again, it's like these people get recorded of them coming in at Destiny's house and they're getting fucking full on docs. It's insane. It's insane. But nobody understands that. Again, that's like against them, but whatever.
With over the past year.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
And I'll be speaking.
Go ahead.
So the issue he's trying to address, like, there's like a doorway in the background and people would walk by it. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah,
and
I was
again,
just making a joke, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
if-
Okay, I'm
but-
glad to
but-
clarify that was a
is
joke
the
because
actual
I was going to
reasoning.
talk about like in a cross examination he'd be teared apart since like I hardly stream myself, right? But I know that like when my stream ends, I want to make sure that shit is done streaming. I do not want to walk away and my shit is still streaming, so I can self-report something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Melanie, when do you go live, or where do you go live?
Not often enough, and I'm just in a kind of like a dead zone with streaming right now until I figure out a new direction with things.
Maybe Destiny give you some insight.
No.
Less
Pardon?
and less about this
Okay.
because it's obviously this is
No,
not
go ahead.
relatable at all. But it's trying to live my life as more of like an actual celebrity instead of like an e-celeb, because there's a lot of like weird shit that like people are doing that I haven't been used to in the past. So I'm kind of like trying to move my life, I guess, more in that direction.
Getting away from the people who know the
Also, a
allegations.
nice thing about this room too is that when my girlfriend is here, if she streams in this room, this sounds stupid, but it's the most annoying thing ever. The thermostat is out there, and I think the main AC pump vent is in here. So if I'm streaming out there and I turn the AC on in here, people in this room are fucking freezing to death. And then
It
in
was
that
so
room, I'm still
loud
hot,
in his
so
other
hopefully this
room
balances
as
out
well.
the stuff a little bit more.
Yeah, the noise was obnoxious.
But those are
in
the
that
two big
other room.
reasons. Chipotle Mexican Grill donated
missed the
50
gun in the
bucks. Court
background,
litigation can be tough. Fuel up on a delicious
Aw.
steak burrito. I'm gonna be honest. The
Should watch
steak
Steven
at
Crowder,
Chipotle
then.
is way too much of a gamble. So I'm gonna say
Wait.
no.
So A for Tom, why do you know so much about the temperature about Steven's rooms? And then B Princess, what was the question about firearms?
Wait, I didn't say anything
I
about
was
the
joking with it.
temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was just
okay.
saying that it makes a lot of noise. Like he had always had this like humming sound in the background, and I don't know if it was like the AC or if it was like something from outside or if it was if it was a washing machine or what. But yeah, there was just always this humming noise ever since he moved to Florida that's made it kind of obnoxious to listen to.
Yeah, did he
I know
comment
it's
on that
half-
and say it was
Go
like
ahead.
the wind or something? That's what he
Yeah.
like hated about that specific room.
That'd be crazy if your place is that drafty.
Well,
do
he
have
is
to
in
be
a
honest.
like super tall
This
building.
new background's
so.
way worse, though. I was half joking
I'm
that I missed the gun,
sure
but this
he'll add some
background
more
is
lights.
objectively worse.
Yeah, it's worse. It's so much worse.
This looks similar to what it was like when he first moved there, and then yeah, he added like the gun and other shit way later over time, and just kept adding like more shelves, more lights, crap like that.
It also helps us construct a proper timeline. We can be like, this is when Destiny added the gun, and he said all the stupid shit after that. So now we know.
I
Guns
believe
cause
the
people
shadow
to
of
be
the
dumb.
thing is an SKS, but if you could show me a picture, I could tell you exactly what it is.
It was a rifle.
Yeah, I believe he has an SK. Like the picture, dude. I don't watch
I don't
Destiny.
remember.
I
I have
don't
no idea.
like. I'm not a particular fan of them either.
Okay, can we talk
Just-
about dick extensions once we finish watching Destiny, please?
I believe it's an SKS in like a not an Archangel stock,
no.
but like it's a really not
I love guns, but yeah, let's
high-speed
watch
thing.
more of this video.
Let's get here.
Can you say anything about the Erudite Bridge before we move on to politics? So I don't want to say anything about any individual for a variety of reasons. I'll just say I'll give them the flexibility to say or do what they want or maneuver how they want. Yeah. Is your GF aware of all the allegations made against you? No. Anytime she opens her phone, I just swat it out of her hand and then I throw one of those little like cat toys into the corner of the room, and she usually runs and chases it.
Okay, that was funny. That was a good one.
Can you react to the outro of Lex Friedman calling us Ukrainian bot farms? Don't take that away from me, please. Yeah, we'll probably go over that.
Damn, he probably was
The
talking
original
about
trader.
Destiny's audience when he said that. I didn't even think about that. He's almost definitely talking about the GG shit.
Can you put it back on
do stream
2.5x
overlay
or
for
whatever?
anything else soon?
Somebody was dead air.
You mean intro video?
I don't know if he says anything else.
Is that basically it? I think
Yeah, I
that's
think
gonna
that's
hold
Ironic
its
gaming streamer is a massive parody. Fuck no.
Also,
Yeah.
got to do something to be transformative, you know, commentary.
That's pretty much
So,
it.
I've
That's
got-
pretty much it. Mostly just like I think the rest of it just goes like, man, I really want to talk about this, but I can't. And then that's pretty much it for the rest of it.
So some things I want to bring up. Oh, honestly, one of the worst arguments I ever heard. I just want to get you guys react to it. Is like, oh, if you and this about this because they were talking about his Destiny's girlfriend. I heard some people saying like, oh, people know Destiny's a G-gen. If you are with Destiny, you should assume like you're gonna get your nudes leaked. Like that should be your expectation. I definitely thought that was a little extra.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, that's a
Well, that's generally how red flags work. That's so this is why people want to make like a big deal about stuff like this, is so that people do know about it, because that is the assumption going in. If you date somebody who's a rapist, like you want to kind of maybe not date them, even if you think, well, I'm the special one that they won't rape. Like you probably do want to just like stay a little far away from somebody who has a bunch of rape accusations or a bunch of rape convictions, just the same as like anybody with any sort of like problem is that they turn like if it's especially if they have a couple of those accusations, then yeah, it starts to look more like a pathology, and then yeah, they're just a fucking walking red flag. So I don't think it's insane for people to say like, yeah, maybe don't date somebody who has these sorts of accusations if you're like super afraid of this happening.
Well, it kind of
Even
does,
without the
because
accusations,
you're assuming
if
they
I could
know that.
If
You're
I could
assuming-
jump on
assuming
top
you
of
know what's
what
in their
Tom
brain,
is
right?
saying right
Mel,
there,
let's get Grumple come
if we
and
could-
late, and then we'll go to Mel.
I'm sorry, Princess. What?
Grumple then Mel.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If I could jump just straight on top of that grenade of what just Tom just threw out there, getting into not even getting into bed with, but just doing anything with a known content creator, somebody who's not hiding it from meat space, say, it's like somebody who's doing it as a hobby, you know, like big deal content creator. You have to know what you're getting into, and that doesn't even mean sexually at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's what you're doing is going to be content for that person. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter what the context is. It's going to be content in some form or fashion, even if the gory details, even if that person is the best, mentally the best streamer ever and can have like very big boundaries and keeps private life private, that what you're doing is still going to become part of that person's content.
Well, no, hold on. Not that person's. That person's content. Other people's content, most likely. So other people who dislike that person, they're likely going to do that. Okay, I've had tons of relationships.
Please don't
by
put
far
words
the
in my mouth,
majority.
dude.
I'm
No,
not.
you're
I'm
not-
saying
you're better
I'm
than
not.
that.
I'm asking you a clarifying question, and
you're
now I'm
better
saying
than
that
Okay.
by far the majority of people that I've had relationships with never became content for anybody nor me. And so it's not like it's not obviously
not
I'm not
that big of
that
a
big.
creator,
Sure,
is what
obviously I'm
I'm
not
talking
that
about,
big,
dude.
but I don't think that like
Yeah.
I don't think that they
Although
are
I
going to
remember you from
automatically
Twitch
use you.
before you got banned.
Yes, but I don't think that that they are
I don't
automatically
remember if we
going to
interacted,
use
but-
you as content just because they are
Tom,
big.
No,
I
it's
think
not
other
that- it's
people
not
do.
that you're- it's not that you're going to. It's
Didn't
not that
people
it's going
talk
to be
about
intentional
Mantis
thing.
whenever But people talked about Mantis whenever they talked about Tomten.
Oh wait, let's say about. I want to put it on Destiny because I agree that's not the normal expectation. But like, if you're a huge debater who debates red pill on content, you want to be wary of it. If you're gonna date that guy, you're probably gonna get some like content read at you because that's what happened. That's what happened.
Yeah, but
okay. So I want to get back to the thing I was going to say earlier. I needed a bit of space.
Mel, just let me jump in here real quick.
Princess, you said I could speak.
No, y'all go ahead.
For one at a time. Well, let's get Hornet and then Mel's, okay?
Really, Princess? Again, you're double putting me back on the back burner here. I was in line.
I just wanted to say that Tom's correct. It wouldn't be on that, like, even in that instance with Prawn is saying that it would be other people making the content, not the particular person making the content, right? Like, other people are going to scrutinize your relationship. That's what's going to happen, but like, not necessarily, the person's not necessarily going to make their relationship the content.
Okay, so I want to get back to the idea that like these people should ought to have known. First of all, that does not lay any blame on them, of course. Second of all, not everybody who enters this space knows who everybody is and knows all the lore about everybody. Also, not every single piece of lore is out in the open. Some of it has to be spread privately, and that means if you're not networked with the people who know this, they may not even know how to contact you. So this is all really important to consider before we say, oh, I guess they should have known better.
I love that long, awkward silence when somebody says some crazy ass
It's like a second. It's not long.
What I was talking about is what I think most normal people would talk about is like getting into a relationship, whether it's like romantic or just, business or just even a friendship with somebody who's like a creator at that level. Yeah, you're going to become content, whether it's tangentially, like it's going to happen.
Yes, I could agree with you there, like tangentially for sure. I don't necessarily believe that
There's going to be stories being told about you, even if you name their good, never get
for sure. But I don't think that I don't know if 100% of the time.
You have to be public facing as well. Like you have to at least put yourself on their streams, or you have to appear in some.
Oh no! If you're a creator's buddy, and that buddy then like needs to just talk about a story about something that happened one time, it's gonna come up.
Like, do you mean this in the sense that like, someone might talk about my mom because everybody has a mom, right? But like they don't know my mom. They're not actually talking about my mom. They're just talking.
But I'm
about
talking
the fact
about
that
your
I have a
mom.
mom.
Well, I think it's a blurry line with streamers because it is so parasocial. There are certain streamers like where they just do news content. They don't talk about their life, their friends, their family. And there's other people where there's a very blurred line where they're regularly sharing that information. So I think it's
Princess.
Well, yeah, Grumple, you might not have.
Princess, there's also that intermediate. Hang on, just what. Princess, there's also that intermediate area where you've got streamers that just telling stories about their lives.
Yeah, but I don't think
they're not giant.
People that,
but that's not
make their entire life content. That's also a thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I've asked my partner, like, whenever I think about talking about him, like, I've talked about certain things he's done for me, but not like a lot of details about him because I know that he does not want me to talk about him on stream. He does not want people trying to figure out who he is and stuff like that. So I try to minimize that information, right? Like that is 100% the responsibility of the creator you're dating, not of you.
Okay, just Melanie, I'm going to check you on this right quick. Okay, are you ready for it?
Sure.
Okay. OF said at this point, it seems Destiny is convinced Pixie not to press charges and only to work it out in civil court. So no, it's not criminal as of now. So I don't know if Pixie even could press charges criminally. But I don't think Destiny convinced her of anything. Again, if you read the DMs, Pixie goes through her like full thought process on why she never wanted to press charges. She didn't want this to be a criminal case. So we don't even have to speculate on if Destiny convinced her to do it because she very clearly stated to Not So Erudite why she doesn't even want that to be like part of her thought process, that she doesn't think that there's going to be like any benefit in that and that it'll only make things worse. and so she's instead just wanting to do things civilly, and the fact that she wants to do things civilly because she's going to she thinks that that's like the best way for him to actually learn from his lessons, that like people who go to jail or get locked up are just more likely to like have some sort of recidivism, but people who have like a large financial loss are more likely to second guess certain types of behaviors because losing the money is enough for them to be like, oh shit, can't do that again, can't let that ever happen again. So yeah. Yes, civil court. Right. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that it's not criminal. He said at the beginning of the stream that he convinced everyone to keep it civil. I don't think he said that. I didn't hear it. I've listened to this now twice, and I don't think he ever said that. I didn't hear that at least. So, did anybody else hear that? Can I get some ones in chat if anybody else heard him say, as in civil court? I understand, but I didn't hear him say that. Can I get some ones in chat if any of you heard him say he convinced everybody to just do civil court? He did not say that? Yeah, I don't think he said that. I don't think that happened.
Celebrities dating a nobody, that they're still going to be like, oh, they're dating a nobody, right? That's already content on its own. Like that's already its thing.
That's
yeah,
pretty
like,
boring.
And
the real content is if like if there's a scandal.
No, again, we can go through.
To be a little bit more dramatic.
Hold on, we can go through most big YouTubers, most big content creators, like especially politics people who have like a large like group of a large group of haters, and
hate watchers.
Most of these people were not going to know like the people that they've dated. Like by far the majority of them were not going to know any of the people that they've dated. It's very rare that people actually know who you've dated. And then I would say I think that's even true for streamers. I would say that the majority of streamers, we don't know the majority of people that they've dated. And or I would say the majority of them, we probably don't know any of the people that they've dated. So it doesn't seem to be true like in any sense. Now there are lots of people who do include their personal lives to a large degree, and I'd say for those people it's just way more likely, and that yeah, it's like being part of like a streamer's content makes your life just a whole lot worse, kind of inherently, but yeah, I don't but I don't think that's the case for most people, and I think we could go through one by one with tons of people and realize that we don't know any of the people that they've dated.
I think the exception would be, I agree with most people. They start putting people like Destiny, where like you stream most of your life. Like how often has Destiny like been live? Like,
well, and Destiny does talk about his personal
job,
life.
so
yeah, Destiny does talk about his personal life, and he has like a very different like philosophy on how he engages with his community, that like his community is very parasocial, and Destiny's like goal is to kind of like use that parasociality to grow a community and to like get people to care about him and to care about what he's doing so that they continue coming back and they continue watching, and that like it is the business strategy. So it's obviously a very different scenario versus other people like in general, and the statement is kind of like a general statement about everybody doing content.
It could be a business. I still feel like he's missing like giant red flags when his community literally like cyber stalks whoever they think might have appeared in the background of one of his streams because they're like, oh my god, she's fucking him. Like,
I don't think he's missing it.
You might actually be you might want to try to like turn down the parasociality knob a bit, just like dial it back.
Well, I don't think
that
you
would
can
mean
dial
less
it
money.
back.
I don't know how many people are
don't
in
think-
his community doing that, or if it's like hate watchers who are doing that. Like,
Yeah, I don't think you can dial it back.
Kiwi Farms.
I think it's just a downside of it. I don't think that it's something that you can dial back. I think it's something that's just
parasociality
a
is
big-
definitely it's,
Well, let me
it's
ask
something
this
you
question. I'll make this more
culture as a
broad.
creator.
Do we
Like you
think-
have to. Sorry, Princess, can I quickly respond? Parasociality
go
is 100% something you have to culture as a creator. Like I don't culture parasociality at all. By the way, I don't try to be relatable. I don't care about any of that shit. I don't care if I talk about movies or anything like that. I'm here to debate, and that's all I give a shit about.
When do we get to react to Selena Gomez crying?
We did at this. Did you forget about that?
Top tier comment.
Wait, I think
Well,
it's
yeah,
a question.
none of that should interest me is my point. And so, like for
Okay.
me, a lot of these parasocial social things, like sure, once I get big past a certain point, there will be some people who do it, but usually not a large amount. And the amount of people that you do it has to do with how much you enable it.
Again, it's about what
Can
aspects that you're enabling though. Like I'm saying that this is just like a downside of you cultivating a parasocial audience and letting them in on your
Can I please
life.
ask this outright?
Yeah, go.
Not if you're making
Please ask
yourself
this
out to be a
outright.
sex symbol.
Wait, let Prawn ask the question,
Okay,
guys.
yeah, because this is gonna. I'm basically I'm rephrasing your question in a very concise way. We can all agree it's hard to please communities. There, people do crazy shit. But do you think Desi is engaged with this community in any toxic way, negative way? Has he been irresponsible anyway with his community?
Yes.
We got one yes. Do you want to expound upon that? Does anyone else want to jump in, give their opinion?
Yeah, sure, probably. I would say probably. Like it is with lots of things that they do. I would say that it's probably better to try to be like more punitive with some of the actions that people take, because obviously they are like a little wild. But it's also something that's like really hard to do as well. Like to try to like ban people for what they've done in other people's chats or what they've done on Twitter and not in your community. These people have different names a lot of times. It's hard to know which person is which, and so it's kind of something that's
there's a difference between moderating that, like from an end user point. Like if you're doing that and you're getting moderated for it, you're not going to feel welcome to do that. Versus if you feel like your parasocial streamer daddy is like encouraging you for doing that, you're definitely going to do it more.
I don't know that he has encouraged people to do that though. That's different. Like,
so when he originally started getting accusations, one of the things I noticed heavily is like in his Discord, he would immediately resort to talking shit about that person in his Discord. Like no fucking dignity whatsoever, no decency.
You keep tabs in Destiny's Discord?
Well, actually, a lot of this I will admit was hearsay, but there seems to be a pattern of people who report it every time that this happens. And the reason that's significant to me goes back to what I was saying before is like, if you really didn't do it, then you don't need to attack the person accusing you so much as you need to stand your ground and say you didn't do it.
Are you parasocialing right now, Melanie? About
No, I'm
this?
not, Grumple. Nice try, though.
This is ridiculous.
No,
like,
it wasn't a try. It was an ask. Because
really
I'm not in Destiny's Discord, but
again, if people are lying about you,
I literally just said it's all hearsay. It's stuff that I've seen other people report on.
Oh,
yeah, again, if people are lying about you, like you should like make a big deal about it. One of the problems with people like making accusations today
that's not what
is
I
that
said.
just
I didn't say.
I
don't make a big
understand.
deal, Tom.
I understand. I'm still in the middle of talking about it.
Finish it.
Is that one of the problems with this is that like lots of times when people make accusations about you, it's not just a thing that you disprove, because once it's been said, there's tons of people who have no idea if you disprove it. They've only seen the accusations. And so now they will move forward with more people repeating these accusations. And this is a thing that happens with all of us, most likely, is that there's things that were said or if there's things that were believed at one point, and then like years later, you still hear people bringing shit up that you know for a fact were like easily disproven. So you don't just disprove it, you put a fucking spotlight on it. You make sure everybody hears this is getting disproven. You make sure you make a massive deal about the fact that this person was so fucking stupid to say something so retarded because it's so obviously fake, and you make sure that yes, everybody hears the defense when it comes out, but you make it sound like him doing that is like
cool. That has nothing
wrong.
to do with what I said, though.
It
has nothing to do with what I said, though, because I
goodness.
was talking about when
I'm talking about
his
attacking
first
them.
resort. Yeah, no, but here's the thing: is like there's a difference between slandering someone and disproving things, and then standing on top of that high ground that you've disproven.
You
them
didn't say slandering them. You said attacking them. If you want to say slandering them, sure, it's not good to slander
sure I said
people.
Slandering or smearing, but that's what I meant. Just to be extra clear now. And so that's the key thing is like he would go into his Discord and say, "Oh, she's a crazy bitch. She doesn't make any sense." Blah 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 blah. And just get his whole audience like to rally and hate against her
not
without
necessarily
any really
slander.
Okay, but again,
what if they are lying?
That's why the terminology
never-
matters less than the behavior that I'm describing, which is generating hate for this person and directing it towards them using his parasocial audience versus even disproving it to begin with.
we're struggling to understand the behavior based on the terminology that you're using. So the terminology here is kind of important.
Right,
That's
rallying,
what's
hating
getting
it,
everybody losing.
Right, and the distinction had to do with what you brought up. If you have disproven it and you have some high ground to stand on, and you have reason to believe this won't just go away from that alone, then maybe you want to get people's attention towards the fact that it's disproven. Just rallying hate somebody against somebody as a response to this without having done any disproving or anything like that is just a way to get it's just a way to create a louder voice than the victims themselves. It's so fucking obvious, by the way, to people who are victims of these things. It happens a lot, but I'll just leave it there.
Victims of things. Hey, Process is trying to say something. Y'all shut the fuck up for just a moment.
Wait, real quick, Zeno, what's my case? Can you message me my case number?
Oh, somebody know how to listen.
Give the case number. But I do want to
Message me my case number.
Okay, isn't it already on your thing?
No.
Don't say it out loud.
Oh wait, Darius. Good evening.
Darius is trying to finish up his court appointed training. I'm running the stream for him, but I went back to Melanie a little bit because I do think it's fair to say Destiny has an extra level of responsibility because he's a very personal audience that will run with any narrative he kind of takes without doing much research. He should be aware of that and be cautious of what he says, because if he's not right, he's gonna fuck over a lot of people inadvertently.
I guess I would want like examples of him like doing this though, like us just saying like he should not rape people. Like is there an accusation of rape? Like are we just saying random
there's
things?
videos that
like
detail this.
Well,
there's entire
like
videos that go over
BGG is considered an entirely separate entity from Destiny in like any kind of ranking things.
I'll give you one
part of.
because Mel, sorry to cut it.
That's not how creator influence works, by the way.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad to be saying I have a crazy ass stalker and then like be DMing that girl Anna and the fucking back end. That's probably not good.
That depends on the timing of it, right? Like if he says this months before and then months later is talking to her again, I don't know that that's the same thing as like the implication that he's calling her a stalker and then 2 minutes later DMing her like, "Hey baby, what you doing today? What are you wearing?" Like those are very different scenarios.
And again, like
well,
this,
I think we.
I personally
wait, Mel, I like
narratives. No, I just want to respond to Process real quick because when you think about it, right, like it's not so simple to just simply not respond to your stalker, especially if they're escalating on certain things, making it more and more difficult for you not to respond, which is what stalkers try to do. So easier said than done at the end of the day with the Anna situation.
Yeah, the Anna situation just there's just too many factors that it's just like timeline wise, it's just. I don't know why people try to analyze that so deep. No one's ever going to get down to the fucking truth of the matter. Like, I think there are very much instances where Destiny has wielded his platform irresponsibly, right? I think him being egged at a college campus is a very good example of this, right? Where essentially he weaponized his community to essentially find this person, that girl? And they like. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There are very much instances, and when we try to like point out like instances where it's just like ambiguous at best, then you're kind of diminishing the point that yes, there are situations where he does irresponsibly wield this platform.
I mean, I've pointed out that it's not really ambiguous to people who understand the patterns of behaviors of people who tend to do this stuff. And then go to attack the victims using whatever peer support group they think they have that will listen to them.
But that's assuming that you know which party is the victim, right? Obviously, like so you're already taking that leap. So the logical leap there is already being made. That's what I'm saying.
In a lot of these circumstances, we can assume like Destiny has more power. He has more influence over these people than they would have over them, stuff like that. So I'm kind of taking certain default stances in these things based on what the accusations are. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like there are very much instances where like he does wield this irresponsibly. I don't think that anyone would argue getting it.
Thanks.
I think most of us agree on this. He's had some lapses of being irresponsible. That being said, it's hard to be a content creator with that big of a community. You're going to fuck up occasionally, inevitably. I feel like.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a way to weed out any parasociality between a community. I think that's always going to be fundamentally a thing. Like even if we like look at the current situation,
can we have a different conversation? Like it's getting so soy.
I'll be
Do you
right
want to
back.
get off Destiny? Because I have two more topics I want to bring
Like,
up
just-
in particular. Or do you want to talk about?
Wasn't there the
like a totally different
erudite?
topic?
Like, spice it up, man. Have
Wasn't
some
there
drama.
Wasn't
Argue.
there
Like,
erudite talking
you guys
to
are just actuallying it every fucking 5 seconds.
You want to
like,
be? You want to be?
Oh, real.
Actually, we weren't just doing that, okay?
I'm just saying, like, the chat is finally engaging again. We're waking them up. They hear us
Xena,
fight in
Xena, your
conversation. No,
cat
for
is
real.
fucking-
Look,
your-
it's true.
Xena, your
They're
fucking
getting
cat's
awake.
ugly.
They're
It
fucking
looks like a
waking up.
fucking
They're like, oh
demon.
shit, people are actually talking.
No,
like,
all cats
holy
are beautiful.
fuck.
No, Xena, you're okay. Let's get this done.
That's
All right,
true.
let's talk about something else.
I'm on my final exam for this
I'm
impulse
on board.
class.
Darius,
Pretty
I
much-
sent you your case number.
Yeah, I put it in. I had to put in my stuff here. I'm on my final exam after this. I've been looking at some stuff. Apparently, a kick streamer named Homeless, his girlfriend is getting flown out to confront him. There's a lot of that information to talk about.
See, I'm over in the Discord confused by everything going on. I thought they left Duran stranded, and then people are like, fuck you, Xena, for not watching. Get your important role removed. I'm like, bro, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, apparently my nudes got leaked as well. I'm just gonna show it off.
Consensually or not consensually?
Your nudes got leaked?
No, see, the thing is, double down on it.
Don't show your nudes.
Always double down on it. Always double down.
I said he got famous
That's-
off of Leagues of Legends
Okay,
earlier, and I was
buddy.
wrong.
That's me.
Fuck.
I'll take a hot take. I want to talk about something weird.
Doesn't matter if your
Something
nudes get
weird
leaked, double down on it.
Pixie's end, because no one's gonna talk shit about Pixie. I thought it was really weird that Pixie wanted $1 million. Because I looked into the law.
Did you really say $1 million?
500,000 to
I heard
1
that.
mil.
At one point,
I
she wanted
think-
to get $1 million. But look at the law. Like, you can't even get that much with the laws. Like, there's like a
With
limit.
the law, yeah, you can't, 150K I think is where it stops. So I don't know.
Well, that might be in like conventional cases, but Destiny again has like a lot of reach, and these people that he's sending to has a lot of reach. So like the inherent like danger and like fear that could cause would be.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you would have to show.
I would
the
assume like the
cost
statute
yeah,
that he's suing him for, like that statute has a limit for how much you can receive when they violate it. I would assume that's the case, but
Is that what you're referring
I
to?
would
Maybe
rather
there's
hear
multiple
from
statutes
Xena's
that were
Spider
violated.
Monkey right now.
Well, because there's
Can-
two ways you
can we hear from
analyze
Xena's
this.
Spider Monkey?
I want to hear from Princess. Did you analyze this by looking at what the typical payouts are, or is there an actual cap? Like in
There's a cap.
From what I understand, and
yeah.
I'm not a lawyer. There's a cap on the law that you can get. Maybe there's like multiple laws broken.
But does that count for
multiple-
settling too? Like, can you settle out of court for more?
That's a good point. But
well, I don't know if you would ever, you would never settle for.
Why would you settle for more? Yeah,
Well, if
that's
he's really
unless your
if you're
unless your
actually
reputation was on the line.
Yeah, unless you're very guilty and you don't want this
Maybe.
information to become public.
But usually not. Usually not. Usually, you
Well, I
settle
think even the
unless you go
settlement
for court.
might be public. It might.
Oh, in some capacity.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was odd. Like I don't know who should consult with that made think that was a reasonable expectation because I don't get that.
I mean,
The other thing,
Well, it was the whole like hurt Destiny thing, right? Like that she wanted this to be like the most costly mistake he's ever made, right? So I think that's
the
what
1 million
that's
came
where.
from.
Did the girlfriend
Yeah,
get
so
flown
good
out
reason at
there?
least,
Yes,
yeah.
Like, how did you find that?
What?
Did the girlfriend get flown out and confront him already? How did you find this?
I had a thing. I think I liked it. I was gonna show it in a second. I wanted to show it on stream, but we'll discussing this. No, Sam apparently flew out the girl, and then Homeless like spurged out.
Sam Pepper flew her out.
Yeah, and the girl, and he started spurging out or something. I can't remember what account it's from. Some Twitter account that I was following.
To Sam Pepper John. I'll just do one last thing. I'm not gonna bring it up, but one last thing I want to bring up. We don't do it now. Is the one comment Destiny had like, if I'm going down, I'm bringing 20 different people without me. I'm like, are you just memeing? Are you secretly hiding 20 people that like you're not gonna reveal because you're saving them? I thought that was a weird comment.
I thought that was a
I mean, I think like
to be 100% honest, that was basic.
retarded. That's you're retarded. What he literally is just saying that if what he did is condemnable for that, then 20 other people are the same way. He's saying like he didn't do shit. That's
That's how
what
I
he's
interpreted it. Like
saying.
he
He's
was
not
saying, like a lot of
"Oh,
these
I'm hiding
rumors share
20 other
nudes.
people," because that would presume he thinks what he did is wrong and or he is guilty. Like that's not what the fuck he's saying. Holy shit.
I have a question for all the panelists here. Could it be
Hell
like
you.
detrimental to the panel scene or to Twitch or whatever scene you think you're a part of, for it to be like, okay, your best shot at really getting in touch with Destiny if you're a woman is if he wants to fuck you and he thinks that there's a high chance of that. Like that kind of culture of like, we're doing this to get laid, and so that's really what's deciding who makes it to the top kind of thing.
In Destiny's community?
I just mean in general. But Destiny was like the example I was using there, where
The,
like
the example that you used was
I-
to get in contact with this one particular person. So yeah, I mean,
I
if
think
that's your
Destiny's
thing,
pretty.
go
I think
go for it, girl. Do whatever you think you need to get a hold of that streamer's attention.
I think
it
there's a
becomes
lot
like
more.
a Harvey Weinstein thing,
I
though,
think
right? Where like they're only getting these opportunities because they're like attractive women. Sorry, Darius.
No, I think that there's a lot of other communities where not to do whataboutism. I think a lot of other communities where if you're a woman, most of the goal is like guys trying to fuck you. I think if you want to get into Destiny's community, really just I mean like there's literally an open there was a channel, I don't know if there will be any more channel called Disagreements that you could literally just join into and he'll drag you in if you have a disagree with something on stream and he'll talk to you. If your
No,
content
I'm
or
not
you
saying
ever
to get on stream or not. I'm saying to have them like work with you. To
well
be
yeah,
part
that
of
would
like
be
his
part of
gamer
working with you,
network.
right?
Yeah, what's up?
No, like
That'd
for
be
call-ins or something else.
Yeah,
Or-
this sounds pretty parasocial that you just haven't got
Yeah.
your chance yet, Melanie.
Oh
Good
yeah, no,
luck.
I'm jaded as fuck. I'm jaded as fuck. Someone
No,
fuck me.
I from what I
I'm
understand,
sexually
if there's-
frustrated.
I mean, if you have sex with them, you'll probably get on a stream like in real life because you're probably like with them IRL. But like,
Relax, everybody.
like there's a lot of people that have entered this sphere. Most of his orbiters are just chatters that have just been relentlessly annoying and
But okay,
just brought them on stream.
let's stop. You're just running deep for Destiny. That's at this point. What I'm talking about is content creators exchanging clout for sex. Should we be generally against that?
I mean, are we against that? To be fair, I don't think so. I mean, if we look at like.
Wait. Let me ask. What about other jobs? Is it just streamers? Can you do that in other industries?
Well,
So-
like,
Can you hear me?
They don't
Can you
like
hear me?
that in Hollywood. That's what
Yes,
Harvey
for more
Weinstein
we're
got in
talking.
huge trouble
Sorry,
for.
sorry, relax, chill out.
What do you think Harvey Weinstein got in trouble for? He was doing that. He was trying to exchange sex for roles.
What was he doing?
Yes, but that's an explicit thing. Like you have to explicitly be doing that, right? Like it's not going to be an implied thing where it's just like, oh, if
Is it
you
any
sleep
better
with
if
me,
it's
you might get
implied?
on. Even implied isn't the correct word there, but it has to be like I think that's the argument that whether something should be explicit or not. If a streamer is leveraging their clout to like get laid, like Myron did during that thing, yeah. So you can you can condemn someone for that, but I again ultimately it's just like okay, I don't think anyone here is around to babysit other fucking people. If people want to make that decision and fuck someone for clout, then go right ahead, do that shit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about us acting like babysitters. I'm talking about having like a moral stance on this. Of like, let's say hypothetically.
That sounds exactly like what you're talking about.
Well, let's
the thing
say
that
like
he
in the
answered.
debate space, right? Like debate, I think should be about merit somewhat. Like you should be a good debater first and foremost, and then like other things come next.
But Melanie, the thing that he just exactly
I'm not
answered.
done. Please, I would love to finish. Thank you.
Oh no, please
maybe
continue.
You could, maybe, yeah, thank you. So maybe
My bad.
clout and debate skills at some point kind of matter equally, but the main thing is I think it should be a meritocracy. Whereas if this was the culture that dominated the debate sphere, then it would literally just be who's more attractive.
Yes, and he already answered your question. But okay.
Well, no, not really, because I asked, is it any better if it's implicit? And he didn't really.
No, not.
Say yes.
Well,
wait, hang on.
No, if
Better
it's
or
implicit.
what? No, it doesn't.
If it's implicit,
Of course
I
it's
like.
implicit.
Yeah, there's like there's like
Slaking,
like
go ahead.
just using Destiny as the example, right? If you sleep with him, there's a high likelihood that you might get on stream, right? Like I don't know if that's a him issue or if that's an issue overall, right? Like it just
Wait, go ahead.
just because he's a big streamer and has the platform, right? Like just I don't know if that everything falls to him in that situation. I think ultimately like it's two fucking adults making decisions, right? So
No,
that's pretty much my stance on
I'm
this.
not questioning that. I'm questioning the incentive, the perversion of incentive in these cases.
Power
I don't.
dynamics are definitely at play.
But like you're gonna always have incentives in any like type of relationship that you're gonna be dealing with. Even in like a friendship, you have incentive to be a friend with someone or not be a friend with someone, right? Like these are things that are always gonna be working
But
around.
a friend is a
like,
bit different. Like that's way less intimate, and it's worth
I
pointing
need-
out.
Sorry, that's Darius one question. Darius, can you stop sharing your Destiny video now that's done? So give a nice 9x9 on Discord.
Yeah, Prani wants his
Friend
chance to
is
share it.
very intimate, Melanie.
Well, I
I don't know
did-
what the fuck you're talking about. Having a
That's called
friend
friend
is a
with
very
benefits.
intimate relationship.
That's called friend
No,
with benefits.
not even. No, not even with sex. You apparently have never had a friend.
So another issue that might be
You never
another
had a
ethical issue that we
friend
can
give you a little
consider.
head.
Wait, one second, guys.
By the way,
44, your audio is fucking scuffed. One second. 44. Can I get an audio check? Your mic sucks. Come fix your mic and come back.
you're probably on a different mic.
Everyone else-
Oh, I just fixed mine also. Thanks for the reminder.
So another ethical consideration is that like men don't have to live up to like these superficial expectations, especially because the like debate is a male-dominated culture. Whereas like women would, right? So that's immediately like a discriminatory kind of like.
Just to be clear,
Men
it's,
need to do
it's
what now
different
versus women?
standards. It's different standards, like men do in some like way. Like obviously, like Destiny's not a horribly looking guy. Hassan's not a horrible looking guy. Like they have to be like clean. They have to be like well groomed. They have to, you know. But it's not to the same standard. Is that
Have you
44
seen
guy
Wash?
still? He is.
No,
I
guy
don't
looks
even
like a
know if
total
he's.
fucking
I don't
slob.
even know if he knows he's in here right now. He's still like making so much noise. I don't think he knows he's on.
He does. Oh, so I moved. I thought a server muted him. So
Yeah, you just now
he
did.
is,
Okay.
now he is.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I understand that there is like some standard, but I don't think the debate sphere has like beauty standards as much as others do. I think that the debate sphere is one of the least like one of the spheres that cares
you're missing
the
the forest
least
for the
about.
weeds with this, Tom. Just let me reel it back in because last time I let you do it and things got off the rails. I'm not talking specifically debate culture or specifically Destiny. I'm talking about ethical implications if like any online professional space goes this way, considering that 99% of work cultures where the product you're creating doesn't involve sex to begin with, usually.
Oh no,
considered
this is how you get
toxic.
me involved.
Usually is considered toxic if sex is what's used for you to get upward mobility.
Sure, okay.
And why are you? Hang on. Are we using sex as upward mobility as the impetus of the conversation, Melanie? Or because that
That's what
feels
it's
like
been this
what
whole
Tom's
time, yes.
engaging.
Yeah, I
No,
what
that's
I
what it's been
heard
this whole
was
time.
that in the debate space that like that looks matter a lot more, making it harder for women and people to get in.
No, that
and
was
blah,
not a
blah, blah,
statement.
but-
That was a hypothetical that if it became more oriented towards that sex incentive, then that's what would happen. Any meritocracy to it would be lost.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's going to be the case in literally any business. Is that yeah, if you feel like you have to have sex with people in order to like do better, or in order to like make more money, or in order to be like seen as successful, that in all businesses it's going to be pretty toxic if you have to sleep with people in order to do that, unless it's in porn, because in that case that's kind of the name of the game. But yeah,
You're kind of doing that. And like with superficial looks, I'll even agree that some of that influences things, but I also think like if you're if you're doing like lifestyle streaming or whatever, sure, whatever, who gives a fuck. But in politics, that really does fucking matter, because you can be the best debater in the world and all that matters is your looks, really.
Well, I mean, I feel like
I would-
entertainment's going to matter more anyway than whether or not like you're an actual good debater and like bring good points and have more knowledge. Like,
yeah, I
No
think
one
that
wants
like
to- no one
I
wants
think
to
that this
sit
has been
there
proven
and
is
watch
that
someone boring for like
yeah, I
an
think
hour,
that this has
you
been
know?
proven over and over, is that Destiny can have people on his stream over and over, day after day, like platform them over and over, even engage with them in a very friendly way, and they can just do absolutely shit for views, like even less than what you would expect them to get without engaging with Destiny. They can still
guys can hear me now?
just not yes. But yeah, they can just still do shit for views to where they're not doing all that great and not benefiting all that much off the relationship. And I think Lav is one of the like a perfect example of that, where she could
44
barely
needs to get off
hit
his phone.
like she could barely hit
I
like
think it's
you
I
know.
think 44's audio is fixed now.
Yeah,
What?
he's
And
fine
so
now.
you guys are talking about views and how to get views, or what's going on here?
So yeah, so they
my
so
God.
there's 50
Or you
to
don't know how to
60.
Let's get into that. Let's get into that. We want to get the view count up. We want to go ahead and get this
All right, listen,
popping.
we are done. We are done.
Um,
I do want to wrap up the Destiny topic, unless you guys.
Yeah.
choose
Let's
closing
get into it. I just
statements
finished my
there.
impulse classes. I'm feeling fucking
Which I
froggy.
do predict next year I will pull more views than Destiny within.
Okay.
Oh, well,
I
okay.
did have
Hey,
I did
thank
have
you.
Why
a
did he get muted? Unmute him. What?
I did have a question like
Unmute him.
pertaining to the Destiny
What?
thing because
Unmute
I
him.
think that like
yeah,
President
don't censor me
Sunday
because I'm telling the truth.
I think President Sunday being the person who kind of like forced Pixie to come out with this and that he kept outing her name, as did other people, so that they could force her to come out with this story when she didn't want to. She didn't want her family to find out. She didn't want like future business prospects to find out. That like people like President Sunday are making that decision for her and then admitting that they are like wanting her to come out with this shit or like even coercing her into making it public. I think that this is some of like the grossest shit possible, and that's something that is way more malicious than anything else that we're talking about.
Oh, that's definitely when
not
you
good,
want to
yeah.
confer, especially when victims are involved. You want to confer with victims and not just out them as victims. Like, you
Hold on,
wanna
give me a second.
never speak for victims if they're not
Sorry,
already
Super Saiyan.
outing themselves.
Pixie definitely got very fucked over by Frederated
By
and
Sunday.
President Sunday from what
Yeah.
it looks like. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it seems like Sunday was really wanted like a nuke or something anti-Destiny. I was like, I don't care who gets involved.
Well, to be 100% honest, even in Sunday's video, it seemed like he was pretty much making a pretty good case for Destiny. If anything, he diminished Pixie's story to a point where it's just like now people have to scrutinize it to a high level.
Yeah, well, he was trying to make it sound like she was just like a gold digger. She was just after money. But then once the DMs came out, it kind of proved that she wasn't after money. She said he could donate it to charity if he wanted. She just wanted him to take the loss, which means she's not after money. She didn't want the money all that much. She just wanted to learn
driving a
from it.
long drive.
Hold on, wait. Can I say something?
I feel
What are you
like I'm
talking about?
driving a long drive and I'm shuffling through the radio stations, and this is one of those random side of the road 2 a.m. radio stations.
So you're pretty much saying that you're just listening to him, but you don't really understand what's going on here, or
No, like this conversation is just dragging.
it's dragging and dragging, and you're like, all right, you just want to listen to the radio
44,
station,
you've
right?
not watched any of the stream. You just came in and asked, "Are you guys
No,
watching?
no.
Are you guys talking about
Yeah, of
YouTube
course he's
videos?"
not, because he doesn't want to hear any of this. He wants to watch something else. He wants to listen to something else. We've been on this for a while. Let's move on.
Darius,
End
I'm
it,
asking
nigga.
for
You have
closing-
no idea how to
I'm
end it.
doing closing statements. I'm doing closing
I
We
like
statements.
don't
Darius,
need
right now.
closing statements,
Hey,
honestly.
good.
Closing
Let's
statement?
just change the fucking conversation. Like,
Yeah, it's
holy
fine.
fuck.
I gotta head out
Let
as
him
well,
do it.
so I got some
gonna
other
head
shit.
out?
Yeah, but I appreciate you guys inviting me on, and I'll
It's
see you
good.
guys.
I appreciate you coming
Appreciate
on.
it, Tom.
I like
Thanks,
that.
thanks for coming.
I'll watch
Thanks for
your
joining the
content
shit show.
later.
Awesome.
What's your channel? I'll check you out later.
He's not gonna check you out
It's
later. That's the
Destiny.
thing.
Go to
on both
destiny.gg, and
Jesus Christ.
I've got
It's
a
been
lot
a
of
minute,
content over
Tom.
there.
You are you still on Kick? I'm on Kick. Are you
He's
still on
lying.
Kick?
He has his
I-
own Discord server.
I'm
Just go
on
to his
Kick,
channel.
but yeah, it's mostly on
Tom is
YouTube.
everywhere.
Are you primarily on Kick? Okay.
No, on YouTube.
Tom, do you want to
All
shout
right.
anything out? Actually, before you go.
Nope. That's it. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Tom,
Thanks for
unban
coming.
me from your
You
server.
too. Have a nice night, day, whatever.
Unban me
All
from
All right. Yeah, like they invited me on to talk about the Destiny stuff, and I had planned on doing a short stream anyways, so yeah, if they're moving on to other stuff and kind of moving on, then yeah, it's a good time for me to head out. I think I won that panel. I think I won. I think I won the panel. What do you guys think? Looks like I won. Oh, what the fuck is this? Hold on. What the fuck?
Yeah, what was he talking about? Pedophilia earlier or something? What was that?
Yeah, like I'm being slandered here. Like, what's going on?
Okay, wait, real quick, because we have JSOK is a mental retard. Destiny called DMing random in JC Core just because they have an attractive girl picture in 2024. This person, just so we're clear, this person added this person. Why is this even a clip, and why is he bringing this up? This is, dude, like, is this all intentional bait? Is it just bait? I'm streaming this. I'm gonna stream.
Destiny's mad that JCLK is mad that Destiny messaged someone with an attractive profile picture. Is that what I'm getting from this?
I would hear you saying. Hold up.
And for some reason, just out of nowhere, Destiny like hit him up. So, who are you and what do you want? But it's like it's literally just engagement bait, right?
Well, we would have to see the profile picture to know.
Hi, who dis?
Oh, there it is.
Schizos and Darius's Discord. Just ignore.
There's nothing there.
That's so funny. Apparently. So here's the comment from Taxi. I changed my profile pic to a woman one day and added him, and he added me instantly and DM'd. Okay.
It's not even subtle.
Okay, this one's not a cold call. This one's not a cold call. This was like he changed his profile picture to a woman and added him, apparently.
Weird. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of people who are pretty far behind based on when all of the messages pop up about Mike. It becomes pretty obvious that a lot of people are just pretty far behind. So check how far behind you are real quick and see if you can catch up. What the fuck? What is wrong with people, dude? Everybody just like truly wants to virtue signal so badly, bro. They all just want to virtue signal so badly. I posted this picture on Twitter. And it's wild. Destiny has like 14,000 viewers. He's going over something with Asmongold. I just circled the 14,000 part. And I said, Destiny is done. It's all over for him. He's finished. Like, just fucking memeing. And all the fucking haters come out the woodwork, bro. They're like, what? Why didn't you say he's a fucking pedophile? Why didn't you call him a murderer when you did this? Why aren't you? Like, it's all this grandstanding bullshit. Here's quibbles. Yes, Tom, in the wake of a sex abuse scandal coming to light, people are interested to hear the first public comment from the sex abuser. Guess if Weinstein is on the cover of magazines, he's going to be fine. The problem is that like this is like 4 hours after Destiny addressed the shit. Like 4 hours after, right? Okay, and so yes, it was actually at 16K at the time. Apparently, I just didn't. I didn't update my chat, so it was just stuck at 14K. But after I took the screenshot, I X'd out and then opened up the chat again, and yeah, it popped up with 16K. The problem is that when you at the beginning say very clearly, people are going to be disappointed. I don't have much to say on this. You spend about 10 to 15 minutes talking about it. And then you move on. And like 4 hours later, you have 14,000 viewers. I'm sorry. Process, thank you for the gifted membership. Let's go. Let's get some W processes in chat. Boy. Thank you, sir. But yeah. Thanks for the invite. It was fun. But yeah, the thing is that like this, if you're 4 hours later and your numbers are still going up, I obviously some people are going to want to go to the beginning and see what you said, but the numbers should never go up from when you were live doing it and saying it. If people have been like waiting for him to like go live for 5-6 days now, and then he goes live, every fucking leech-sucking motherfucker is ready to jump on that shit immediately. They are all watching before he even comes to the screen, and he's still got his little cartoon BRB screen up. They're all sitting there like vultures, circling around, waiting. And And then, yes, once he's done and he's like, all right, that's all I'm going to say on this. I'm not saying anything else. I'm moving on. Like, that's it. Then yeah, that doesn't, that being, when your numbers keep going up at 14K, yeah, I'm sorry, but you're not there anymore to watch what he has to say about it. And again, I also believe that, like, yes, a lot of people, after he moves on, a lot of people are going to be coming in just to watch the beginning, just to see what he said about it, and then they're going to move on. But it's not, again, the numbers are not going to be larger than they were when he was actually live talking about it. And they were at like 10 to 12K while he was live talking about it. Then once he was done, it goes up to like 14K. Then by like the last couple hours, he was up around 16K. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not how this works. And I think that most people were more so like there because it had just been forever since he streamed. I think most people were there just to see like what the fuck he was going to talk about. This is the first stream since Trump took office. This is the first stream since Elon did his Nazi salute. This is the first stream since Trump did all of his executive orders. This is a big stream for a ton of different reasons. And it seems obvious that everybody was not there just to see what the sex abuser had to say. Like, they were there because they wanted to see what he had to say about politics. They were there because they wanted to see what he had to say about everything else going on. And that was just one thing that they wanted to hear about. That's my basic human instinct when interacting with modern society. Oh yeah? Get punched. Huh. Tom Destiny admitted to leaking it in DMs to one of the victims. She shared them, and they are on kiwi farms. I don't understand the argument. What argument? Why did you just say that? Who's arguing against him doing it? What are you talking about? Like, yeah, what is it? What is the argument? What is he admit? I don't know what any of that meant. Why are you defending Destiny? I don't know what you're talking about. Defending him on what? Leaking it, yes. Okay, I literally just went through a whole fucking panel talking about this. So if you're going to come in at the end of this, after I've made all of the arguments, after I've explained everything in detail, and not only just today, but over the last like 5-6 streams, I've explained all of this in detail for hours at a time, and somehow now you guys are like, I don't get it. It was like admitted to, is there something that I said that you disagree with? Like, defending him, I don't know what the fuck that means. What did I say that you disagree with? Like, give me a statement that I gave, and then tell me why you disagree with it. But right now, you're just telling me he did it. Okay, he did it. I agree. What are we talking about? So yeah, so like, and then there's people calling this sweeping or defending. Like, this isn't defending, this isn't sweeping. This is literally just me like saying like, yeah, well, it doesn't look like he's done, guys. Doesn't look like people are going to stop watching him. Doesn't look like he's over with. That's it. Like, I understand that, like, this is the problem, is that people want you to virtue signal to them nonstop. They just want a virtue signal, and especially when they hate somebody. And so when they hate somebody, if you say anything besides, like, this person should die, like, they're a piece of shit, like, if you say anything besides that, you're sweeping for them, right? So if I, if I come out with a statement and I'm like, dude, I can't believe it, Andrew Tate just got out of jail. He's probably going to be doing podcasts again. And yeah, a lot of people are going to be watching. He's probably going to start growing again. So it doesn't look like it's over for him. You're like, wow, I can't believe you're sweeping for him. Whoa, this is ridiculous. This guy is a fucking piece of shit. He's a pedophile, human trafficker, and you're sweeping for him. It's like, no, he did. He just got out of jail. He did get out of jail. He probably is going to grow. Like, that is what happened. I didn't sweep. I didn't do anything. I'm just stating facts. But you can't state facts. You can't do it. Do not state facts. The only facts you should state are the ones that make me feel better about things. Don't state any other facts, only bad facts. When it comes to a bad person, somebody that I've said is bad, if you state any facts around them whatsoever, and even though you've already stated those facts, right? So it doesn't matter how many times I've talked about how like bad the shit that Destiny did was. It doesn't matter the fact that like I've retweeted the victims. It doesn't matter the fact that I'm like, posting clips of like saying like, look how bad this is. Destiny did this as well. Like this makes things so much worse. Like you guys think that he's showing remorse. Well, he's not showing remorse. Here's this clip. This makes everything so much worse. But then after I do all this shit, and I make it very clear like how against all of this I am and how bad this is, it doesn't, if somebody turns around and they're like, Tom, are you surprised that Destiny, it turns out to be the person who genocided all of the Jews in World War II? Were you surprised to find out that he was actually the evil mastermind behind Hitler that made him kill all of those Jews? And that the final, what was it? The final decision, the final result, the final plan, the thing that killed them all, that this was all Destiny's idea? The final solution, yes. The final solution was actually all Destiny's idea. And if I turn around and I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up, dude. The final solution was not Destiny's idea. What is wrong with you? Oh, sweeping. You're going to sweep for a fucking sex offender. Wow. I cannot believe you would sweep for a sex offender. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. It's like, what the fuck? You guys get to just make up anything now? Like, I think if people make up shit about people, if they try to muddy the waters about arguments, if they try to add in a bunch of arguments that aren't true, the ones that are true get muddied. Exactly, Trib. Exactly. I think, yes, that people who do this like vindictive haterade, I just need to hate on this person. I just need to say nothing but bad things about them. I need to make sure that there's like no objectivity, no fairness, and we're just going to ever say bad things about this person for the rest of their life. Like if I say like, oh yeah, no, actually, it turns out Epstein was like a really good businessman. He actually held lots of mutual funds for lots of really big names and was able to make them a lot of money. It's all sweeping. You're sweeping for a pedophile. You're sweeping for Jeffrey Epstein. That's disgusting. Because they just want team sports. That's it. It's just team sports. Just pick your team. And then once you're on the team, only say good things or only say bad things. There's no nuance, nothing in between. I don't get it. Tom, where's your fairness and objectivity towards Trump? We've been over this 1,000 times. We went over it yesterday. The fact that I am pretty consistently willing to say things are not his fault that other people blame him for, like COVID or like the economy when he handed it over to Biden, or the fact that like, people will talk about the fact that like, oh, he's a white nationalist or a neo-Nazi. Like, no, he's not any of those things. Like the fact that, yes, very consistently, I am overly fair to him and overly willing to be charitable to him. That's pretty consistent. So OF, is there like a timestamp that you want me to go to on his last stream? Is there something that you wanted me to see? Sweeping for Trump. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Can't believe you're sweeping for Trump right now. Like even on one of the last panels that I was on where people were saying like Trump is a convicted rapist. I'm like, no, he's not. Stop saying that. Like, he is not a convicted rapist. He did not get convicted. They're like, yes, he did. I saw the court. I'm like, no, he did not get convicted of rape. Stop saying that. Like, that's insane. They're like, no, he did. He got convicted by E. Jean Carroll. Like, no, she sued him in a civil case. It's very different. They're like, no, it's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. No, it's not. there's much lower standards for a civil case than there is for a criminal case where you could go to jail, where you could be locked up. Totally different things. So what are the chances Pixie is just lying? I have no idea. I have no reason to believe that she's lying. From everything that we've seen, it seems pretty straightforward that Pixie is telling the truth, that that Destiny doesn't even seem to be fighting her, that he seems to say that he fucked up, that he knows that he screwed up there, and that and so yeah, it doesn't, like, there's no inclination to make it seem as though Pixie's lying. I would say she's probably overly willing to condemn Destiny and throwing some accusations that seem to be a little bit too unfair. And so where she says that it's just as likely that he leaked all of the pictures and shit himself, that seems to be a bit ridiculous. But I don't think she's lying about it. I just think that she really doesn't like him right now. So what do you think with what has come out about Destiny? It would pass the standard for civil litigation? Serious question. What depends on which thing you're talking about. When you say what has come out, like specifically, what are you talking about? 6 minutes into the last VOD. So you're saying it's 6 minutes in is when he says that he convinced everybody not to, he convinced everybody just to engage in civil suits, right? That's the one that you're talking about? Because that's the one that I was asking OF about. So you're saying that's it. 6 minutes in. All right, hold on. Oh, whoops. Bing, bop, boom, bing, bang, bop, bam. The type of shit I'm on, you wouldn't understand.
Down actually. For the juicy stuff, this is what I will say. I'm glad that I've inspired so many people to go the litigation route. However, unfortunately, that severely restricts what would be wise for me or what I am capable of saying publicly about anything. I do look forward to the...
Said inspired. He didn't say he convinced them. He said he's inspired them to go the litigation route. That is drastically different from convinced. These are drastically different statements. Inspired litigation is different than convince them to go civil. Yeah. So inspired is drastically different.
Continuation of and ideally the resolution of that process, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think my two legal teams now are probably going to hate me.
He's inspired, not convinced, not much different. Same result is that he got them to go criminal. Or not to go criminal. No. I think he's saying instead of doing nothing. Not that he's gotten them not to go criminal. That he's inspired them to do, instead of doing nothing about it, they are now filing civil suits against him. Day 7 of my Tom protest. All these people, I'm blown away that they're all willing to cross the picket line like this. It's so gross, dude. While you're protesting my stream, they're all coming in and watching. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button, bro. Damn. I went over there and I literally put the fucking thumbs upsies poll on this and everything, and I'm still sitting here with 50 something likesies. This is wild. We almost got 1,000 views right now, and we're sitting with 53. How is it 53 people out of 1,000 people? And we even have what, 90 people watching right now, and still I will never hit the thumbs up. I will never shove my thumbs up your ass then. Request denied, Danabo. I liked on my 12 alts, so it's more like 40. Damn. I voted unhonestly. You mean dishonestly. I voted no and still hit the thumbs up. Come on, guys. Yeah, seriously. Even the people who are saying they're not going to do it are still doing it. Fine, I'll do it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. So yeah, so the inspired means that, like, he did something bad. This is the way I take it. He did something bad that has gotten them to file a civil suit against him, right? So that's the way I take it. Is he's saying, yes, I like hurt these people in a way to where now they are willing to file civil suits against me instead of doing nothing. So yeah, that's the way I take it. I'm not sure if that's how everybody else takes it, but yeah, that's the way I'm reading it. I don't understand what's wrong with this right now. It's not normally. Oh, that's right. That's I was about to say. I don't know. Normally this just takes up the entire screen and doesn't show any black parts, but that's why. That's because I adjusted all of this for the panel, and so now I have to deal with fucking blacks being on my stream. Oh my goodness. I've betrayed the Aryans, dude. Fucking blacks on my screen again. Sheesh, dude. Oh. Alright. Let's see. Bing, bop, boom, bing, bang, bop, bam. Where in the fuck? Okay, that's right. Oh, wait, that's right. So I even like responded to one of these people and I said, oh, so there's Smith as well. He said, not that I think he won't have an audience anymore, but posting this image of his return stream is dumb. It's his return stream. Everyone has been talking about him. If you want to make this point, you have to wait a couple weeks. I said, I'd agree if after the statement he at least dropped lower. I get that more people will be watching the beginning after. So I was saying, like, after he finishes the statement, more people will go back to the beginning to watch it. But I said, but not as many as while it's live. But those numbers just kept growing. So yeah, it doesn't make sense to say, then this person, definitely not sweeping. I said, it's definitely not. Jerome Desmond said, how dare you make observations with your eyes? He said, there is no sweeping here. You're just casually mentioning the fact that he has 14,000 people watching him after he has been outed as a sex pest. I am... hold on. That's not... what he did was not sex pesting. That's totally different. Totally different. But again, he said, I am just mentioning there is no sweeping from Tomfoolery for Destiny. Yeah, correct. This other person also, they quote tweeted this, And they said Janny Tom sweeping up the mess. I don't think people know what sweeping means. I don't think sweeping does not mean you said something about somebody that isn't bad when I want you to only say bad things. That's not what sweeping is. Like, you guys, please understand. Like, listen to what I'm saying here, okay? I'm an expert linguist and I can explain this to you. It is not you said something that isn't bad. Because I was going to say it's not even nice. It's just like a neutral statement. It's just fact. It's you said something about them that isn't bad when I only want you to say something bad. That's not what sweeping is. Sweeping means you're sweeping something under the rug. Like you're just like trying to like take their crimes, take whatever it is that they did that's bad. You're taking that and just kind of like ignoring how bad it is and just trying to like clean things up for them, make everything look better for them. That's not he's got 14,000 viewers. He's not done apparently. Like that's just not sweeping. But so yeah, I said living in reality will always be considered sweeping to those who never care about truth and always only care about team sports. Maybe check my tweet history or streams before saying something so stupid. So Alex Kirsch said, okay, I really need to brush up on my Twitch poll lingo. What is this sweeping argument? Like it's, is it running cover? Or just dismissing claims at the benefit of someone else? So I said, yeah, it's a terminally online term that technically means you're trying to sweep their crimes under the rug. But these losers who don't understand words use it to just say, you said something about someone that I don't like, and you didn't insult them or virtue signal to me. So if you tweet out, Andrew Tate just got out of jail, they'll consider that sweeping. What you should say is, I hate Andrew Tate. Ah! He murdered Jesus! And then that's it. Nothing else. And then he said, okay, thanks for the clarification. So that is my explanation of this. Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think that Lauren, Jasmine.
Hold on. Okay, the post is unavailable to me all of a sudden. So, the only way I can show this is by showing the DMs. Allie? Yeah, for me, the post is unavailable, but I can still play it through the DMs. So,
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, I guess this is all right.
Yeah, I think that Lauren, Jasmine, and Farha are like girls. If you know what that expression means, so they'll kind of like support each other. But like yeah, whatever. What's the point of being this vague if nobody can ever understand this? I think you understand enough. Wasn't Lauren talking to Jasmine when they first met? Yeah, she goes back and forth on a lot of people. She's just very, very, very dramatic. I don't really care too much about all of this. Like none of this really matters that much to me because none of these people are that close to me. The only reason I'm saying anything at all now is because there's two really weird and annoying things that are happening. One is that Lauren keeps like typing messages that make it sound like I'm secretly recording people having. That's what it sounds like, because she's saying things like, "Oh yeah, Steven records people in his apartment. He's nasty." Now she's probably going to say, "Well, I didn't mean it that way," but that's what she's making it sound like. Number one, yeah, I think that Lauren, Jasmine, and Farha are like girls. If you know what that expression means, so they'll kind of like support each other. But like whatever. What's the point of being this vague if nobody can ever understand this? I think. Yeah.
What was the point of this? I don't even understand what any of this meant. Since 3 women have come forward with the allegations, yeah, it won't let me look at Aegon's post for some reason. Huh. Yeah, it looks like it was like posted in Daliban or something like that, but yeah, I mean, I was saying earlier that I think that this was like a whole separate thing. Or sorry, I think that this was like I'm fairly certain that this was not sexual, and that she said during this that it wasn't sexual.
Watching, Lauren claims that Disney secretly records women in his apartment. She's clearly trying to imply something sexual. That's why she keeps saying record women and not record people. She later claims he records them in the bedroom too. See clip 3. We've done clip 1, then clip 2. Lauren brings up Destiny again and claims he's trying to put Xena in an asylum. I don't know what she means by this. Like, I've probably said, like, Xena needs to be fucking committed. She's insane. I probably said something like that, but I'm not, like, actually...
Yes, no, okay. Again, I've talked about this. He's talked about this. He literally, I think in my interview with him, he talks about the fact that he's poly, but Melina wants an open relationship. He wants to be in back with if
you like Farha, all right, because I like Farha because she's a fun person to argue with, and we have crazy back and forth arguments. However, neither of us trust each other. She's gonna get mad at me for saying this. Our friendship or whatever the fuck is unhinged, okay, because of how autistically fucking stupid all this shit is. She's gonna get mad because I'm bringing this up, and because I'm not trying to like shit on her or throw her under the bus. I think she legitimately is like really smart or whatever, but god damn, all of these behind the scenes games are fucking so stupid and retarded, and it's so fucking dumb. And we kind of like keep half mending our friendship, whatever the fuck it is, and then not. That's why she's like sometimes in the apartment or something like that, but it's like, I don't know, like, and then also to be clear, for me, far it's just like friendship, like arguing, fighting with each other. But yeah, so I don't know if Farha told Lauren this. The problem is Lauren will lie about what people tell her, but also Farha kind of like exaggerates a little bit too. So I truly don't know. I do know that there have been several huge arguments I've had between me and then Farha, Lauren, and Jasmine. For whatever reason, all 3 of them are on the same team now, where the style of the argument is, and I have witnesses for these arguments, so I'm not fucking crazy, is they'll come over and they'll say a whole bunch of things that I've said evil about like Farha to Lauren. And I'm like I said, I usually hedge everything pretty carefully, but I think my hedging will get mistaken as being a weasel. So I recorded, or was it like a log or whatever? And I'm like, well, no, but somebody told me. And I'm like, okay, wait, no, I don't think this ever happened. And then I would
word to her, more PD, who he has. Okay, I'm pretty sure that there's like a point in here where, yeah, I could have sworn there was like a specific point in here. But yeah, it's not, I don't see it. Yeah. Sounds you, Tom, also had a bad time with detractors. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I guess maybe I was wrong. I could have sworn that there was like a specificity in here that there was no, that it wasn't sexual. It could be that we just said like, unless she claims it's sexual, then like there's no reason to actually like jump to that conclusion. But yeah, I can't I can't remember exactly where this was, so I could have sworn that it was like specified on Twitter at some point. I love how this chat has slowly been radicalized against Destiny. You think? One's in chat if you're radicalized against Destiny. Two's in chat if you're not radicalized against Destiny. Let's so I'm pretty sure a lot of people like watch me because they're hate watchers of Destiny.
Gone completely.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm not. All right.
RFK Jr. appears before Congress.
Is it the custom of this committee to censor viewpoints that we disagree with from witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, they say we're not trying to censor him. We just don't want him to have a megaphone.
I mean, if we don't have a First Amendment, it's just, I'm frightened by where we go.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
You may not. You may not.
I just
Mr.
want to
Chair,
respond.
Mr. Chair,
I don't
the time
think-
is out. We're done.
Why the fear? Nope, we're done. Like, don't speak. Nope, we don't want to hear it.
We're going to let Mr. Kennedy.
He has had so much additional time.
Well, I think everyone's had
Why?
additional time.
No,
and we're gonna
why?
get-
Why are you doing that specific?
This happens with everybody. This is not censoring RFK. From my understanding, the last time that RFK was like on in front of Congress, this was like a year ago. Like, why is he putting out a video right now? This is the fucking Warren guy that I tried to talk to, but he just ignored all my emails. Like, why are you taking a hearing from a year ago and using this to talk about how he was censored? They do this with literally everybody. You go watch any like hearing like this, and they're all gonna be like, I'm sorry, just answer the question. Just answer the question. You're not answering the question. Moving on. I'm taking my time back. I'm retaining my time. Thank you. Like, this is all of them. This is every fucking hearing you ever hear. And all of a sudden, they'll take like one thing that is exactly like all of the others and then act like, wow, look how horrible this is. Like, think about the lawsuit. Supposedly, Donald Trump is suing 60 seconds, I think, that he's supposedly suing them for editing the Kamala Harris interview to so much that it took things out of context and changed them pretty dramatically. The problem is that we went back and watched like 5 or 6 different 60 Minutes interviews, and all of them were exactly the same. And we saw some edits that made it worse. There were some that made it better. There were others that made our answers worse. And so supposedly he's suing because he thinks that they were trying to like sweep for Kamala Harris, when in reality that's how they do all their fucking interviews. It's wild. This is exactly the same, where this is how all of the congressional hearings go, and then they act like this is so unfair to RFK when this is exactly how all of the hearings go.
I just want to explain.
It speaks louder than any words. You're just trying to stifle speech.
Mr. Chairman, we respectfully requested that you rescind Mr. Kennedy's invitation to appear here due to his repeated and very recent statements that spread dangerous anti-Semitic and anti-Asian conspiracy theories.
Well, that's pretty broad. Let's see if you can get specific.
Because House rules prohibit public testimony that degrades or defames people.
Degrades? How are you going to define degrading? Because if we start using that standard, you're going to be able to prevent a lot of people from speaking.
They do have that standard, motherfucker. It's literally a standard within Congress that you are not allowed to degrade other Congress members. It's literally, yes, it is literally a standard within Congress that you are not allowed to degrade other members of Congress. So it's not like this guy, this is what I'm talking about, is he says the dumbest shit as though it's enlightening, and it's not. It's not enlightening. It's just fucking retarded. He is like the poor man's Jordan Peterson. That's what he is. He's a poor man's Jordan Peterson. Let's see. Was degrading Congress members. Let's see. Expulsion is the most serious of disciplinary action that can be taken against a member of Congress. The United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2, provides that each House of Congress may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel a member. The process for expulsion from the House of Representatives differs from the process from expulsion from the Senate. Censure, a less severe form of disciplinary action, is an official sanction of a member. It does not remove a member from office. And yeah, this has happened numerous times. This has happened numerous times where people have said something about another Congress member and then they've gotten in trouble for it because they wouldn't, because they were saying something that was considered to be like a derogatory toward the other person. And so they had to get in trouble for it. So yeah, anyways, this guy's nuts.
Reckless rhetoric helped.
Degrades. How are you going to define degrading? Because if we start using that standard, you're going to be able to prevent a lot of people from speaking.
His reckless rhetoric helped fuel anti-Semitic incidents.
It's not degrading if it's true. Sure, but that's part of the problem is that, like, if you use things, there's very clear statements, right? Ilhan Omar is a fucking terroristic piece of shit, and she is such a fucking cunt and a slut that she goes around sucking off every terrorist she ever sees, but she doesn't want that fucking, vest to explode. She wants that terrorist dick to explode in her mouth. She is such a, like, there's obvious, like, things that they can say that just makes it so over the line that, like, I think everybody's going to look at that and be like, okay, yeah, that's fucking degrading as fuck. And there's like a horrible thing to say about somebody. So, yeah.
Which, for the record, are at the highest level in the United States since 1970.
Right. So the argument is that he has helped fuel anti-Semitism. So, okay, anti-Semitism clearly is at an alarming high. She's going to take that point and connect it to something completely different.
Since you gave Mr. Kennedy a megaphone today, I want to give him a chance to correct his statements and prepare some of the harm that he's helped cause. Mr. Kennedy, you're well educated. So yes or no, please. Are you aware that for centuries, Jews have been scapegoated and blamed for causing illnesses like Black Plague and more recently COVID?
Yes, but okay, what does that have to do with RFK Jr.? Let's see where she goes with this.
And it still fuels deadly violence today. Yet last week,
Tom is a DGGer.
Including housing prices, which simply doesn't make any sense.
Inherently, Tom Foolery just said, third position identifies fascist and socialist. Yes, there's nothing inherently contradictory between fascism and socialism per se.
Yeah, I went over to DGG chat today and was chatting over there. YouTube chat, which is kind of annoying. It didn't seem like there were any mods there. And there was just a lot of like insane shit going on. And later, like, Ivan showed up, but yeah, it was a little wild over there. So I went over to DGG chat instead. But no, I am not a DGGer.
you floated a baseless conspiracy theory that the coronavirus was bioengineered to target Caucasians and Black people, but to spare Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people.
Is that direct?
You should hit up DGG Discord. Is that different from the Destiny Discord? Is that a separate Discord?
Exactly what he said. That is the question that needs to be answered here.
Mr. Kennedy, your bizarre, unproven claim echoes that same historic slander of labeling Jews and Chinese people as a race, and that Jews, and in this case Chinese people, somehow managed to avoid a deadly illness that targets other groups for death. You do see that, yes or no?
You're misstating.
No.
You are.
I quoted what you said earlier.
When and where did he say this as well? Because the context is going to matter.
I was describing an NIH-funded study.
No, you didn't cite any.
I was describing an NIH-funded study by Cleveland Clinic scientists.
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. You did not reference reclaiming my time.
See, yes, this is. See, I told you this is exactly what they always do. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time. This is probably the most common statement made in these hearings. You are essentially sweeping for Destiny by arguing against a straw man. Destiny is over. Who said that? Are they in chat with us now? No. Over the course of the last week, ever since I've been streaming, yes, I think some of them are in chat with us now. Actually, I think that I Hate Everything might be one of them. I think Catmere might be one of them. I think one of those two even yesterday just said, like, libs are coping right now. They're mad that Trump won. Destiny is done. Random people, come on. You just asked if they were in chat with you now. And then as I name the people who are in chat with you now, you say not to answer whether or not they're in chat with you now? What the fuck? What just happened? You just asked me if they were in chat with you now. Now that I say that they're in chat with you now, you don't want to know about the people who are in chat with you now.
USC Medical, which is one of...
The time is mine. I'm reclaiming it. Please ask the witness to stop talking.
You asked me a question.
Reclaiming.
Allow me to answer my question.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like about 10 seconds back.
The time belongs. You are slandering me incorrectly. You're saying it's dishonest.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Florida.
Defend myself.
Why would you ask him a question the moment he starts to answer it? You're just gonna play this game and shut him down and try and reclaim.
Yeah, I'm in Destiny's Discord. I don't know if you're calling Destiny's Discord DGG Discord. Yeah, I'm in the Discord. I don't. How else would I jump on the show? Like, how else would I just jump on his streams? Oh shit, actually it looks like Destiny left my server. When did he leave? I didn't see that.
Your time.
Time belongs to the gentlelady.
No, his Discord is just debates. He probably left everyone's. Well, maybe that's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna see. Wait, kidnap. Sheesh. Did we like drop in people? Did I get canceled again and I don't even know?
I'd like 15 seconds back.
We will
Mr.
be happy to
Chairman.
give you that.
Thank you so much.
And Jim Jordan's like, you can have your 15 seconds. Fine, go for it.
You did not cite any study like you are citing here now during that conversation.
It was within the context of a conversation.
You're trying to rewrite history here. A few months ago, Mr. Kennedy, you compared COVID public health policies to barbaric, murderous tactics of Nazi Germany, saying that Jewish people in Nazi Germany had more freedom than Americans facing COVID health restrictions.
Congressman, what you are saying is a lie.
That you said it.
No, I did not. I never contained.
Okay.
I never ever.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to enter into the record when Mr. Kennedy said that. I reclaim my time.
Something about this rings bullshit.
In discussing COVID public health measures, you made light of the genocide against Jewish people by saying, and I quote, even Hitler's Germany, you could cross the Alps to Switzerland, you could hide in an attic like Anne Frank did.
That if that's the quote that he said, she's really running with that. That's an oversimplification of that. There could definitely be context where he could be making an observation of how it feels like you cannot escape with the slip of a tongue, make an analogy about Anne Frank hiding and how it can feel like that. This is such a slick game.
Mr. Kennedy, do you think it was easy for Jewish people to escape systematic slaughter of Nazis, yes or no?
No. What kind of stupid question is that?
Do you think it was just as hard to wear a mask during COVID as—
Wait, why didn't he show the answer? What the fuck? Why didn't he show the answer? What the hell?
it was to hide under floorboards or false walls so you weren't murdered or dragged to a concentration camp? Yes or no?
Excuse me?
It's such a clear game. She's asking these questions to try and create a completely different narrative than the context of what he said.
Of course not. That's ridiculous.
But that's a comparison that you made.
I did
Mr.
not
Kennedy,
make that
were the measures
comparison.
taken—
As human beings, we use language as a tool. We're all bumbling fools doing our best with the tools, the language we have. We're gonna make mistakes along the way. If someone comes along and plays a game like this, it's so sleazy.
I'm deeply saddened that this is a conversation we're having today. I have deep respect for what Mr. Kennedy's family did and still does to make life better for all Americans. But what you are doing now, Mr. Kennedy, and the forces you aligned yourself are reckless, dangerous, and disturbing.
The forces that you have aligned yourself with. So that's where this is coming from.
You've marginalized other groups too, like Asian Americans and the LGBTQ plus community. And worse, you don't seem to care or brush it all off to misquotes and misunderstanding. Frankly, it's disgusting. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
I was home over the holidays. Individuals I know in my own life, the most common attack on Trump would be through RFK Jr. Well, he's this nut, he's anti-vaccine. Why are you afraid of questions?
Our country had had one of the highest vaccination rates in the world and the worst health outcomes. We have 4.2% of the global population. We had 16% of the COVID deaths.
Well, yes, but when you question these things, it causes people to not get vaccinated, and that's how we get the death rate from misinformation.
In fact, the term misinformation did not denote falsehood or veracity. Rather, it was a euphemism for any information that departed from government orthodoxies.
If you're on the side of suppressing questions, not allowing questions, you might want to think twice about that.
We should have all been sharing information openly and talking to the 15 million doctors.
He gets like a lot of time to speak. Like if he is, especially if he's the main person, they give them a lot of time to speak. They give them a lot of time to like respond. They give them even like points where they're like, if you would like to like take some time to like respond to some of the things that you didn't have time to respond to a little bit ago, go ahead. They would do that. They would they'll normally give them opening statements that they have written down. They'll give them closing statements that they have written down. They give them like all sorts of times to respond to these things. Let me see if we can. What is he wearing here? Okay, this tie, that shirt. All right. There it is.
I have a unanimous consent request.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for unanimous consent.
My majority counterparts have repeatedly cited a district court opinion from Louisiana, and I would like to introduce for the record the Fifth Circuit order staying that opinion almost as soon as it was issued.
Objection. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from—
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
The distinguished gentlelady from New York mentioned a poll. I would just ask that she identify what poll that is, and if we could enter it into the record.
I'm sure she'll be happy
We
to
will
do
submit it
that.
for the record.
Can you identify what it is?
Sure, I will submit it for the record, and you'll be able to review it.
We'll get it. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Washington-Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we respectfully requested that you rescind Mr. Kennedy's invitation to appear here due to his repeated and very recent statements that spread dangerous anti-Semitic and anti-Asian conspiracy theories and attempted to move into executive session because House rules prohibit public testimony that degrades or defames people. His reckless rhetoric helped fuel anti-Semitic incidents, which for the record are at the highest level in the United States since 1970. They have nearly tripled in the last 6 years. Since you gave Mr. Kennedy a megaphone today, I want to give him a chance to correct his statements and prepare some of the harm that he's helped cause. Mr. Kennedy, you're well educated. So yes or no, please. Are you aware that for centuries Jews have been scapegoated and blamed for causing illnesses like Black Plague and more recently COVID?
I am. Those are known as blood libel, and they are one of the worst and most disturbing parts of human history.
Good. I'm glad to know that, of course, that you acknowledge that. Of course, it's true and well documented that this pernicious form of anti-Semitism led to centuries of discrimination, even horrific pogroms and massacres, and it still fuels deadly violence today. Yet last week, you floated a baseless conspiracy theory that the coronavirus was bioengineered to target Caucasians and Black people, but to spare Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people. Mr. Kennedy, your bizarre, unproven claim echoes that same historic slander of labeling Jews and Chinese people as a race, and that Jews, and in this case Chinese people, somehow managed to avoid a deadly illness that targets other groups for death. You do see that, yes or no?
You're misstating.
No. I quoted what you said earlier, and it is directly what you said. So just ask me yes or no.
I was describing an NIH-funded study.
No, you didn't cite any.
I was describing an NIH.
No, the implication was blatantly that he thought that this was bioengineered by like fucking Jews or Asians to kill off whites and blacks. Like it seemed this was blatantly clear. I forget where he said it. He said, I think he said it on Bill Maher. Is that where he said it? I think that's where he said it.
And we need to talk about bioweapons. The level, I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years, and you know, the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races.
He says there is an argument that it is ethnically targeted. Yes, he is not just quoting something. He's saying that no, there's some legitimacy to this, right? If I think that there's like no way somebody could believe that we didn't land on the moon, and I think that's just a retarded thing to say, I would never say there's an argument to the idea that we didn't land on the moon. I would never say this.
It is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and Black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
See, at this point, he's not even quoting something anymore. Now he's stating it as a fact. At this point, he's not even just quoting something. Now he is stating that it is ethnically targeting Black people and white people, and that it's not like this isn't even him quoting anything anymore. He is straight up making the argument himself.
But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not. But there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact to that. We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all those labs in the Ukraine are about. They're collecting Russian DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA, so that we can target people by race.
Yeah, he is not just quoting something, dude. This is insane, bro.
But your vice presidential pick wants to recall the Moderna vaccine. That's the one I got.
22,000 people who got the actual vaccine. And the people who got the vaccine had a 23% higher death rate from all causes.
This is so, he's quoting this so fucking out of context, dude. This guy is wild, bro. This guy is wild. Like, you can very easily, like, start to, come to conclusions about what it is people are saying when they're not saying it, right? So, like, I will admit that if you go to my Twitter, right? You go to my Twitter, and you see that all Tom keeps saying is, look how many viewers Destiny has. Look how great Destiny's doing. Look at the fact that he people are accusing him of revenge porn. What is wrong with these people? This isn't revenge porn. Like, if you're like, if all you ever do is just argue things that are in favor of Destiny, then yeah, like, it's going to start to look like you're fucking sweeping. Like, if you don't spend a lot of time, like, giving some caveats to things, or like arguing the things that people would expect of you, it makes sense. It makes sense because we conceptualize people in their arguments as like kind of teams, right? We look at, I have enough people who come into my chat and the first thing they say is like, MAGA 2024, Trump 2024, blah, blah. But then they immediately also start saying that, space lasers are the things that are causing hurricanes, or they're saying that, Haitians are eating your cats and dogs. Like, I'm going to start to conceptualize those arguments as MAGA talking points, MAGA arguments. Like, that's the type that it is, right? So it makes sense that, like, people are going to hear him say these things and start to feel like he's trying to make a case for this. He's not just saying it. He's making a case for this, right? If I keep saying, dude, black people actually commit crimes at a much higher rate than white people. And, like, you don't ever see white people getting in fights in, like, airports and shit. But every time I get on YouTube, there's another group of black people getting in fights in airports, on subways, in the middle of the streets, dude. Inside of Taco Bell's, inside of Chipotle's. Like, there's always some black person there just doing some of this shit, right? Like, this is insane. Then yeah, I think that it makes sense that you're going to start to come to conclusions about what it is that I'm saying. And then if you come over and you're like, yeah, dude, it looks like you're kind of racist, bro. Be like, what? No, I love black people. Bro, I just stated a fact. That's all I did. I just stated a fact. Why are you getting mad at me for just stating a fact? Right? So earlier, when I'm going over my own Twitter and I'm saying, well, I'm just stating a fact, I don't know why these people are getting mad about sweeping. That in and of itself is not a good enough argument. That by itself is not a good enough argument to say, I'm not taking sides here. I'm not sweeping, right? That just saying, well, you did have 14,000 viewers. That's a fact. That's not enough. But if also you scroll down a bit and then you see that I'm like, posting shit saying like, dude, I saw this last night and this really takes things to another level. JSTLK said Destiny knew about the leaks for a while and didn't tell any of the victims ahead of time. They all found out themselves. If true, it wipes away DMs showing any concern for Pixie. And then when you click on the video and you watch me talking about, this is so fucked up, dude. I can't believe he did this. This is really fucked up. I can't believe he did this shit. When you see right there, I got, Cherry's tweet retweeted. When you go through, I got Pixie's tweet about this retweeted. Like, when you go through these things, it starts to be pretty clear that I'm not the like actually sweeping and being like, oh, I'm just stating facts. That's all. I'm not doing that. It seems to be like blatantly obvious that that I am very blatantly and objectively acknowledging the problems of what it is he's doing more than I am going around and doing this other shit. But with RFK, he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that until he gets confronted on it, until they bring it up. And then he's like, whoa, no, I think it was horrible for Jewish people to be stuck in those concentration camps. And I think it was one of the worst things that's ever happened in the history of civilization.
Yeah, that's not.
But that could not be the disease itself?
No, well,
because we know that
if it is, then the vaccine doesn't work, does it?
Well, it's certainly. Well, no, that's not true at all. And I'm
so all causes mean this isn't specifying just causes that are related to the vaccine. That's what all cause means. So when he says, when we looked at the people who were vaccinated versus people who were not vaccinated, vaccinated had a 25% higher all-cause death. That includes car wrecks. That includes plane crashes. That includes like somebody getting shot in the head. Like all cause means everything. Like anything that they are just more likely to die afterwards. But it doesn't actually mean they're more likely to die because of the vaccine. And so that is why I'm saying he's very much quoting this out of context, is that he's trying to make it, because he just now said, if that's true, the vaccine doesn't really work then, does it? No, everything you just quoted actually does not mean that the vaccine had anything to do with those deaths. You just said all cause. That is not related to the vaccine. And if you have like 95% of your country vaccinated and 5% not vaccinated, you would expect a fucking 25% increase. But what's your source for that? Wait, mine? Wait, my source for what? So yeah, when he says 25% all cause, he's definitely making it sound like it's the vaccine.
I'm somebody who did not want the vaccine and didn't think I should.
And then yes, he literally says right after, if that's the case, the vaccine doesn't work.
Been made to get it, but it does work. Wait a minute. Work in the sense that if many people who would have died because they were.
We looked it up the first time he went over this, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't want to get too deep into COVID right now because I'm going to end up in some debate with somebody who's on here crying about the fact that literally every one of their family members have died, and it's because of the vaccine and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to. But you can go find it. It's not even hard to find.
Were not in good health. It killed mostly the obese and the very elderly. Okay, those people those people are alive today, I think, because of the vaccine. I think that's the truth.
Yes, you had much lower issues with everything with the vaccine versus getting COVID.
Through the internet, who are treating patients on the front line all over the world and channeling the best therapies, the most successful treatments.
When one side is...
Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. I wanted to hear this. Hold on.
Are one of the worst and most disturbing parts of human history.
Good. And it still fuels deadly violence today. Yet last week, you floated a baseless conspiracy theory that the coronavirus was bioengineered to target Caucasians and black people, but to spare Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people. Mr. Kennedy, your bizarre, unproven claim echoes that same historic slander of labeling Jews and Chinese people as a race, and that Jews, and in this case Chinese people, somehow managed to avoid a deadly illness that targets other groups for death. You do see that, yes or no?
You're misstating.
No. I quoted what you said earlier, and it is directly what you said. So just ask me yes or no.
I was describing an NIH-funded study.
No, you didn't cite any.
I was describing an NIH-funded study by...
He didn't quote a study.
Cleveland Clinic
Reclaiming
scientists.
Reclaiming my time. You did not reference... Reclaiming
published in USC Medical, which is one...
The time is mine. I'm reclaiming it. Please ask the witness to stop talking.
You asked me a question.
Reclaiming...
Allow me to answer my question.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like about 10 seconds back.
You are slandering me incorrectly. You're saying it's dishonest.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from
time to
Florida.
defend myself.
Mr.
Time
Chairman,
belongs to the gentlelady from Florida.
I'd like 15 seconds back.
We will
Mr.
be happy to
Chairman.
give you that.
Thank you so much. You did not cite any study like you are citing here now during that conversation. You referenced no study at all. You simply labeled Jews and Chinese people as a race, and you also said that somehow they managed to avoid a deadly illness that targets other groups for death. You don't see that? You're trying to rewrite history here. A few months ago, Mr. Kennedy, you compared COVID public health policies to barbaric murderous tactics of Nazi Germany, saying that Jewish people in Nazi Germany had more freedom than Americans facing COVID health restrictions. In hindsight, Mr. Kennedy, do you reject this absurd and deeply hurtful and harmful comparison, or do you still stand by it?
Congressman, what you are saying is a lie.
That you said it.
No, I did not. I never contained.
Okay.
I never, ever
Mr. Chairman, I'm
compared
happy to
COVID
enter into the record when
countermeasures.
Mr. Kennedy said that. I reclaim my time. In discussing COVID public health measures, you made light of the genocide against Jewish people by saying, and I quote, even Hitler's Germany, you could cross the Alps to Switzerland, you could hide in an attic like Anne Frank did. Mr. Kennedy, do you think it was easy for Jewish people to escape systematic slaughter of Nazis, yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Okay, good. Mr. Kennedy, do you think it was just as hard to wear a mask during COVID as it was to hide under floorboards or false walls so you weren't murdered or dragged to a concentration camp? Yes or no?
Excuse me?
That's a question, yes or no?
I didn't hear your question.
Okay. I said, do you think it was just as hard to wear a mask during COVID as it was to hide under floorboards or false walls so you weren't murdered or dragged to a concentration camp?
Of course not. That's ridiculous.
That's a comparison that you made.
I did
Mr.
not
Kennedy,
make that
were the measures taken to contain the spread and fatalities related to COVID in any way at all comparable to the murder of 6 million Jews, yes or no?
Absolutely.
Oh, boy. Who was the person again? Who was the, I forget, Anne Frank?
Had never happened in the past, and so because
I know,
of that,
but
we
you
need to
invoked,
make-
but you
we need-
invoked.
Let me just finish.
You invoked Anne Frank.
Let me just. Well, I invoked her not comparing the Holocaust to the COVID, mandates. I wasn't doing it. That's what the media reported. That was not true. And I ultimately, because of the damage that was happening to my family, and because I was living in a world where nothing I said was reported. So I was not allowed to defend myself. In fact, this is the first time I've ever been allowed to talk about it on TV. Nobody would talk to me. Nobody would allow me on. Nobody would invite me on and say, why did you say that?
So you decided to run
And
for
ultimately,
president.
I had to apologize for something I never said. It had never happened in the past. And so because
I know,
of that,
We are watching something now.
After being met with widespread criticism for comparing vaccine mandates to Nazi Germany, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Tuesday apologized for his remarks. A vocal vaccine opponent, Kennedy, who is the son of the slain U.S. Senator Robert F. Kennedy, said this at an anti-vax rally in Washington on Sunday.
Even in Hitler's Germany, you could cross the Alps into Switzerland. You can hide in an attic like Anne Frank did.
On Tuesday, Kennedy, who was removed from YouTube and Instagram last year for spreading vaccine misinformation, tweeted, I apologize for my reference to Anne Frank, especially to families that suffered the Holocaust horrors. My intention was to use examples of past barbarism to show the perils from new technologies of control. To the extent my remarks caused hurt, I am truly and deeply sorry. His response came one day after even his own wife, actress Cheryl Hines, took issue with his remarks. Best known for her role as Larry David's ex-wife on HBO's Curb Your Enthusiasm, Hines was asked by a Twitter user if she stood by her husband. She responded, quote, my husband's opinions are not a reflection of my own. While we love each other, we differ on many current issues. And on Tuesday, she went further, saying her husband's remarks on Anne Frank were, quote, reprehensible and insensitive. The atrocities that millions endured during the Holocaust should never be compared to anyone or anything.
It's fucking wild to compare COVID shit to like, yeah, people trying to hide during the Holocaust. Okay. Let's see. Says SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 could SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 be a bioweapon? Dear Editor-in-Chief, in recent years, especially after 9/11, following every epidemic, especially the pandemic, is the thought of the world was corona pandemic, a biological attack. A novel coronavirus, COVID-19, called SARS-CoV-2, is a new strain for coronavirus that has not been previously identified in humans. Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses found in both animals and humans. Some infect people and are known to cause illnesses ranging from the common cold to more severe diseases. Let's see. These have been very formal discussions in this regard, and as previously mentioned, many of other arguments in social networks. In most cases, the discussions are about biological weapons from WIV, and the claims are rejected by special news agencies or special persons. However, the question remains, owing to some reasons, is it reasonable that if WIV has this virus, admit it, if a country makes a genetic change and uses it as a weapon, does it announce? Will the impact on the state of the world economy be predictable? The world economy is influenced. There are some facts here not provable. It's a very famous character of a biological weapon. Wuhan Virology Lab and Wuhan Institute of Virology has the potential for generating biological weapons. According to the forecast, China's share of global economic growth would be 27% in 2020. Okay. As of early 2022, the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus pandemic still represents a worldwide medical emergency situation. The ongoing vaccination program can slow down the spread of the virus. However, from time to time, the newly emerging variants of concern and activation movements carry the possibility for the disease to remain in our daily lives. After the appearance of SARS-CoV-2, there was scholarly debate whether the virus was of natural origin or it emerged from a laboratory. Some even thinking the agent's potential biological weapon properties suggest the latter scenario. Later, the bioweapon theory was dismissed by the majority of experts, but the question remains that despite its natural origin, how potent a biological weapon, the SARS-CoV-2 virus can become over time. According to the international literature we analyze, SARS-CoV-2 is a moderately infectious agent with high infection to disease ratio, 35%, 45%, rate of asymptomatic infected, and medium incubation period. 1 to 34 days means 6 to 7 days. Its morbidity and mortality rate can be categorized as medium high morbidity rate with significant mortality rate. It can be easily produced in large quantities, has high aerosol stability, and has moderate environmental stability. Based on laboratory experiments and statistical model analysis, it can form and is contagious with droplet nuclei, and with spray technique utilization, it could be weaponized effectively. Several prophylactic measurements. Okay, so conclusion. Our results show that the virus can become a potent bioweapon candidate in the future, achieving a total score of 24 out of 36 on the original 12 criteria. The SARS-CoV-2 has already proven its pandemic-generating potential and, despite worldwide efforts, still remains an imminent threat. In order to be prepared for the future possibility of the virus arising as a bioweapon, we must remain cautious and take the necessary countermeasures. Well, don't worry, guys. If you're MAGA, you don't think it's that bad, and so you don't think that it being a bioweapon is really even possible. It'd be a shitty bioweapon, right? But it only kills like 2% of people. Like, why would anybody even care about that bioweapon? Am I right? Okay, agreeing to disagree, reports of the popularity of COVID-19 conspiracy theories are greatly exaggerated. A study recently published in this journal showed that agreement with conspiracy theories about the COVID-19 pandemic is associated with risky, non-compliant behaviors. No duh. No duh. That's something that I kept saying, is that like literally all the people who kept like saying like, you know, COVID-19 in the beginning, they were like, oh, it's not even real. It's bullshit. The media is just making it up. Then eventually they switched to, okay, fine. It's real, but it's not even that deadly, dude. The regular flu is more deadly than this one. And then they switched to, dude, it's not so bad that we have to be locked down. This is bullshit that we would have to be locked down. And then it's, dude, masks don't even work. Social distancing doesn't even work. This is fucking bullshit. Like, why are they telling us we should do this stuff? It's because they're trying to help these businesses make money while they're all profiting off this shit. That's the only reason they're saying this stuff. Then it switched to, vaccines are bullshit, dude. They rushed it. Those weren't even tested. So they have no long-term testing on any of this stuff. This is total bullshit. And they're lying to us. And we're all going to die from the vaccines. Like, it was the people who would like take the L over and over. But every time they took the L on whatever they said in the beginning, they were like, their pride and their ego wouldn't allow them to actually just take the L. So they had to move to another thing that says, well, the establishment's still wrong. The establishment's still lying. They're still, you know, like, it was just every time one-upping it over and over. So yeah, obviously I think it's obvious that these people have an issue with non-compliant behaviors. It also indicated that this agreement is very common. 45% of British participants seem to agree that COVID-19 is a bioweapon designed by China to destroy the West, while 20% seem to agree that the pandemic is a conspiracy by Jews or Muslims. Accurate or not, these statistics point a worrying picture. If accurate, millions of British people need to be disabused of wild conspiracy theories. If inaccurate, especially if they exaggerate the popularity of the conspiracy theories, they could normalize anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and conspiracist viewpoints, and misdirect policy interventions and further research. To test the hypothesis that Freeman et al.'s 2020A scale exaggerates agreement with conspiracy theories, we presented each 748 British participants recruited from this Prolific, a widely used survey platform, who were British nationalists residents in the UK aged 18 or over and not currently students, since this group is overrepresented on Prolific. Their age ranged from 18 to 80. 506 were female, 238 male, and 4 were gender queer. 681 were white, 18 black. Okay, I don't care about this. All right.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Let's be very clear here. There's no legitimate comparison to the Holocaust. It doesn't matter if you're talking about AI, vaccine mandates, or anything else. There is no comparison. And if this were a slip of the tongue, Mr. Kennedy, or a one-off comment, we would all move on. But there's a deeply disturbing pattern. In 2015, you apologized to all those, quote, whom I offended by my use of the word Holocaust to describe the autism epidemic. When discussing efforts to encourage others to get vaccinated for
Okay, let's see. Our data suggests that ACE2 variants in different populations could use significant variations in the binding affinity between SARS-CoV-2 and ACE2. Yet experimental binding assays are still needed to confirm our claim. Yeah, so the thing is that it did turn out that like Jews were less likely, Asians like and Chinese people were less likely to die from the virus. Black people were more likely to die from the virus. But this turned out to be because of comorbidities, and that I don't think that was very clear at the beginning, but it was clear later that comorbidities, eating unhealthy, especially with like black people, there was like a higher chance of eating a lot more fried food, eating a lot more like soul food, eating like things that were just very unhealthy within their diets, and that was common within the culture, and so they ended up having like a lot more problems with things like COVID-19. And so, yeah, there's it obviously is true that some groups had bigger issues with COVID-19 than other groups. It just, I don't know that you could have planned that with a bioweapon based on that information. That would have been thinking way ahead.
For COVID-19, you said Nazis did that in the camps in World War II. They tested vaccines on gypsies and Jews. That was a quote. Like before, you apologized for invoking the Holocaust, saying, quote, "To the extent my remarks caused hurt, I am truly and deeply sorry." These are not real statements of contrition or remorse. They are passive-aggressive non-apologies that blame the listener for reacting to the lie you just spread. I'm deeply saddened that this is a conversation we're having today. I have deep respect for what Mr. Kennedy's family did and still does to make life better for all Americans. But what you are doing now, Mr. Kennedy, and the forces you aligned yourself are reckless, dangerous, and disturbing by echoing dangerous claims such as, quote, "Jews don't really suffer as much as we do," which you said. Your rhetoric creates a climate of mistrust, antagonism, and even hatred or violence against Jewish people. My own children have been the targets of brutal anti-Semitism on social media. You fan those flames and jeopardize their safety. You've marginalized other groups too, like Asian Americans and the LGBTQ+ community. And worse, you don't seem to care or brush it all off to misquotes and misunderstandings. Frankly, it's disgusting. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, this did not seem all that unfair to him. This didn't seem like a horribly unfair like way of like, you know, engaging in this. Like the guy made it look.
Mr. Kelly, please do not leave, because I want you to know that I am more offended as an African American woman than you will ever be. I'm a strong black woman, and I cannot be intimidated. I cannot be undermined.
Maxine Waters is fucking wild, dude. She's fucking wild, bro. What is it called? I'm trying to think of a word where you put like a bunch of clips in a row to make a case for like a specific thing. A montage. That's right. That's what I'm looking for. Is that reclaiming my time is like a common thing that's used in Congress, but every time I look up reclaiming my time, like I Google or I looked up on YouTube reclaiming my time montage, and it's all Maxine Waters, 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 Maxine Waters. Did she invent reclaiming my time? Good luck freeing Palestine, morons. Wait, what? Did somebody in chat say free Palestine? Yeah, I don't know why. This is all Maxine Waters.
We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on oversight of the Department of Justice. We will now begin.
I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. General. I'm reclaiming my time. Mr. Attorney General, I have short time. Can you just tell me why you have not... Mr. Attorney General, I want to respect you, but I have a short time.
First, I'd like to respond to what you... Would you please answer my question? My time is limited. I have
There
time.
we go.
Thank you. May
Here
I
we go.
respond to these?
Reclaiming my time.
Yeah, I'm answering your question.
You gotta let him answer. Reclaiming my time.
The night before, that is Monday night.
I know your story, but I'm asking.
Well, I'm telling my story. That's what I'm here to
want you
do.
to tell your
Well, I
story. I
do.
want
That's
you
why
to
I'm
answer my
here.
question.
Well, I'm here to tell my story. And on the night
You're here to
before,
answer my
the night
Hank Johnson's the guy who was talking to the Pentagon and told them that he had a fear that if they were testing missiles on small islands, that the islands might, because they're in the middle of the ocean, that they might tip over. And he wanted to know what was the chance that if they kept testing out missiles on these small islands, what was the chance that the island would tip over?
before, on February 10th,
Sir,
on February 10th, I directed...
Reclaiming my time.
Also, again, from Georgia. He's, from Georgia. A Democrat from Georgia.
And I know you don't want to answer.
Think it's fair? Do you think it is fair for a 67-year-old man to be sent to...
Reclaiming my time.
You can give a speech or you can ask questions. If you do the latter, you need to let the witness answer the questions.
I reclaim my time.
I wasn't reclaiming my time.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Attorney General. Reclaiming my time.
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
I don't think we've ever had a hearing where the witness wasn't allowed to respond, particularly when you think about the fact we got the Attorney General of the United States here.
Gentleman does not have time.
I don't want the time.
Oh, if you want, I can go find you clips of like Marjorie Taylor Greene screaming, reclaiming my time over and over and shit like that. But yeah, my point is this is like a very common thing. This is a very common thing. I did a video on this back when it happened. But yeah, this is like a very common thing. So he's acting like her reclaiming her time is so wild, but it's not, because this is literally what they do every time.
The Attorney General to be able to
think twice about that.
We should have all been sharing information openly and talking to the 15 million doctors through the internet who are treating patients on the front line all over the world and channeling the best therapies, the most successful treatments.
When one side is arguing for the free flow of free inquiry, the importance of freedom of speech.
The one thing.
Again, freedom of speech. This is so stupid, dude. This guy is insane. There's a reason why he won't respond to my emails, and it's because he knows he is going to be intellectually outpaced. And I even told him, I was like, bro, I'm not even trying to debate you. I'm not trying to... What happened to this woman's face here? What happened there? And why is there a dragonfly on the fucking wall back here? This is insane. They're like, yeah, I even told him, I was like, dude, I'm not even like trying to debate bro you. I'm not trying to destroy you. I really just want to like have a conversation about your video and what it is that you went over, because I feel like it misrepresents what happened in reality. And I feel like you like harshly cut out of context everything that happened in that debate. And yeah, he didn't even respond. So
That would give us an advantage over totalitarian systems was this capacity for the free flow of information and a complete lack of control of debate, so that ideas that would eventually mature into policies would be annealed in a furnace of debate.
It's such a fundamental truth. I can't believe anyone's arguing against that, but they are.
We are supposed to be the exemplary democracy, and the corner foundation stone of our system is freedom of speech. All of the other freedoms depend on it. If we lose that, not only do we lose our democracy in this country, but the entire world loses us as an example.
Well said. Good point. And what do they do in response to this? What is the brilliant counter?
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better. Now I recognize the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman, say a request.
You can't make this up. In the wake of such an articulate point, this is their response.
As for unanimous consent to enter the record an article by the New York Times on July the 20th, 2023, New York Post published Hunter Biden report amid newsroom doubts. As for unanimous consent.
That just sums the whole thing up. Really, that's the best you can do. It's just so nonsensical. And Jim Jeffries is even just, he can't help but laugh.
I don't know.
Without objection. Some things amaze me. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized, and this is
This will be our last line of questioning.
At this point, he's just like, I can't believe you just said those words out loud in Congress, in front of cameras and the world.
I cannot believe this, dude. This is insane. Though, like, the cognitive dissonance that exists with all of the Hunter Biden shit is insane, bro. It really is. It is insane. Every single person who has ever come on here to debate me on some Hunter Biden shit very, very quickly was like, no, but there's some suspicious stuff going on there, right? Like, we should investigate it. I'm just saying, like, there's some questions that we should ask. Yes, I agree. It was investigated 5 fucking different times by a bunch of different people. So what more questions do you have? What more do you want investigated? Like, how many times is enough? But they still have this just like hardcore cognitive dissonance about the guy. I don't know what they want from that whole situation.
The world is absolutely crazy right now. This is one of the most interesting moments of social, cultural, and economic transition that I have ever seen. So I wanted to do something that I've never done before. I called upon 3 of the leading voices on social, cultural, business, and economic issues to give their unfiltered, uncensored points of view so that we can all make sense of all of this craziness happening before.
Okay. I know who this guy is. Okay, I've seen him before. He's a bit fucking wild, but okay. I have no idea who this is. And I have no idea who this is. Does anybody know who any of these people are?
Hash it out to see if they can agree on something. We go through the economy, Trump, Elon Musk, DEI, censorship, wokeism, and why so many men are struggling. Why are tens of thousands of millionaires running away from the UK? The terrifying truth and opportunity in AI. And I ask all of them, what is the most important thing in 2025 that nobody is talking about, with the aim of reaching clarity, agreement, and having a laugh in the process? This is the episode you probably didn't know you needed.
I didn't know. Okay. I'm gonna head out. I will, I might be back on tomorrow. Most likely not though. I'm gonna say most likely I will not be on tomorrow. I got some plans, to hang out with some people, and so I'm almost definitely not gonna be back in time to do a stream. So, yeah, try to, make sure that when we end stream, hang out for a minute, let's go through the credits, and then make sure that you leave a comment on stream. Make sure you leave a comment because it really helps the stream get into the algorithm and helps push it to other people. And most of y'all aren't sending donos. You know, you're not really sending anything. So, you know, you can do something that's free. Also, I know that a lot of people saw this yesterday, but just in case you didn't, I am kind of obsessed with this right now, so I'm going to play it one more time before we go to credits. So we're going to go over the Trump pardons just one more time before we hit up the credits.
Break Trump on day 1 is set to sign a list of new legislation, including a slew of pardons for tomfoolery. Let's listen in.
This one is for tomfoolery. He looked at a lot of Instagram girls on stream, and the woke mind virus canceled him.
For a pardon?
Yes.
Full pardon?
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it
How many viewers do you expect Tom to get tonight?
Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
So glitching and growling are getting commuted, not pardoned.
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
There's a streamer who is trying to do an interview, but he can't do the show because there's a raccoon on his bed.
So this one is a really big one.
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Get the raccoon off the bed, please. This is to stop the mainstream media from lying about the fact that Joe Rogan has actually been dead for a long time. The cartoon standing behind me. JSTLK would like to be redeemed as an honest person.
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay?
You're all under arrest. This is to get more hot babes and titty streamers on Twitch. Or any platform for that matter. We have a recession of tits and an inflation of bros. Way too many bros.
Sounds reasonable.
It's true.
He's not wrong. Hell yes, I love tits.
Me too. Tits are my favorite.
Okay.
Thank you, President Trump.
This is an acknowledgement that you are senile and are much worse off than Sleepy Joe. You don't even know what I'm saying right now.
Okay.
Poor guy is totally lost.
Mr. President, do you think Tom will continue to be the #1 linguist in the entire world?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
Mr. President, can we expect short bus chat back anytime soon?
What does that mean?
Short bus means your dumb followers.
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is an order designating Spicy Chat a domestic terrorist organization and all of the members inside as domestic terrorists.
That's a big one. People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign.
Domestic.
And
domestic, not foreign.
Mexico probably doesn't want that, but we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
No, sir. It's domestic terrorists. Did you think they were Mexicans just because it's called Spicy Chat?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted.
President Trump, do you plan on trying to stop pedophiles in our country today?
No.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot.
Isn't that suspicious considering your friendship with Jeffrey Epstein?
I was very friendly with him. He liked me, I liked him. But we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
But he's dead, Mr. President.
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir. President Trump, did you see that Chud Logic deleted all of the logs in his server after revenge porn was passed around in Spicy Chat?
I was a little bit surprised that he did it, because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent. Who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation.
Do you plan on identifying women in nudes?
Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that, no. I think it makes you look very guilty. The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation, everything, they have nothing. because they were guilty as hell. And when you do that, they look very bad, but I was a little surprised he did it.
Quick question, Mr. Smallfingers. How did you feel about Sassafras deleting all of her messages with tomfoolery in Discord, but then leaking selective parts over the next 6 months?
I mean, she's a lunatic, and but she's a nut job. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
This one says that Tomfoolery's show has a massive schlong and Mantis is a very nice lady and isn't crazy at all.
Let's go, boy! Vindicated once again, guys. Vindicated, totally pardoned. Total and utter defeat of everyone. Thanks everybody for joining. I will be back on in a couple of days. Won't be back on tomorrow. But make sure you stick around. You can leave a comment afterwards. Let me know what you thought about the panel. Let me know what you thought about the stuff afterwards. Let me know what you think about the pardons, okay? Leave a comment, or just leave a comment that says, you know, Tom is fair. Just say a bunch of really nice stuff. That's all you gotta do. Till next time, appreciate you. Love you. See you then. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Myth Vengeance says, Tom is fair. Roby Petzos says, Tom stinks. Aram Sound says, I produced stuff. I've got a Michael McDonald song you all know. GTGT says, nice work Mr. Tomfoolery. Botrix says, make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you enjoyed. Katmura591 Mir says, what crime was Fauci pardoned for and why did it go back to 2014 when COVID was 2019? GTGT says, what? I just got here. Joe Blow says, Tomfoolery Show says, Ty. Sauce Armstrong says, tits. Botrix says, want to call in? Join the Discord, link. Joe Blow says, yeah. Horses Unite 2ND says, Macabre Meta Imprint. Steve Williams says, no, you make music and it sucks, that's all I said, I don't care about production. Breadbox says, this is Mike Hunt. Welch and Den says, horses, he was timeout when I started to talk, you clown. Aram Sound says, Tom likes it when I rub his head. It's good luck. Botrix says, send a super chat to have your message read on stream. Katmura591 Mir says, what do you call a black man in a suit sitting in a tree? A branch manager.
Make sure y'all leave a comment on the stream. We're ending now, so just refresh and then leave a comment. When I say comment, I don't mean chat. I mean a comment. Totally different things. So I know people get confused sometimes, but yes, leave a comment, not a chat. Just refresh the stream for me. Appreciate it, guys. Have a